It is Monday, which means there is a new beginning. There is a new beginning, which begins tonight. We're ticking away the days to Christmas, and I hope everybody is ready for the chaos. Michael Church, first commenter. Fantastic. Dan, I was about to say, we've done pretty good without the Ethernet cable. I don't know if we want to use that tonight or not. We've had no problems, so we're not using the Ethernet. So if we have a problem, we're going to blame this Ethernet that's plugged up. Knock on wood. All right, so let's go ahead and get this shared in the group. The groups I shared in. Please go ahead and like the post. Everybody did a really good job about that last week. We had averaged well over 100 likes on all of our posts, which really helped viewership. Let's get this shared here, and let's get this shared here. Let's also go ahead and copy the link. I made a couple of posts today about tonight's sale. Let me find the first one. Let me click on my name here. That will be a lot faster. Boom. There's our link. Let's go over here to Collect Code Notifications. And let's hit on Pages. And let's click there. Let's click here. And let's hit here. And now we're also live on YouTube. So also the people who's watching on YouTube, please also still do the same thing. Let me set off. That's going to be one of our first auctions, Pink Floyd. Let me set that off to the side. Tanner, is this the first sale you've tagged? Wow. First time. Tanner's back. We'll get into that in just a second. First, let me go ahead and copy the YouTube link. Go over here to Instagram and post it on our story, which is right here and right there. Very cool. Link. All right, so live now. All right. And let's open up our chat. All right. Now, we are officially ready to start tonight's sale. I've got a lot of discount stuff in the back. I've got to roll it up here. We've got 5 crates of new Christmas albums. I told John that we sold all of our Christmas albums last night, and he went, I'll take care of that. And he's got his 5 crates of Christmas albums. But before we get into those, we will we will start showing some other stuff. Don't want to overload you with Christmas, even though it is just like Christmas is literally like next week, it seems like. So, but first, I'm going to get into some new vintage. I'm going to go through some stuff that's here on the table. And I've also got a ton of new Christmas albums. You may have seen the post. I've got some of those ready as well. So, your invoices are on the way. Tanner, who is right here next to me, he's actually working on them as I speak. He's working on them. So if you are new, don't worry. We haven't forgot about you on an invoice. They are on their way, I promise. So just stand by on that. And let's go ahead and get some auctions rolling. So, or actually, let's go ahead and start showing some records. Then I'll start rolling some auctions. If you haven't already, please go ahead. Please go ahead and like the post, and on YouTube and on Facebook. Just go ahead and like the post on YouTube and on Facebook, and that would be fantastic. I'd appreciate that. Jerry, there's no new vinyl tonight, but that's going to rapidly change tomorrow because I've already been doing some crazy ordering. We've pretty much sold. So all of the new vinyl, as y'all know, we used to have bin after bin, crate after crate. All of our new vinyl right now can fit into 2, 4, 6, 7 crates. All of our new vinyl can fit into 7 crates. It used to fill up about, I'm going to say 70 crates. Not counting the stuff over here on our racks. I'm talking about stuff that was in the bins and stuff. They're still we still got a lot of like Pink Floyd stuff. We got some stuff over here on these metal racks that we always keep in stock. Right here behind the table. That's Led Zeppelin, Pink Floyd, Black Sabbath, Iron Maiden, Rush, Warrant. Not counting those, but pretty incredible. All right, first, let's go through some new vintage stuff. This looks like the Foo Fighters. We're going to call it vintage or pre-owned because I don't think we want to call the Foo Fighters vintage just yet. Give it 20 more years or maybe 10 more years. Foo Fighters, Concrete and Gold, $22.99 for the Foo Fighters. That's Concrete and Gold. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man, $14.99. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. It has the original inner sleeve, $14.99. Billy Joel, An Innocent Man. And Radiohead, Kid A. Radiohead is a 180-gram reissue. That is Kid A, $27.99. First record has several claims already. Let's go ahead and tag it. Let me clear my station. I hadn't actually cleaned up the store since Saturday night sale. I still got stuff laying over here that was left over from Saturday night sale. First on the Foo Fighters is Bob Riger. Bob was first, Craig was second, Michael Nath was third. We still got Billy Joel, we still got Radiohead, and we have Sigur Rós, and this is $34.99. Paul has a note on the back. This is fantastic. This is called Angitus Barium, maybe. I'm not for sure on that one. Mike Bolton, first on the Radiohead. That's sold to Mike Bolton. Still got Billy Joel and Sigur Rós. And there's Cake, Fashion Nugget, yellow vinyl. This must be well, I don't know, $26.99. I didn't know they pressed it officially on colored vinyl. That's either an unofficial or it may be some kind of exclusive, but that is on yellow vinyl. That's Cake, Fashion Nugget. Sigur Rós, that's sold to Colin Butler. And we have the Zombies, the best and the rest of the Zombies. That's a compilation from 1984. The Zombies, $24.99, CBS Special Products. The Zombies, cool cover there. It kind of has like a zombie feel to it. $24.99 on that. And Sly and the Family Stone Anthology. This is a 2 LP compilation of Sly and the Family Stone music. $34.99, a 2 LP, Sly and the Family Stone. That's very clean. This is actually some stuff, a few of these in here, I know for sure are from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. Mike Bolton gets the Cake. Let's sell that to Mike Bolton. And I'm going to show one more record and then get our first auction started. This is No Jack Required by Phil Collins. Original inner sleeve, EX Plus, Near Mint Minus Vinyl. Phil Collins, $19.99. Let's go ahead and start off with something, well, I'll do the thumbnail image. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here, live in Paris. This is the complete Wish You Were Here album, performed live in Paris on February 25th, 1977. That's a $45 start. It's on clear vinyl. I actually just found this in a bin. I thought all the Pink Floyd boots were gone, but you never know about our back room. That's why I made the post last night. I walked through the back room last night in a circle about 5 times, and I found so much incredible merchandise and records and odds and ends and posters. We have enough stuff to sell all of the rest of this year and next year, probably without buying a single thing. And as y'all know, we're going to continue to buy stuff. So there's Pink Floyd. I already have a bid on that. Next question was, do we have Van Morrison Moondance? I have a copy right over here somewhere. It's $33.99 if you want it. $33.99. Darren Myers at $45 on Pink Floyd, and Sly and the Family Stone is $34.99. Greg Rogers gets the Phil Collins. That's sold to Greg Rogers. Rare Earth Ecology, $19.99 for Rare Earth Ecology. That's on the original Motown label. Rare Earth is $19.99. And another Foo Fighters, Medicine at Midnight, that is on orange vinyl. That Foo Fighters is on orange vinyl, Medicine at Midnight. I remember having those in stock. $24.99. Don't have them anymore. Darren Myers at $45 on Pink Floyd. One of our next auctions is going to be a record that, I don't know. Let's see here. I hadn't really got a good look at everything here. Let's do a Yardbirds bootleg. This is live at the BBC, the Yardbirds. BBC sessions from 65 to 67. This is going to be the Yardbirds. The chirping Yardbirds play at the BBC. That's going to be a $35 start. That's a vintage bootleg from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. That's the Yardbirds live at the BBC. And that is a $35 start. $35 start on that. The Yardbirds. The Chirping Yardbirds play at the BBC. So back up to the top, we have Darren Myers at $45 on Pink Floyd. That's going once, going twice. Craig Proper got the Foo Fighters. That's sold to Craig Proper. Next is Paul Brothers is in on the Pink Floyd at $50. And we are rolling. So $50 on that and looking for a $35 start on the Yardbirds. I've picked up 2 albums. Let me show Joe Walsh first. Joe Walsh Barnstorm. I recommend this album. This is my favorite Joe Walsh solo album. $17.99 for Joe Walsh Barnstorm. And there's the very popular Billy Joe Greatest Hits Volume 1 and Volume 2. That's a 2 LP, $64.99 for Billy Joe's Greatest Hits Volume 1 and Volume 2. The best of the last 10 years. This is a Who compilation, 1964 to 1974. I've never seen that before. I've never seen that before. 1975 German pressing, the best of the last 10 years. That's the era you want to hear the Who from, 64 to 74. Of course, that's really when they were putting out, I guess, yeah, they're about their best music, 64 to 74, $29.99. That's a 2 LP German compilation. And Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. Hall & Oates, Private Eyes. That is $24.99, and that looks like it's never been played before. Wow. That is some very clean vinyl, $24.99 on that. So let me update our auctions. Darren Meyer, you were the first bidder on Pink Floyd. Since then, Paul Brothers has bid $50. So let me know if you want back in. If you just hopped on, fantastic auction. This is Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here live in Paris. Let me pull out the sleeve. Let me pull out the vinyl so everybody can see it's on clear vinyl. That's a bootleg. It's a live Wish You Were Here concert from 1977. That's the full album performed live. Now it's getting some bids. I was getting concerned on that one. 52 and 55. When I first found that, I was like, there's probably a good chance this is going to bring close to $100, but we'll see where it ends up. And now, final call on the Yardbirds, looking for a $35 start on that. We have Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees. Fleetwood Mac is $21.99. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees on Reprise. Fleetwood Mac is $21.99. And Dan Fogelberg, Souvenirs, $9.99 on Dan Fogelberg, Souvenirs, $9.99. Got to have some Fogelberg. Miles Davis live. It's a teal vinyl reissue. I think that was a record store day. $27.99. It's on teal vinyl. I think it was. Miles Davis live, 2 LP, now just $27.99. So that's a 2 LP live Miles Davis, one of his more classic live albums. $27.99. I've listened to that before. I greatly enjoyed it, and I'm not much of a jazz listener. The Hungry Years, Neil Sedaka, $9.99 on Neil Sedaka, and the Stills Young Band, Long May You Run, featuring the hit song, Long May You Run. That's Stephen Stills and Neil Young. They did an album together. All right, so back up to the top, there was new bids on Pink Floyd, 52, 55, 57. We do have an opening bid now on the Yardbirds. Bobby Moyes is at $35. Paul Brothers is at $60 on Pink Floyd. Anthony Gray on Miles Davis Live. Anthony Gray was first to that. Fred Carnell, you were second. Pink Floyd's at $62, and Bill Sammis gets the Stills Young. That's sold to Bill Sammis. Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack. That is $14.99. Glenn Frey, Patti LaBelle, the Pointer Sisters. That is $14.99 for Beverly Hills Cop. $14.99. The Razor's Edge, AC/DC. That's a remaster, so 180-gram reissue of this remaster. It is near mint, though. $26.99. Thunderstruck. That's usually all you need to know. Thunderstruck. $26.99 on AC/DC. Pink Floyd 62, Pink Floyd 65, and Holly Williams, The Highway. This is $89.99. This is a rare 2013 U.S. original, and this is Hank Williams Jr.'s daughter. That is Hank Jr.'s daughter. That's Holly Williams, $89.99. A descendant of the late, great Hank Williams Sr. Back up to the top, we now have a final call on the Yardbirds. The Yardbirds is with Bobby Moyes, Vintage Bootleg. Yardbirds playing at the BBC. That's Jeff Beck, Eric Clapton, Jimmy Page. That's a final call. Final call for $35. Pink Floyd 6265. Jeff Crowell wants BHS. That's Beverly Hills Cop for Jeff Crowell. Pink Floyd's now at $70, and Nick Bargeron wants AC/DC. Nick Bargeron gets AC/DC. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. Cyndi Lauper is $19.99. True Colors, Cyndi Lauper, True Colors, $19.99. And John Barleycorn Must Die, Traffic. That's an original 71 UK repress. Still a UK pressing, though. I was about to say, it looks a little bit different. I could tell just from the cover. Very nice vinyl, though, $24.99. So the two other bidders are out on the Pink Floyd. I'm definitely about to sell the Yardbirds, but the Pink Floyd is a clear vinyl bootleg, and this is Pink Floyd live in Paris. They're performing the entire Wish You Were Here album live. So I'm assuming at the concert they played the whole album live, and this is in its entirety, complete, beginning to end, 1977, soundboard recording. Paul Brothers has that for $70. It's a final call. Continuing, we have Bocina Rainbows? Bocinin, maybe, Rainbows. I'm butchering that, but that's $24.99. I'm sure somebody knows what it is. And Kings of Leon, When You See Yourself, and that was the indie exclusive cream vinyl originally, $22.99. Kings of Leon. That's a 2 LP on colored vinyl, $22.99. All right, let's go ahead and sell the Yardbirds. Only one bid on that. Bobby Moyes. That's sold for $35. Bobby Moyes. And we have, in 77, they played all of Animals and all of Wish You Here. Man, imagine having a time machine. Wow. Yaski on the Who. Yaski is going to get the Who compilation, best of the last 10 years, 64 to 74. That's sold to Yaski Tanner. And let's go ahead and start. Greg, the Yardbirds already had a bid. That was a final call. That already had a bid, so it's sold for $35 to Bobby Moyes. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and let you know I've got two different volumes, but I just found these in the back. I forgot we had them. This is the Porcupine Tree, or Porcupine Tree. No the before that one. The Delirium years, 91 to 93 and 94 to 97. So two different box sets here. I'm going to do volume 1 first. These are not cheap and they're very desirable. This is the Porcupine Tree Delirium years, 91 to 93 box set. This first one here is 9 LPs. 9 LPs, $255 start. And I'm pretty sure if you wanted to get one right now on Discogs, the cheapest one is about $370, either for this one or Volume 2 that we're about to sell. But this is a 9 LP Porcupine Tree box set, the Delirium years, 91 to 93. That's a $255 start. Yaski, it has been a while. Welcome back, though. Nice Who pickup there. And now Pink Floyd, I'm about to sell it. Paul Brothers has it for $70. That's a final call. We may get into some CDs. Yes, we may get into some CDs tonight. At least I hope so. I have a whole crate behind the counter that Paul has marked. Spoon. Lucifer on the Sofa. Spoon is $22.99. That is on cream vinyl. Spoon and Niels Lofgren, Cry Tough. Niels Lofgren is $14.99. Niels Lofgren, Cry Tough. That is $14.99. And Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits, $14.99 for Melissa Manchester's Greatest Hits. Very clean copy of that. Also, another Miles Davis. This one's known as Bitches Brew. $32.99 for Miles Davis Bitches Brew. 2 LP, $32.99. Fred Carnell's going to take the Spoon LP. That's sold to Fred Carnell. We're also going to sell this Pink Floyd bootleg to Paul Brothers for $70. Nice pickup there. Paul gets that for $70. Let me go over here and grab one of the first collectible type items I have. I'm going to go ahead and show this first. One Pink Floyd album down. Here's the other. This is Pink Floyd The Wall, and this is something like we've never had before. This is actually, not only is it sealed, but it's been graded or encapsulated by a company known as IGS. This is one of the newest trends in record collecting, is sealed records being graded. I called this about 5 years ago when they started grading everything from action figures to cassette tapes, and now it's vinyl LP. So this has actually been graded by a company known as IGS. So what they're doing is they grade the cover and then they grade how well the seal is. This is a $175 start. It is a sealed original Pink Floyd The Wall. I'm going to read you what it has here. Vinyl record, Columbia Records CBS, Pink Floyd The Wall, gatefold. Then it has some numbers. Band, album, white, black sticker, no UPS. It does have some water damage up here along the top. It looks like the cover's stained, and it's manufactured by Columbia Records CBS. So they've graded the actual jacket excellent at 6, and they've graded the seal 8.5 mint. So the actual seal, the shrink wrap, is 8.5, and it's in this very thick and heavy, like acrylic seal. And no, you cannot open that. It's permanently, well, you could. You'd have to crack it open out of this case, but that is a $175 start. That's a sealed Pink Floyd The Wall. That's now up for bid, and it's graded. So I've got some stuff set aside myself. I'm about to send off to one of these companies to have graded, and we've sold a ton of sealed records that I'm like, man, I wish I would have saved them to have graded, but now they're all gone. Y'all have bought them all. So John Coltrane, Blue Train. This is $27.99. John Coltrane, Blue Train. That is $27.99 for John Coltrane. And Funkadelic is sealed, $49.99. This is a remaster with some bonus tracks. That is sealed, $49.99. So John Coltrane, that is a import remaster, of course. That's a remaster of that. Charles Vernaro wants that. Heather Feather was second. And David Bowie Tonight is $24.99. David Bowie Tonight is $24.99. David Bowie Tonight, that's an original copy. All right, make sure I didn't miss anything before. No one got this Miles Davis. No one got Bitches Brew. Okay, Charles got John Coltrane. Heather Feather was second. Scott Vanack is at 175 on the sealed Pink Floyd. So Scott's at 175 on the sealed Pink Floyd. And we have Anthony Gray put FU something, but he meant funk. So let's sell Funkadelic to Anthony Gray. The Bitches Brew, David Schroeder, that is a new remaster, $32.99. $32.99 on that. And we have Cyndi Lauper. She's So Unusual. Cyndi Lauper's $24.99. So, final call on the Porcupine Tree box set. Porcupine Tree, The Delirium Years, 91 to 93, 9 LP box set. That is a final call for $255 as a starting bid. If you're interested in that, now's the time, because those are not cheap online. That's probably one of the best prices you can get on that right now. Back up to the top, Anthony Gray says, let's see, hold on a second. David Schroeder said thanks. Or no, David Schroeder said take, and he asked the price on Bitches Brew. So actually, David gets this Miles Davis, and Anthony Gray, you were second on that. You were second on that. Next is Benny Mardones, Never Run, Never Hide, $14.99. Eric Martin, I'm Only Fooling Myself, $14.99. And REO Speedwagon, Life as We Know It, $19.99. So we got some final calls going. The sealed Pink Floyd, which is IGS graded, 6 on the jacket, and the seal's 8.5. That's at $175. That's a final call. Pamela Yeager wants the David Bowie. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. And Craig Proper wants the EM, which is the Eric Martin. That's sold to Craig Proper. This is graded by a company known as IGS. I think right now there's at least 4 companies grading these sealed records. There's at least 4 companies doing it right now. I'm seeing a lot of IGS, and there's another one called Tuned In. So, and there's a third one too that's really popular right now. So there's 3 kind of all competing to be the standard right now, but I'm seeing a lot of people using IGS. The Police Synchronicity, this is $29.99. The Police Synchronicity, and I saw this earlier, and all of a sudden, Every Breath You Take got stuck in my head. So Every Breath You Take, that is $29.99. Brian Strope wants the Benny Mardones. That is sold to Brian Strope, and that is sold. We're going to do a quick recap. It is time to sell the Porcupine Tree. $255. Great deal on that. I'm pretty sure this one or the other one, the cheapest on Discogs is $370. 9 LPs of Porcupine Tree music, and I'm pretty sure these albums are not being reissued individually. So I think they're only unique to these boxes, and that's why they're kind of pricey right now. $255 on Porcupine Tree, 91 to 93. That is sold. Or that's a buy it now. We have a new bid on Pink Floyd. Stephen Martinelli is in at 180. So Scott Vanek, you're out on the Pink Floyd, the sealed Pink Floyd. Stephen Martinelli has that for 180. And let's put up a new vintage bootleg. We got a lot of... I had so much stuff in the hot picture between graded comics, graded records, magazines, bootlegs, and other stuff I posted. Really, the focus for tonight's auction are vintage bootlegs and, of course, more autographs. But we have a ton of just random vintage bootlegs, not focused on one certain artist. We've got Neil Young, Boz Scaggs, Warren Zevon, Nils Lofgren, Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and then we have a lot of other random stuff. So a lot of different stuff tonight. This first bootleg is Neil Young and Crazy Horse, Touch the Night. That's live in Santa Cruz, 1984. That is live at the Catalyst Club in Santa Cruz on June 2nd, 1984, except for 3 tracks that were recorded on The Late Show in 84, and it is on maroon-colored vinyl. This is a vintage Neil Young bootleg on maroon-colored vinyl. It's very clean. It's very nice. 2 LP. That is a $55 start. $55 start on Neil Young, Touch the Night, Santa Cruz. Scott Vanek, let me know if you want back in on the Pink Floyd. Stephen Martinelli has that for 180. This is, when they graded this, they didn't give it a year. And I was curious how these companies were going to start doing this. Because sometimes you can't verify what year an album is unless you open it. But I don't know if it's 79 or the represses they did as soon as the early 80s. I don't know if they included the sticker with the true 79 presses. So I really don't know. They actually don't give a year here. They just give the catalog number, and there's no way to confirm the year from that catalog number. So a lot of these sealed records, sometimes you can't really confirm unless you open it. So this is permanently sealed, and now it's encapsulated. So it's either going to be a 79 or it's not going to be any later than 82, because they did make a note. There's no UPC. But I don't think there is a way you can confirm what year this is unless you open it, which is now probably will never happen unless you literally crack it out of this case and then open it up. So it's either a 79, somewhere between a 79 and an 82, Scott. That's my best guess. But I was curious when I found out they was going to start doing this to records. I was like, well, there's some you can't really confirm the year unless you open it. So Back to the bin. Quick recap. This is our first crate of vintage. There's some great stuff in here. One more time. This is Billy Joe and Innocent Man. $14.99 on Billy Joe and Innocent Man. The Zombies, The Best and the Rest. Surprised no one bought that. The Zombies is $24.99. Sly and the Family Stone. Surprised no one bought this. I bet they may sell now. That's a 2 LP anthology. It's a greatest hits. Like this side, Dance to the Music, Sing a Simple Song, Everyday People, $34.99 for Sly and the Family Stone. Rare Earth Ecology, $19.99. Joe Walsh Barnstorm, $17.99. And Billy Joel's Greatest Hits Volume 1 and Volume 2, $64.99. You can buy it now, or at some point I'll put it up for auction, and it will bring at least that, or sometimes a lot more. So $64.99 for Billy Joel. Hall & Oates Private Eyes, a super nice copy, $24.99. Fleetwood Mac, Bare Trees, $21.99 on Fleetwood Mac. Dan Fogelberg was $9.99. Neil Sedaka was $9.99. And the Holly Williams, The Highway, that's an original 2013 U.S. pressing, very scarce, and that is Hank Williams Jr.'s daughter, $89.99. All right, let's sell the sealed Pink Floyd. Stephen, you're getting a really cool item there. I hope I can get some more of these in. I may have some stuff sent off myself. Really cool item there. So that is $180, and that's sold. And now the Neil Young bootleg is a final call. That's Neil Young live at the Catalyst Club. That's a $55 start. Final call before I make that a buy it now. Cyndi Lauper, True Colors. That was $19.99. John Barleycorn Must Die. That was a 71 UK pressing, $24.99. We still have the Rainbows by Bossanan. I'm not sure how to say that. The Kings of Leon was still available for $22.99. Also, Nils Lofgren, Melissa Manchester, and OG Cyndi Lauper, REO Speedwagon, and the classic Police album, Synchronicity. That's what's left in that first bin. I've got a crate of stuff I marked not too long ago. It's a lot of new reissues, but they're near mint, used copies, and they are very affordable. So I'm going to go through that next, and we're going to do a lot of stuff tonight. Buy it now, best offer, and I have like 4 crates already set aside of $6.99 vintage stuff, and y'all are going to like those. So my goal between now and the end of the year, we've kind of sold off a lot of our new vinyl. We're about to start doing the same thing with our vintage stuff. We're going to have so much vintage stuff, it's going to be a lot of it. So I also have Christmas albums, and based on what I saw the other night, there's a lot of people looking for Christmas albums right now. So I'm going to go through those sooner than later, and then I'm going to go through a lot of the vintage stuff we have on sale. Also go through some new vinyl stuff too. So Cyndi Lauper, a Original True Life. Yes, those are not reissues. Those are OG pressings. Label of John Barleycorn. Give me 1 second. First, let me go ahead and make Neil Young a buy it now. Neil Young is a buy it now for $55. Vintage bootleg, 1984. Vintage bootleg, 1984. And that's a $55 buy it now. And it is on maroon. It is on maroon colored vinyl here. Let me show you that. Maroon colored vinyl there. Very cool. $55 buy it now. Neil Young, if he was here, if he was watching right now, he'd probably come find me and take this. He would just take it from me because he don't like bootlegs. So that is a $55 start. Or a $55 buy it now, actually. Santa Cruz, Touch the Night, 1984. Back up to the comments. We had somebody wanting to see the John Barleycorn, and Jeffrey Dunlap wants the Cyndi Lauper. And that was for the album True Colors, right? And right in front of it is the Traffic. So there's Jeffrey Dunlap, Cyndi Lauper. And here's the Traffic. One more time, it's a 71 pressing. It's a 71 UK repress. So it is from UK, but it's a repress label. I think the original's on like a pink island label. It's very clean though, and it's got a nice textured gatefold cover. $24.99. Steve Winwood, classic stuff there. Freedom Rider, Empty Pages, and of course the epic John Barleycorn. Next auctions, I got stuff. It's one of these nights, I got so much stuff spread across the store. Let's try one of our graded comic books. I've got a Beatles. I'll do the more higher grade one first, and I'll do two. Actually, I'll do one comic and then I'll do a record. Don't want to have 2 comics up at once. But I'll do the Beatles first. This is a $75 start. I'll show that in 1 second. And I've got another auction here. How about a David Bowie bootleg? Wow. Haven't had any David Bowie bootlegs in a while. First, we have Marvel Comics Super Special number 4. And we got Marvel Comics Super Special issue 1 here in a second, which is the Kiss issue. But issue number 4 featured the Beatles, Marvel Comics Super Special, the Beatles. We just got this back a few months ago from CGC. I actually sent this in and had it graded. when you have something like this graded, it just makes it so, it enhances, like the plastic on it, the acrylic, it makes it so nice. But this is the Beatles story. It has a wraparound centerfold, or it has a wraparound cover, and of course it still has the centerfold, which was a pinup that was still included, and that is graded 8.5, and that's the grade from CGC. White pages too. White pages 8.5, and that's of course out of 10, and that's a $75 start. And that is the Beatles story, a Marvel Comics Super Special. Very cool. $75 start on that. CGC graded 8.5. And now the David Bowie is called The Thin White Duke. This is David Bowie live at Nassau Coliseum in New York, March 23rd, 1976. That's on 2 LPs, and it's a $65 start. And yes, we do have some Kiss comics and Kiss magazines, and we're going to get to those in just a second. So some Kiss stuff on standby. So David Bowie, 2 LP bootleg. There's LP number 1. There's LP number 2. It's in EX condition. It's very clean. And that's David Bowie, The Thin White Duke, Nassau Coliseum, New York, 1976. Vintage bootleg, $65 start. 75 on the Beatles comic, 65 on David Bowie. Let's go through this stuff here that I marked. Now, there's several Pink Floyd albums in here. So I'm going to do a local rule tonight for just this being only. If you want a Pink Floyd album, please comment the name of the album, because I think there's about 7 in here. So PF will not buy you Pink Floyd. Make sure you actually comment the name of the album. The first one is Stranger Things 4. I listened to it. It's the music from Stranger Things 4, not the score music. It's the actual soundtrack, 1999, and this is the Target exclusive with the alternate cover. Stranger Things 4, that has Journey, the Beach Boys, Talking Heads. It has Kate Bush running up that hill. That is 1999. We have Pink Floyd, The Animals, the new Animals 2018 remix, $49.99. When these were new, they were $120. This is near mint. It still has the slip with it. It has the LP. It has the 2 CDs and the Blu-ray. It has the DVD, CD, and Blu-ray. Pink Floyd is $49.99. $49.99 for Animals. Also, Delicate Sound of Thunder. Make sure you comment the name of the album. Make sure you comment the name of the album. Delicate Sound of Thunder, $34.99. These are new, $49.99. As y'all know, we've sold a few this week. 2 LP remaster of Delicate Sound of Thunder. Delicate Sound of Thunder. Back up to the top. No bids yet on our auctions. Looking for a $75 start on the Beatles. $65 on David Bowie. John Leal first on Stranger Things. Any signed Stevie Ray Vaughan. Yes, we have a signed Stevie Ray Vaughan press photo that will be auctioned later this month. It's a fully signed Stevie Ray Vaughan Double Trouble photo. It will be auctioned later this month. Rob Shindell, you were second on Stranger Things. Anthony Gray, first on Pink Floyd Animals. That's sold to Anthony Gray. Fred Carnell, you were third on Stranger Things. And Sean Holford gets Delicate Sound of Thunder. That's sold to Sean Holford. Renee, you were second. Gary Samuels, you were fourth on Stranger Things. And Brian, you were second on Animals. Keep in mind, if it's a Pink Floyd album, please comment the name of the album, such as Dance Songs, a collection of great dance songs, Pink Floyd, $24.99, 180-gram remaster. It has the original inner sleeve. Pink Floyd, a collection of great dance songs, which is a compilation. Frank Zappa, this is a new 180-gram from 2016. Lumpy Gravy, 180-gram, $19.99. $19.99 for Frank Zappa Lumpy Gravy. That is a 2016. And we have... this is Godspeed You, Black Emperor, lift your skinny fist like antennas to the heavens, and that is $19.99. $19.99. Kiss comic is coming up. Don't worry. It's going to be a war for it, but it's about to be put up. Sean Holford first on Dance Songs. That's sold to Sean Holford. Darren Wortman was second. Brian C. first on Frank Zappa. Brian Aligo was second, and Kelly Gavney wants Godspeed You, Black Emperor. That is sold to Kelly Gavney. Gary Samuels, you were third on Zappa. All right, I'm going to make the Beatles comic a buy it now. $75 buy it now on the Beatles comic. If no one buys this tonight, I might keep it because I had 4 of these, and now I'm down to 2. So that one's 8.5, CGC graded, $75 buy it now. And the David Bowie is a $65 buy it now, Thin White Duke. That's surprising. When I first saw this, I was like, well, this will bring over 100. And it's a buy it now for $65. David Bowie, the Thin White Duke, $65 buy it now on that. Very nice. David Bowie. All right, so Gary Samuels, that was the last comment. You were next on Zappa. And Pamela gets the David Bowie for $65, and Pete Weisgarber gets the Beatles for $75. That is sold and sold. And let me grab whatever else I have next over here. I really hadn't... Well, okay, let's go ahead and do one of the KISS. I also have some really cool KISS magazines that have the posters with them. I've had those stockpiled in the back for a while, but let me put up this and let me grab one of our next auctions. It may be another David Bowie. We may do comic and Bowie again. How about we do comic and Fleetwood Mac? Fleetwood Mac, the Rock Hoppers, Live 76. That is the classic lineup. That is King Biscuit Flower Hour, broadcast from Capitol Theater, New Jersey. We do have some vintage Fleetwood Mac bootlegs tonight. This is New Jersey, October 17th, 1975. Fleetwood Mac, the Rock Hoppers, Live, 1976. And that is from the King Biscuit Flower Hour, Fleetwood Mac. This is in EX condition, and this is a $55 start. Vintage Fleetwood Mac bootleg. And that is on the Z Anonym Platter Splier. That's one of the more respectable bootleg labels as far as quality. That's a $55 start. Now, let me take a look at the KISS. This actually came from that KISS collection we got up in New York. Me and Paul both agreed we were going to have them both graded like we did the other two. But I was like, you know what? Let's go ahead and run them tonight. We'll leave it in the hands of the next person to have it graded. So this is Marvel Comics Super Special issue number 1. Yes, this is the comic where they put their blood into the cover. Or their blood into the ink. And first thing you need to know is the cover is detached. It's almost attached. It's barely hanging on, so it does have a detached cover. But if you noticed, when you put it in a board and bag, it still presents pretty well. But, you know, it does have a detached cover. Off-white pages. Overall, it's in pretty nice condition. Still has that centerfold. As far as being able to look at and read it, it's still A-okay. So, very cool. I actually had a really beat-up copy one time that I read. Sometimes when I get these really cool comics, I'm like, man, I got to at least read these because, you know, I don't know what's going on. I got to find out what happens. We'll start this for $75. KISS Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1, $75 start on KISS. There it is. There is our next auction. Okay, Fleetwood Mac has 2 bids. Michael Nath was in first. Bill Samus, you were second. Okay, back up to this crate. We've sold everything so far. Next is the Beatles, 62 to 66. This is the 2014 remaster. This is the 2014 remaster, $34.99. That is a 2 LP, 180 gram. Also, Yes, Fragile. This is a 2016 remaster. It looked beautiful too, as far as the condition. I don't know if I've ever listened to the 2016 one, but that is $19.99. $19.99. And U2, The Joshua Tree, $29.99. U2, The Joshua Tree. That's a new 2 LP remaster, $29.99. Did somebody rob my collection? The Beatles, Yes, and U2. And Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream, $39.99. That's a nice 2 LP near mint copy, $39.99. I'm going to go kill this air conditioner unless Seth or Tanner can do it. It is very hot in here. KISS is at 75 of Jimmy LaCroix. New bid on Fleetwood Mac for 60. Mike Bolton wants Yes, Fragile. James Ludwig gets U2, The Joshua Tree. And Michael McCullen gets Smashing Pumpkins. That is sold to Michael McCullen. And Meaty Beaty, Big and Bouncy. I've never seen a new copy of this. This is a 180 gram mono reissue. It is in mono too. From Track Records, it looks just like an original UK, but it's a 180 gram reissue. That's $24.99. And I've never seen a reissue of this. Yes, Tormato. It's a 180 gram Friday music pressing. It's from Friday Music. Yes, Tormato, $24.99. $24.99 on Yes, Tormato. And I've never seen a reissue of this before. The Who, Quadrophenia. 2 LP with the booklet, just $24.99. The Who, Quadrophenia, $24.99. Let's do a final call on the KISS comic. Jimmy LaCroix has that for $75. The Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1. That's a final call for $75 to Jimmy LaCroix. And the Fleetwood Mac is now a final call. Bill Samus has this for $60. Michael Nath, just let me know if you want back in. We pulled Yes, we pulled U2, we pulled Pumpkins. And now Jeff Malwitz was first to Quadrophenia. James Ludwig, you were second on The Who, but did you want Quadrophenia or did you want Meaty Beaty, Big and Bouncy? Because it's still available. Pink Floyd, make sure you comment Saucer Full of Secrets, $24.99. Make sure you comment Saucer Full of Secrets. Pink Floyd, Saucer Full of Secrets, $24.99. Because I also have another Pink Floyd, The Later Years. Make sure you comment The Later Years. This is a pretty cool compilation, $29.99. Pink Floyd, The Later Years, $29.99 on that. So Saucer, Later Years, And we have Pete Townsend, the Quadrophenia Demos, Volume 1 and Volume 2. I'm selling these together, actually. I thought that would make it a little bit easier so they wouldn't get separated. Demos Volume 1 and Demos Volume 2. Two 10-inch releases, and they're numbered. They're numbered on the back, and that is $34.99 for both of them. Demos Volume 1 and Volume 2 from Pete Townsend, and that's the Quadrophenia Demos from the Who album. That is $34.99. So James Ludwig did want Quadrophenia, so he was second. New bid on Fleetwood Mac at 70. New bid on Kiss at 78. Mel Moss wants Lighter, and I think he meant, what was Lighter? Did you mean later? I bet he meant later. Mel Moss gets Pink Floyd, The Later Years. Michael Nass out on Pink Floyd. Brad Hamilton's at 80 on Kiss, so we got 3 new bidders on the Kiss comic. Clubstone wants the Pete Townsend, and Brian Arrigo was second. New bid on Kiss. We got 4 new bidders now on Kiss. Let me show it again. This is Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 1. The cover is lightly detached. Volume 1, issue 1, 1977. This is the original, of course. Very cool colors. I've bought and sold thousands of comics, but for some reason, the colors in this just are really incredible. I don't know what it is, but of course there's Doctor Doom. Just amazing colors in this Kiss comic. It's off-white pages, really makes it stand out. The only flaw is the cover is pretty much almost attached. It's barely hanging on, so I'm not going to try to handle it too much more. We need to put it in there. But yes, the centerfold poster is attached. Their centerfold is nice. It's nicely attached. So fortunately, no kid or teenager ripped that out. So it was the 70s. What a time to be alive. $1.50. That was on the newsstands at one point for $1.50. Near mint copies, like if you can get a 9.6 or a 9.8, they sell for well over $1,000. I'm sure y'all know that if you're a serious Kiss collector, but near mint, 9.6, 9.8, you're talking probably over $2,000. I'd say for a 9.8, that's impossible. That's like incredibly rare, a 9.8. But I'd say a 9.6 or even a 9.4 is well over $1,000. So comics are just like anything else. You can get a poor copy for $50, $100. You can get a near mint one for $3,000. It's just depending on how nice of one you want. Back up to the top, we had an out on Fleetwood Mac. So Bill Samus was at $70 on the vintage Fleetwood Mac. The Rock Hoppers Live. That's a vintage Fleetwood Mac King Biscuit. Bill Samus has that for $70. It's a final call. The Pete Townsend went to Clubstone. Brian Arrigo was second. Yaski was third. Kiss was at 80. Then Kiss was at 90. Kiss is at 95. Kiss at 97. Kiss at 100. And Kiss at 100. Continuing, we have a Phoebe Bridges. This is $19.99. Actually, our distributor sent this to us, I think by accident or maybe as a promo record. So I've got it marked well below retail. Phoebe Bridges or Bridgers? Phoebe Bridgers, that is $19.99. And we have Pink Floyd Relics, $24.99. Pink Floyd Relics. Make sure you comment Relics if this is the one you want. Pink Floyd Relics, $24.99. I'm glad I got all those marked because y'all have just about wiped them out. That was my sticky note, to be priced. I've had it behind the counter for about a month. Now it's gone. Also, for those Kiss fans that's watching, just so you don't get off after the magazines and comics are sold. Paul, I forgot about these in the back. Paul just walked up here. Look what I found. I forgot about all these. Last time I tried to sell them, I tried to sell them all at once. Tonight, we'll sell them individually. Look at all these Kiss cassettes. Everything from Psycho Circus to their self-titled first album. I think it's in here. Is self-titled in here? I thought I saw it in. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I think they're all in there. So, Kiss cassettes. Last time I had that was about, I'd say 3 or 4 months ago. I tried to sell them all, and everybody's like, please break them up. Please break them up. So we're going to tonight. All right, so here's what's left in this bin. This bin contains the following. The 2014 remaster of 62 to 66. This is actually, up until this newest remix, these remasters of the blue and red albums were pretty desirable. And new, they're about $60. So that's $34.99. $34.99 on 62 to 66. Meaty Beaty Big and Bouncy still available. That's in mono. $24.99, 180 gram remaster. Great track listing too. I Can't Explain, I Can See for Miles, Pictures of Lily, My Generation, and The Seeker all on side one. That's pretty incredible. The Who is still available. Let's go ahead and sell this to Bill Samus Tanner. That is sold to Bill Samus for $70. He gets the Fleetwood Mac for $70. Tanner's back. He's back from Jamaica, and Seth is here. It's just like old times. Just like old times. Jake is probably glad Saturday night after the sale, of course, we sold a lot Saturday night. If y'all know, we went till after midnight selling Christmas albums. And after the sale, Jake went, whew, he took a deep breath. He's like, we have sold a lot of stuff this week. And I was like, it is true. Far as quantity, we definitely had a record-setting week this past week. Far as gross sales, we almost beat our all-time record. It was pretty close. So basically last week, thanks to y'all, we had a pretty much all-time sales record here. And thanks to Paul and John and Seth and Tanner and Jake and Doug and Ed and my mom. And I guess I don't give myself any credit, so I don't take any credit. No, I had nothing to do with it, no. Okay, Paul just brought up another crate. Thank you, Paul. He's walking out the door. He brought another crate up, so we got some new stuff. Jefferson Airplane, Up Against the Wall, Mother F. Wow. Jefferson Airplane. This is a vintage bootleg. This is from 2 PBS specials, April 2nd, 1970, at Wally Heider Studio in San Francisco, and February 4th, 1970, at the Family Dog at the Great Highway in San Francisco. So, wow, a vintage Jefferson Airplane, Up Against the Wall, Mother, and you probably could figure out the rest, but they didn't get to paint it. Somebody got arrested for graffiti. So, vintage Jefferson Airplane bootleg, $45 start. $45 start, and that is a vintage Jefferson Airplane bootleg. Very cool. Jefferson Airplane, Up Against the Wall, Mother F. That is a $45 start. Back up to the top. Let's do a final call on the Kiss. Brett Hamilton was in first at 100. Chris Frazier, you're out. So is Andre. So is Larry Underhill. So is whoever else was bidding. Y'all are all out. Brett Hamilton has it for an even $100, and that's a final call. Do we have any signed Warren Zevon? I've got 5 signed Warren Zevon albums. We've already shown them all, though. None of them sold. And I have a test pressing, a rare test pressing of Excitable Boy we're going to run tonight. Yes, Tormato. That was $24.99. That was the Friday Music Remaster. Pink Floyd, Saucer Full of Secrets, $24.99. Phoebe Bridgers was $19.99. That's new and sealed. And Pink Floyd Relics. I listened to this. Man, it's more the early psychedelia Pink Floyd. Arnold Lane, Seemingly Play, Careful That Axe Eugene, the Nile song. That's unlike any Pink Floyd song you've listened to. $24.99. So, all right, final call on those. I'm grabbing a new crate. That was a second time I went through those, so time for a new crate. Let's go through the crate that Paul literally just brought up here. Paul literally just brought up a crate. Of course, he works on all of our auctions for us, so pretty much the last 2 nights he's been working on all of our auctions and whatnot. So, as y'all know, he's always going to have some good stuff, as does John. They try to mark the best stuff they can every night. So, we have Gilbert wants the Yes for Yes Tomato. I'm assuming that is a claim. Gilbert wants Yes, and Nikki Cox wants the Beatles. So not much left in that bin. 2 Pink Floyd records, which is something I normally don't say, and a Who. So 2 Pink Floyds and a Who, the only thing left in that besides that Phoebe Bridgers album. So both of the Pink Floyds are new 180-gram remasters. Final call on Kiss. No one has set out. Brett Hamilton has it for 100. That's a final call, and no one's bid on Jefferson Airplane looking for a $45 start. Gilbert gets Yes. We have Nikki Cox on the Beatles, and we have the Who is $24.99. Let's go through this crate that Paul just marked. I'm about to end some auctions. First is Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Good Music, a 1986 original U.S. pressing, $39.99. I've also got 3 Joan Jett signed albums that no one bought. Of course, they're personalized. $39.99 on Joan Jett, Good Music. Tom Petty, wow, and Shrink Wrap, a 79 U.S. pressing and Shrink Wrap, $49.99 with the original inner sleeve. That is a very nice looking Tom Petty record. Let me put the jacket out of the back here, and wow, that is very, very nice. 79 U.S. pressing, Tom Petty, Damn the Torpedoes, and Billy Joel, Street Life Serenade, $14.99 for Billy Joel, Street Life Serenade. Okay, next is how much for signed Warren Zevon. You'll have to give me a second to find one and show it to you. Next is the Who price. James Ludwig said sold on the Who. So the only thing left in the last 2 bins, or the last bin, was the 2 Pink Floyd records and the Phoebe Bridgers. And those are still available. That is sold to James Ludwig, the Who. Fred Carnell gets Joan Jett. Michelle Miller gets Tom Petty. Michelle Miller gets Billy Joel. We're 3 for 3 in here. And now the Kiss comic is sold. Brett Hamilton gets that for $100 even. We have another one to run. Not that issue, but we have another one to run, and Jefferson Airplane is a buy it now for $45. If anybody wants Jefferson Airplane, live vintage bootleg, 1970, San Francisco, up against the wall. That's a buy it now, and Cynthia Hurgeon wants it. Michelle Miller's going to pass on the Tom Petty. That is still in the stack. I'll let Tanner take care of that. And this is sold to Cynthia for $45. Let me grab a couple new options. Let me show the next graded comic I have, which is David Bowie's Labyrinth. And I've got we'll grab another bootleg. So here's one of the next graded comic books I have. This is Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 40. Where's our David Bowie fans? I wonder if Holly Safe is watching. She said the other night she was a major David Bowie collector. This is Marvel Super Special issue number 40 from October 1986. And this is the Labyrinth movie adaptation by Sid Jacobson. David Bowie and Jennifer Connelly photo on the back cover. Very, very cool. CGC graded, 7.0, white pages, and that is an $85 start. That is an $85 start. $85 start on that. So Joan Jett's already sold. That was the Fred Carnell. And Tom Petty is still available in that bin. We have Michael Jackson Bad, $29.99 for Michael Jackson Bad. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, that's $16.99. And Donnie Iris, King Cool, $17.99. Very cool, graded David Bowie comics there. That is graded, 7.0 white pages. Looks like it already has a couple bids. And let's do another bootleg from somebody that I don't think I have shown too many times. I haven't had too many of this artist on Vintage Bootleg. Steely Dan, Rotoscope Down. This is live at the LA Record Plant, March 20th, 74. Early Steely Dan. That's within their first couple years of forming. $75 start, 1975. $75 start, David Bowie. Extremely nice vinyl. No condition notes. It's still in shrink wrap. And that's Steely Dan Rotoscope Down. A peek behind the curtain. The 73 American tour. It was actually live in 74. Vintage Steely Dan. That's the first time I think we've had a Steely Dan bootleg from Dale's collection. Very, very cool. So, excuse me. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything else. I showed Michael Jackson, Bad, Mick Jagger, and Donnie Iris. So back up to the top. David Bowie's at 85, 85. Also 86, 75, and now 90 on the David Bowie comic, 75 on Steely Dan. Center, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. Wow, don't recall ever having that one. $49.99, $49.99. That's a 2016 Record Store Day clear vinyl. Joan Jett, Center, Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, $49.99. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile, $29.99 for Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile. $29.99 for Billy Idol. And Meet the Raisins, the historic soundtrack by the California Raisins, $19.99. That was actually one of the first things I ever sold on eBay. I sold my mom's California Raisin collection. She gave me permission though. I didn't steal it from her, but that was one of the first things I sold on eBay way back there in the day. That and some comic books. So the first thing I ever sold on eBay was a Rifleman comic book. You never forget your first eBay sale. Okay, Ed Nelson was at 75 on Steely Dan. The David Bowie comic is at 100, 125, and now back to the bin. Fred Carnell wants JJ. JJ is for Joan Jett. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Labyrinth is at 125. John Lill was second on Joan Jett. Bob Riger was third. Steely Dan's at 77, and Stacy Metternich wants the California Raisins. That's sold to Stacy Metternich. Next is The Who, Sellout. That is sealed, $29.99. A 2021 Deluxe Remastered, $29.99 on The Who, Sellout. Not a bad price on that. It's a Deluxe Remaster. That was probably new around $50. Let me check on the Phoebe Bridgers for you. It don't have a hype sticker. It just has a standard barcode, so I may have Tanner scan it right quick. We'll see what Discogs says. Naomi, right now I'm guessing black vinyl because there's no hype sticker and there's no barcode over the barcode. But Tanner, if you could confirm the color of that in just a second. Naomi, I'll let you know as soon as Tanner confirms it. Tom Petty's going back in the bin. Near mint copy and shrink wrap. OG 79, $49.99. $49.99. Also, Slade, keep your hands off my power supply. Slade is $24.99. And Simple Minds, this one is called Street Fighter. Simple Minds, Street Fighting Years, my bad, Street Fighting Years. Simple Minds, Gold stamp promo, $19.99. So Stacy got the California Raisins. Jason Fornerad is at $130 on the David Bowie comic. That is the Marvel Super Special issue number 40. CGC graded 7.0 white pages. Jason Fornerad has it for $130. Yeah, you can't tell unless we open it. Yeah, you can't. There's no way to confirm it unless you open it, Naomi. So, I don't know. I may open it, and if it's colored vinyl, I'll sell it to you. Or if it's not, then I'll just leave it open, and maybe somebody will want it on black vinyl. But let me know if you for sure want it. If it's colored vinyl, I'll open it up, because I think our distributor sent it to us anyway as a promo. So I don't really have any cost in it. Back up to the top, David Bowie's at $130, and then Jason Short won't sell out. That was the Who sellout. That's sold to Jason Short. And then Arm Lazelle gets the Tom Petty. Fred Carnell was second. Renee put AM, but she meant SM for Simple Minds, so Renee gets Simple Minds. Heather Feather was second. Greg Rogers was third. The David Bowie is at $150. Fred Carnell was fifth on Simple Minds. Holly's also at $150 on the David Bowie, and now $152. Also, we have Alias, limited edition album. Alias is a 1990 Canadian import, $19.99. Alias, $19.99. And the Bangles all over the place. Don't see that one as often. In shrink wrap, $24.99 for the Bangles. That's a near mint copy in shrink wrap. And wow, the B-52s. This is a 2018 Record Store Day colored vinyl. I've had this before. I think it's on some really, it's on a really cool splatter. $49.99, limited edition of 4,500. Of course, that has their hit song Love Shack on it. So B-52s and Bangles back to back. B-52s and Bangles back to back. One thing I have forgot about over here is the very cool Steely Dan bootleg. I think we only had one or two bids. Yeah, Pamela was at 77 on the Steely Dan vintage bootleg. If you missed this earlier, this is a rare Steely Dan bootleg from 1974. 1974, March 20th in Los Angeles at the record plant. And it's near mint, actually, in shrink wrap. Pamela was at 77. The other bidder was Ed Nelson. I don't know if Ed has bid again or said out, but Pamela has it for 77. Ed Nelson, if you're still in, let me know. I don't see another comment from Ed, but there is a claim for the Bangles to John Leal. John Leal wants the Bangles. Pamela Yeager was second. Jason Fornerat gets the B-52s. Lambert is at 195. Holly was second on the B-52s. Pamela was third. Wade, did I hear Alias? You did. This is Alias. It says limited edition album. It's a 1990 Canadian pressing, near mint and shrink wrap. Alias is 1999. Holly Safe was third on the Bangles. Ed's backing on Steely Dan at 80, and Wade Lucas wants Alias. Let's do a final call on the David Bowie comic. Cynthia Herdren has it for $195. Marvel Super Special, issue number 40, October 1986. CGC graded 7.0, white pages. The high bid on that is $195. Pamela's back in on Steely Dan at 82. Continuing, Bad Company. Wow, don't get that one too often. Dangerous Age, a 1988 original, $29.99. Bad Company, Dangerous Age, $29.99 for Badco, a 1988 original. The Bee Gees' Greatest Hits, $24.99. This has all their classic disco stuff on it, like Jive Talkin' and Saturday Night Fever and More Than a Woman. I was trying to find another one. Pamela Yeager on Bad Company. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. And Whitney Houston, $24.99. I Just Want to Dance with Somebody. An original with the original inner sleeve. Whitney Houston, self-titled. Her first three albums, I think, were all self-titled. Whitney Houston, and I think another one called Whitney Houston, maybe. $24.99. Pamela Yeager, first on Bad Company. We have Greg Rogers second. Holly Safe gets Whitney Houston. And Journey, an original pressing of Escape. Embossed cover, original, $29.99 for Escape. This looks very clean. It has the original inner sleeve with it too. Journey Escape is $29.99. And, Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. EX condition, $22.99. Bruce Springsteen, Born in the USA. $22.99. Holly wants the Whitney Houston. We've already pulled it. And Holly also wants Journey Escape. Okay. Cynthia, let me know if you want back in on the David Bowie. Holly has that for $200. That's a final call. And Ed Nelson, let me know if you want back in on Steely Dan. Pamela's at 82. 82 on Steely Dan. $200 on David Bowie comic. That's where we're at. Boston is VG Plus $24.99. This is Boston's debut album on the original label. That's in VG Plus condition, $24.99. And Asia Astra, that's in shrink wrap EX condition, $17.99. Asia Astra, EX condition, $17.99. Steve Howe, that's the guitarist from Yes. It's in shrink wrap with a hop sticker, which is a track listing sticker on the back. EX condition, $17.99. Steve Howe Beginnings, the guitarist from Yes. All right, Ed Nelson, just let me know on Steely Dan, and I'm about to sell David Bowie. Janet Jackson's Rhythm Nation 1814, an original 1989 U.S. pressing in EX condition, $36.99. Has the original in her sleeve. Janet Jackson is $36.99. Parliament, wow. Parliament is a 1979 PRC pressing, VG $21.99. That's called Gloria Halia Stupid. Pin the tail on the funky. That is in VG condition, $21.99. So Journey, last claim. We've already pulled Journey. Holly Safe gets JJ. That was for Janet Jackson. Daniel Boozide in second. Calvin Ward first on Parliament. Chris Bijak second. Greg Rogers third. Ed's out on Steely Dan. This is sold to Pamela Yeager for $82. That's sold to Pamela for $82. And the David Bowie comic is sold for $200 to Holly Safe. Those are all sold. All right. Now, this one is actually, this Kiss comic, let's do the next Kiss comic next. The next Kiss comic next. This one's definitely worthy of having graded. And actually, I don't think I've had this one before. Also, I think it's more difficult to get than the first issue. It's much more scarce for sure. So let's take a look at it. It's going to be a $125 start. This is Kiss Marvel Comics Super Special. And this one's definitely worthy of having graded. Look how nice. This one is nice. This is very nice. Got the ad on the back for the solo albums. $125 start on this. Nice corners. It has one little ding up there, but not just a few color breaks on the spine. One of the things you look in grading comics is right here on the spine, all the color breaks, and there's only just a few kind of dotted up and down the spine. $125 start on this, and this is Marvel Comics Super Special Kiss, and this is issue number 5, which was the second Kiss comic. $125 start. It has white pages. It has the poster in the centerfold. It has the poster in the centerfold still. And once again, look how nice the inking is. White pages. This is extremely nice. This is a very nice issue. Very cool artwork on these. $125 start. That's up for bid. All right, now let me grab another vintage bootleg. There's Kiss. That's really cool. Still has the poster in the centerfold. That is really cool. Let's do a next bootleg. I'm looking. Todd Rundgren. Okay. Looking at us. This is Todd Rundgren, live with Utopia. The date and location is unknown. It's in EX condition, and it's a $25 start. Todd Rundgren, looking at us, EX condition, $25 start. This is a vintage Todd Rundgren, so it's live with Utopia. The date and location's unknown. It has a date and location there, but you never know about these bootlegs for sure. Discogs evidently didn't have the most accurate information, so that's a $25 start for the live Todd Rundgren bootleg, now up for auction. Continuing with this crate of new vintage arrivals, Kiss is at $125, Kiss is at $30, Kiss is at $140. Yes, Fragile, VG Plus condition, $14.99 on Yes, Fragile. That is a 4-digit 1975 pressing of Fragile. VG Plus. Joe Walsh, So What? Joe Walsh, So What? VG Plus as well. $14.99 on Walsh, Joe Walsh. Bill Samus is at $25 on the Todd Rundgren, and Chris Frazier's at $140 on Kiss, and we have 3 bidders. John Lennon, Plastic Ono Band. An original 1970 UK pressing with the original inner sleeve. VG Plus condition, $54.99. So the original inner sleeve, the original first pressing, and that is VG Plus condition, $54.99. Plastic Ono Band, John Lennon. Radiohead, Amnesiac. Radiohead is the 45 RPM. So this is a 2LP, 45 RPM, EX condition, $24.99. EX condition, $24.99. Did I miss a comment from Naomi? If you open Phoebe Bridgers' colored vinyl, I'll take it. All right, well, I'm willing to open it. So let's do a live Phoebe Bridgers unboxing. It's $19.99 if it's colored vinyl. It's $19.99 if it's black vinyl. So it's either going to be sealed It's either going to be open colored vinyl for $19.99 or it's about to be open black vinyl for $19.99. So let's use my world famous box cutter. And we're about to find out. My guess is black vinyl. It looks like black vinyl. Oh, or it's really dark something. Yeah, it's black vinyl. Womp, womp, womp. It's black vinyl. It is brand new, and it looks like it has a booklet with it. It's not brand new anymore. It's near mint minus now. $19.99. Phoebe Bridgers, if anybody wants that, $19.99. All right. Holly Safe on RH, which is Radiohead. That is sold to Holly Safe. Next is, she also wanted JL for John Lennon. Those are both sold to Holly. Next is Donnie Iris, Fortune 410, EX condition, $14.99. Donnie Iris, Fortune 410. That is an EX condition, $14.99. We got some final calls. I need some, please say out or bid again if you want in on KISS. Travis and whoever else bid first, Larry. Final call. Chris Frazier has it for $140. Everyone else is out. And Todd Rundgren is a final call for $25 to Bill Samus. Terry Westwood gets the Donnie Iris. That is sold to Terry Westwood. Next is Creedence Clearwater Revival at the Royal Albert Hall concert. That is VG Plus condition, $24.99. Creedence at the Royal Albert Hall concert. That is in VG Plus, $24.99. Ry Cooder live at WMMS, 1972 Cleveland. A 2015 unofficial Ry Cooder EX condition, $17.99. Ry Cooder EX, $17.99. And Journey Capture. Journey's an EX condition, $27.99 for Journey Capture. 2LP live Journey EX condition, $27.99. Out and out on KISS. That's what I wanted to see. This is now sold. $140 to Chris Frazier, the second KISS comic. That is sold. We need to get that in a boarding bag. And let's sell Todd Rundgren to Bill Samus for $25. Back up to the top. Daniel Buzide first on Journey. Holly Safe, you were second. Jeff Rice, you were third. And Julian first on Ry Cooder. That is all sold. And I missed a CCR. Holly Safe wants CCR. I missed that. Holly gets CCR. Richard Marks is VG Plus, $14.99. And Steppenwolf, their second album, it's in VG Plus condition. Original foil cover. The cover does have some seam splitting. VG Plus, $11.99. Now, I've had some people ask to run the KISS Circus magazine, so I'm going to put that up next. I also got one with Jimmy Page. I got Hit Parader with KISS on the cover. I got some vintage Elvis sheet music. I got an Elvis TV special magazine that I could not find another one like. So, of course, they printed Elvis on a bunch of different stuff. So, not uncommon to find some kind of stray Elvis album you can't find a comp on. This is an original Circus magazine from August 4th, 1977. When this was on the newsstand, it would have cost you $1. The opening page has an ad for Love Gun. Ad for Love Gun. Also an ad for 10cc. This is now up for bid. I think, let's see, there is the solicitation inserts. Was this supposed to have a poster? Hey, look, there's the ad for KISS comic number 1. And this is going to be a $15 start. $15 start. There's Eric Carmen. There's more ads for Circus Magazine. So I think it was supposed to have, was it supposed to have a centerfold with it? I can't remember. I looked these up about a month ago. Now I can't remember. But either way, it's a very cool. It also has some articles about Rush in here. I remember reading those. Wait a minute. That might be it. Nope. That's a Richie Blackmore rainbow centerfold. Okay. That has the rainbow centerfold. Maybe that was it. Maybe it's not a KISS centerfold. Maybe it's Richie Blackmore's rainbow with Dio there. So that's now up for bid. Circus. No, and here's a very important part. There's no address label. Very, very important in magazine collecting. There's no address label. No address label on that one. Okay. GC Carlton put RM. That was for Richard Marks. Holly Safe was second. KISS is at 15. KISS is now at 20. Eagles, one of these nights. This is EX condition, $17.99 for Eagles, one of these nights. And Jethro Tull, Thick as a Brick. That's an EX condition, $16.99. Thick as a Brick, EX condition. Let me grab another item out of the record crate here. And Paul test played this. He's got a lot of notes on it. This is a $15 start for a very desirable Velvet Underground record. And before you bid, let me tell you why it's a $15 start. This is an original 1970 U.S. pressing. Paul says it's an odd pressing. The labels indicate a specialty press, but the matrix are Terre Haute. The vinyl has some heat damage, Side one bounces a little bit, but the rest of the record plays pretty well with noise and pops. So, of course, as y'all know, we had a really nice copy of this one night in shrink wrap we sold for almost $300 about a year and a half ago, and we don't get too many copies, and that is an original pressing of the Velvet Underground Loaded. So it's a $15 start. The top seam on the cover split, and Paul says it's a great starter or placeholder if you don't have one already, and this is a great album, Loaded. The cover's in VG minus condition. Who Loves the Sun, Sweet Jane, and Rock and Roll. 3 great songs to start off. He says only the first track bounces a little. There you go. So thank you, Paul. Glad you're watching. Kiss was at 15, 2021. Blade Singletary gets Jethro Tull. That's sold to Blade. And Circus Magazine is at 25. Deep Purple, Machine Head. This is in VG Plus condition. Deep Purple Machine Head, VG Plus condition, $19.99. Deep Purple Machine Head and Eagles, One of These Nights. Eagles, One of These Nights. EX condition, $17.99. Yes, Close to the Edge. That's also an EX condition, $17.99 for Yes, Close to the Edge. Holly Safe wants DP for Deep Purple. That's sold to Holly Safe. And Joe Walsh recorded live, EX condition, $14.99. That's called You Can't Argue with a Sick Mind. Pamela Yeager said sold on the Eagles. And we have Jeff, Eagles have already sold. Update on the Kiss Circus Magazine right quick. Brett Hamilton has that for $25. Final call on the Circus Magazine. And we're looking for a $15 start on the Velvet Underground Loaded. Paul's recommending it. Chad's recommending it. Somebody's at least got to give us a $15 start and bid. It does have some damage, but like I said, if you're holding out for a near mint, it's about 10 times as much, probably minimum. Joni Mitchell, Hijara, VG Plus, $14.99. Joni Mitchell, Hijara. And Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty. This also has the poster with it. EX condition, $14.99. Steve Martin, Comedy is Not Pretty. We also have Hugh Lewis in the News 4, VG Plus condition, $14.99. And Boz Scaggs, Middle Man, EX condition, $17.99. The Allman Brothers, this is a greatest hits. The Road Goes On Forever, a collection of their greatest recordings. EX condition, $22.99. The Allman Brothers. EX condition, $22.99. Debbie's back in on the Kiss Magazine at 26. Josie Sinkbell wants the Velvet, or she's in on the Velvet Underground at 15. Jimmy LaCroix first on the Steve Martin. GC on the Huey Lewis, and Colin Butler on the Almonds. Man, every time an Allman Brothers song comes on here on the shuffle and the store music, I'm just like, oh, it's the Allman Brothers. Let me grab some Kiss. We have a whole display case over here of Kiss merchandise that's never been shown live here on the sale. First, I'm going to start with some Kiss DVD sets, and I think these will be pretty desirable, so I'm going to set these over here. I'll start showing them individually, and hope you're all ready for this. I also have a whole case of Kiss cassettes to auction. We got a lot of merchandise to go through. James Ludwig second on the Allman Brothers. We have Tracy Chapman, VG, $44.99. If you need a copy, this album's never been reissued. It's not in print. VG copy for Tracy Chapman's Fast Car album. VG condition, $44.99. Also, Paul McCartney. Wow, I hadn't seen one of those in a while. All the Best, a 1987 2LP, EX condition, $45. That's a great compilation. $44.99. $44.99. Band on the Run, Jet, Ebony and Ivory, Listen to What the Man Said, Live and Let Die, No More Lonely Nights, Silly Love Songs, Let 'Em In, Say, 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 Live and Let Die, Another Day, C. Moon Jr.'s Farm, Uncle Albert. Coming up, Good Night Tonight with a Little Luck and My Love. Paul McCartney, $44.99. And John Cougar Mellencamp, Scarecrow, EX condition, $17.99. All right. Pamela is first on TC for Tracy Chapman. Cynthia was second. Holly Safe third. Kevin Willis fourth. Eddie Bruce first on Paul McCartney. Whoop. Eddie Bruce first on Paul McCartney. And Chris Bijak, I believe, was second on MCC McCartney. Final call on the Kiss Magazine. Where was we at? Debbie Hoskins. Debbie Hoskins has it for $26. Who was the backup bidder? Brett Hamilton. I think that was already a final call, so I'm about to sell it. And I'm also about to sell the Velvet Underground. This has some damage to it. It will play. The first track bounces a little. It does have heat damage, but great starter copy. It's only at $15. Final call. Velvet Underground. Lou Reed. Final call on that. Okay, we're about to sell those two auctions. That was another crate. Let's go through it one more time. Brett's back in on the Kiss Magazine. So like I said tonight, I've got a lot of discounted vintage to go through. We're going to be going through some $6.99 bins. Tonight's going to be some really, like $10 and less vintage stuff tonight. I've got ready for like 4 crates full of it. 5 crates of new Christmas albums and a lot of fairly recent stuff of buy it now best offer. So it's going to be a great night for vintage and discounts. Lots of new bids all of a sudden on Kiss, 28, 29, and another 29. Here's what's left in here very quickly. An original Michael Jackson Bad, no condition notes, $29.99. Mick Jagger, She's the Boss, $16.99. Donnie Iris, King Cool, $17.99. Billy Idol, Whiplash Smile, kind of surprised that's still available, $29.99 on Idol. Slade, Keep Your Hands Off My Power Supply, $24.99. The Bee Gees Greatest Hits, and like I said, that has all the classic stuff on it, $24.99, all the classic disco tracks. The classic, speaking of a classic, Born in the USA, $22.99. EX Condition, Daniel Bouzide on BI for Billy Idol. Stacy's backing on the Kiss magazine at $30. Brett's at $35. And we have Boston, their self-titled debut album, VG Plus Condition, $24.99. More Than a Feeling. Also, Astra is EX Condition, $17.99. And Steve Howe, Beginnings, EX, $19.99 in shrink wrap with the track listing sticker on the back. All right, no one else bid on the Velvet Underground, so that's over $15. Great deal on that for $15, and that is sold to Josie Sinkbell. She got that for $15. Kiss is now at $30, and Zachary said bad $20. Zachary, everything in here is sticker price, so I appreciate the offer on Michael Jackson, but right now it is sticker price at $29.99. Let me grab a new bootleg. Actually, here's the record. If Paul's still watching, he will definitely recommend it. I think it's one of his favorites. And talk about something pretty scarce. This is an original sealed Karen Dalton, In My Own Time. It's a sealed original 1971 U.S. pressing. He was almost begging me to keep this for my personal collection and open it. And I was like, I'll see what happens tonight. $185 start. Karen Dalton, In My Own Time. And before that this was reissued, this was a very pricey album. It still is, especially a sealed copy. This is a $185 start. This is an original 1971 U.S. press, and it is sealed. No punch holes, no saw marks. That is sealed Karen Dalton, In My Own Time, $185 start. Final call on Kiss for $35. We still have Yes Fragile, VG Plus $14.99. Joe Walsh, So What is VG Plus $14.99. Steppenwolf, their second album with Magic Carpet Ride, VG Plus $11.99. One of my favorite Yes albums, Close to the Edge, EX Condition $17.99. Joe Walsh Recorded Live, EX $14.99. Joni Mitchell's in VG Plus $14.99. Boz Scaggs is EX $17.99. And John Cougar, EX $17.99. I Was Born in a Small Town, EX Condition $17.99. So this is Circus Magazine, August 4th, 1977, issue 161, Paul Stanley cover. It has the Richie Blackmore pin up as the centerfold. The high bid is a final call to Brett Hamilton. No address label on the cover. Very desirable not to have it with an address label. This was actually bought at the newsstand, no address label. This is at $35 with Brett Hamilton, and that's a final call. This is Karen Dalton, D-A-L-T-O-N, In My Own Time. It's an original 71 U.S. pressing, and James Lugwood wants SW, and that was for Steppenwolf. That is sold to James Lugwood. Steppenwolf. That is sold. All right, let me set this off to the back. Now, I'm going to go ahead and I looked at this first crate of Christmas albums that John marked, and I was like, wow, this is some really good stuff. I think I'm going to go ahead and do a $6.99 crate first. That way we just can continue with some of the vintage stuff. But I think y'all are going to like these. Christmas crates, especially for those that missed out on a lot the other night. Let me step to the back, though, and grab one of these discount crates. I'll be back in 10 seconds. That was a quick trip. I've got them right around the corner. If you're familiar with our flip crates, the way I do them is I literally go to the bins, the back of the store where our bins are. I go back to where our bins are in the back, and I basically look through our bins, and I say, okay, this is price for whatever it's marked. Should it be $6.99, $9.99, $14.99, $19.99, or do we need to auction it? And most of the stuff ends up where I go ahead and say, you know what, let's sell it, let's put it in the $6.99 bin. $6.99. So everything in here is $6.99, Tanner. First, let me show Kissology Volume 3, the Ultimate Kiss Collection. This is $39.99. This is Kissology, the Ultimate Kiss Collection Volume 3, $39.99. That is a 4 DVD set, Kissology Volume 3, 92 to 2000, $39.99. That is available. Kiss Magazine, we got a new bid. Brett Hamilton, if you could let me know if you're back out. It was almost Brett's, but we have a bid for 36. Now that's a final call to Debbie. If y'all are watching and you want to bid, and if it was any of the other 5 people who have not said out, let me know because I'm about to sell it. Just trying to make sure everybody has time and they know what the bid is. And Karen Dalton is $185. That's what we're looking for on Karen Dalton. It is sealed. Everything in here is $6.99, including Randy Newman, Little Criminals. If I don't say anything about the price, then it's EX Plus and Intermittent Minus. We're about to do a bunch of $7 records minus 1 penny. Randy Newman, Little Criminals, $6.99. Jesse Colin Young, American Dreams. That's also $6.99. And Sweet Harmony by Maria Muldaur. Sweet Harmony, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Running, June Millington, EX condition, $19.99. That's pretty much a nude cover on the back. EX condition, $6.99. Mott the Hoople, Mott. That's in VG Plus condition, $6.99. And Mother Earth, Make a Joyful Noise, Mother Earth, VG Plus, $6.99. Solar Fire, Manfred Mann's Earth Band, VG Plus condition, $6.99 for Manfred Mann. And Moby Great, 20 Granite Creek, VG condition, $6.99. Ed Nelson wants JM. I believe that was for, not for Randy Newman or Jesse Collin or Maria Muldaur. I believe it was for June Millington. Is that right, Ed? If so, that is sold to Ed for $6.99. Tanner, we're now on a $6.99 bin. Pamela Yeager wants Mott the Hoople. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. Eric Gooden on Moby Grape. Moby Grape sold to Eric for $6.99. And no one else bid on the Kiss magazine. No one said out, but I've got to sell it. It's been up for a while. Debbie Hoskins gets that for $36, Tanner. That is sold to Debbie. Brent Robley's now in on the Karen Dalton at $185. That's an original, sealed 1971 U.S. pressing. It's now going to go to a new home. If you want it to go to your home and you're not Brent Robley, then you need to outbid him, and you've just got moments to do that. He's at $185. $185. Brent would probably appreciate it if you didn't outbid him, but if you want to, your time is limited. Let me run a Kiss cassette right quick. This is Kiss Cycle Circus. When I look at a cassette, I usually look at this part, make sure it still has the pad and it looks like it's in very playable condition. This one does look that way. It appears to be an original Cycle Circus cassette. That is going to be a $5 start. Kiss Cycle Circus. I'm going to run one of those right quick. $5 start on the Kiss Cycle Circus cassette. Dawn's New Ragtime Follies. That's in shrink wrap with the hype sticker. That's for $6.99. Orleans, Let There Be Music. Orleans is $6.99. Also, War, The World is a Ghetto. VG condition, $6.99 on War, The World is a Ghetto. John Kay, Forgotten Songs and Unsung Heroes. John Kay is $6.99. And let's go with the Routers. No condition note, $6.99 from Warner Brothers. Also, Harry Belafonte on the Living Stereo label from RCA. My Lord, What a Morning. Harry Belafonte, $6.99. Final call on Karen Dalton. Brent Robley has that at $185. James Love would put MFM. MFN. Manford. No. What was MFM? MFM, is that something that's still available, James? Or did I already pull something? MFN. That was Manford Man. No. There's an F in there somewhere. What was MFM, James? I'll pull that for you. But next, we have Kiss, $5, Kiss, $5, Kiss, $5, $5. Julian gets the War album, Julian Engen on the War. Kiss is at $7.6 and now $10. Creole Cooking by Bobby Hackett. Creole Cooking, $6.99. He says that was for Myes. M-Y-E-S. Myes. I still don't have that on here. Myes? Is that? Maybe I'm crazy. Also, Leon Russell, no condition notes on that, $6.99. It was for Manfred Mann. That's what I was thinking, but just wanted to confirm. So James Ludwig gets Manfred Mann, $6.99. And Colin Butler gets the Creole Cooking. Creole Cooking for Colin Butler. Kiss is now at $11, and Pamela Yeager gets Leon Russell. We're in the middle of a $6.99 bin. Fred Carnell, this is Kissology Volume 3, 4 DVD set. It's still available. I've got some others, but I'm going to show them randomly. So if you're looking for the other volumes, be ready because I have them. This is Kissology Volume 3, $39.99, 4 DVD set. Final call on that. The Kiss cassette is at $11. Two people's at $11. Debbie and Chris. Chris is second. Debbie was in first. Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Nuclear Blues, $6.99. And look, this is the orange vinyl promo. I don't know if I meant to actually slip this one in here. I was just looking at the title. I forgot it was the orange vinyl promo copy, and it's near mint. That's now just $6.99. Blood, Sweat, and Tears, Nuclear Blues. That's sold to Blade Singletary. Also, we have Dan Fogelberg Phoenix. That's $6.99 for Dan Fogelberg. And Seals and Croft, Unborn Child. That was $6.99. Seals and Croft. And Dion's Greatest Hits, $6.99. Okay, no one else bid on Karen Dalton. Really cool record being sold to Brent Robley. That's $185, Tanner. Sold to Mr. Robley. Nice pickup there. Okay, so Kiss, we had two people at 11, Debbie and then Chris. Chris was second. Then we pulled Leon Russell. We pulled Blood, Sweat, and Tears for Blade. That was just tagged. Michelle was second. Pamela was third. Let's see. Michelle second. Sean third. Pamela fourth. Brent Robley on BS10. That was probably for the Blood, Sweat, and Tears. So, Brent, you were fifth on that. Fred Carnell does want Kissology. And the Kiss cassette's now at $20. I've got all kinds of other great magazines over here. But first, let me do the last graded Kiss, or the last graded comic book of the night. The last graded comic book of the night. We've already sold one. This is my last one. I started with 4 of these. We had them in 9.4, 9.2, 8.5, and here's the last one, an 8.0. Marvel Comics Super Special, issue number 4. Also a $75 start on this one. Marvel Comics Super Special. So we've had the Kiss comic, 2 different issues. We had the David Bowie Lambert movie adaptation. Here's the Beatles story. The Beatles story from 1978. It's in 8.0 condition. It looks really nice when you take it out of the plastic from CGC. Just very nice. Look very nice on display in your music room, especially if you're a Beatles collector. $75 start on that. CGC graded 8.0. Final, or starting bid, not a final call, starting bid for $75. The Kiss cassette, Clay Moore has it for $20. Psycho Circus, final call. If you're done bidding, let me know. We'll go ahead and wrap that up. Rick Haney wants Dion for $6.99. Everything in this bin is $6.99, including Al Jarreau, Breaking Away. Al Jarreau is $6.99. Spiral Wave Nomads, First Encounters. That's avant-garde, $6.99. Spiral Wave Nomads, $6.99. A group called Smith, now just $6.99. Very clean. Original ABC Dunhill, $6.99 on that. And Barry White Change in shrink wrap with hop sticker. Barry White is $6.99. And Garden Party, Rick Nelson. Garden Party is $6.99 for Garden Party. Beach Boys, that is their self-titled album, and it's sealed. Sealed Beach Boys with hop sticker. Also, no cutouts and no saw marks. Just $6.99. Sealed Beach Boys. Sealed hop sticker, no cutout. Rick Springfield, Living in Oz, $6.99 for Rick Springfield. And Maria Muldaur, self-titled, $6.99 for Maria. All right, I'm about to sell Kiss. As soon as I get to the bottom, I'm selling Kiss for $20. And I'm going to make the Beatles a buy it now, just like the last one, if no one's bid when I get to the bottom of the feed. And I'm going to get there pretty quickly. The last claim was Rick Haney. He got Dion for $6.99. Darren Davis on BW. That was for Barry White. That's $6.99. Sold to Darren Davis. Jeff McMaster on GP for Garden Party. That's sold to Jeff McMaster. And Jeff was also first on the sealed Beach Boys. So Jeff got those back to back. Michelle was next on Beach Boys. Blade third. Tom fourth. Fred Carnell wants Spiral Wave. Spiral Wave. That is sold to Fred Carnell. Also $6.99. Let's make the Beatles comic a $75 buy it now. And let's make this sold, the Kiss Cycle Circus, to Clay Moore for $20. Clay, you get that for $20. One more record right quick. Fairport Convention with the original insert, VG Plus condition, $6.99. So the Beatles, $75 buy it now. CGC graded 8.0. White Pages, the Beatles story. $75 buy it now. Putting that over here. There's only been 3 no bids tonight, including the Beatles, a Neil Young bootleg, a Porcupine Tree box set, and the Beatles comic. That's all that's available. Now, I have not put up one autograph yet. There was somebody looking for a Warren Zevon autograph. Let me see if I can find one over here. If not, I'm going to need a little bit more additional time because I really don't know where those are at. I've got a lot of stuff over here I have not shown before, and including some of the last autographed John Mayall. Once again, some of the last. I got a White Stripes box set. And I have more comics and magazines to run. But first, we're going to do a vintage bootleg from somebody I don't think we've had before, Procol Harum. So let me put up Procol Harum. I'll do that in 1 second. And also, let's show another Kiss. Kissology Volume 2, 78 to 91. That is another 3 or 4 DVD set, $34.99. Kissology Volume 2, 78 to 91. That's $34.99. $34.99. The Elusive Pro Call Harem live at A&R Studios in New York for WPLJ. It's a radio broadcast from April 12th, 1971. Paul says it sounds great. EX condition, $35 start. EX condition, $35 start. And this is a vintage Pro Call Harem bootleg. Very heavy. That feels like 250 gram vinyl. The Elusive Pro Call Harem live at A&R Studios in New York, which was April 12th, 1971. And that is a $35 start. EX condition. Pro Call Harem. The Elusive Pro Call Harem. Back up to the top, Mike Bolton gets the Fairport Convention for $6.99, and Fred Carnell wants Kissology. That's sold to Fred Carnell. I'll put up another auction as soon as I show 2 more records. Another Fairport Convention, Rising for the Moon. That's $6.99, and Black Oak, Arkansas. That's an EX edition, $6.99 for Black Oak, Arkansas on the Yellow Atco label, $6.99 on BOA. Anne Murray, Love Song. Anne Murray is $6.99. And we have Straub's live at Queen's Elizabeth Hall. Straub's is $6.99. Pro Call Harem is a $35 start. And let me grab another magazine over here. This one's really cool. It's a vintage Hit Parader magazine with a Kiss cover. Let me find this. This one is going to be a $25 start. Hit Parader, July 1976. Kiss cover. No address label. Grand Funk centerfold. Take a look at this. Hit Parader magazine, 75 cents in July. Nice condition, no rips, no tears. Let's see if it still has the Grand Funk centerfold. Look, an ad for Led Zeppelin Presents. It's definitely from 1976. That's really cool, actually. Didn't know that was the first time I've looked at this one. Ronnie Montrose. Let's see here. Where's the centerfold at? Bill Wyman, Kiss. There's the Kiss story. There's a David Bowie. Whoop, there's something loose. That's probably where the centerfold was. I don't know if the Grand Funk centerfold, that should have been the centerfold right there. I think the Grand Funk centerfold is gone. I don't see it in here. It's usually very noticeable. Usually glossy pages. I don't think it's in here. Most of these magazines I check, the centerfold or whatever is gone. There's Freddie Mercury. Got some cool articles and ads in there. $25 start. Hit Parader, July 76. Okay, going back up to the top. Heidi Bowman wants BOA. BOA was Black Oak, Arkansas. Excuse me, that's sold to Heidi. Fred was second. Mike Bolton third. Michelle Miller wants to Anne Murray. That's sold to Michelle Miller. Henry's Choice fourth to BOA. John Smetzer wants to Maria Muldar. These are all $6.99. Sean Holford's at $25 on Kiss. And Stacy Metternich is also at $25. The Elusive Pro Call Harem, looking for a $35 start on that. The Best of Freddie and the Dreamers, $6.99. The Best of Freddie and the Dreamers. Everything in this bin is $6.99. There's Freddie and the Dreamers. Also, The Best of Nelson Riddle, that's $6.99. Rick Haney, you were second to Maria Muldar. Paul Williams, Life Goes On, $6.99 for Paul Williams, Life Goes On. And Wet Willie, Left Coast Live, Wet Willie, $6.99. Boz Scaggs, Slow Dancer was $6.99. And Journey, John Simon. That's not Journey the band. That's John Simon. It also has the poster with it. VG Plus Connection. Condition. Not Connection. Condition. Next Kiss item. Kiss, Rock the Nation Live. It is a DVD set. $14.99. Kiss, Rock the Nation Live DVD. And it's a 2 DVD set, $14.99 for Kiss, Rock the Nation Live. That looks like the OG lineup. I believe it is, $14.99. What year is that from? That is from Color, 136 minutes, 2004, $14.99. All right, so the Hit Parader magazine, 31. Michelle Miller on NR. NR was for Nelson Riddle. Everything in this bin is $6.99. Also, we have Pamela Yeager on BS, which is Boz Scaggs, I believe. First time buyer instructions. Okay, so if you're watching for the first time, it's a very busy night right now. We're doing discounted vintage records. Everything in this bin is $6.99, and we got 2 auctions up. If you want to bid on the auctions, you bid in the comments. Very easy to do. The last bid on this was Stacy Metternich. She put Hit for Hit Parader magazine, $31. That means she's bidding $31 on Hit Parader. If you want to bid on Pro Call Harem, you need to put PH or Pro Call for $35. These are first come, first serve. So if you decide you want Paul Williams, you can put PW or Paul or Paul W., and that means it's so do you. This is the first sale of the night. It's Monday night. We are going to do this tonight, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, $6 unlimited shipping. That's as much stuff as you want to buy. You can buy 20 DVDs, 30 records, and 5 Funkos. We'll ship it all for $7. That cycle ends on Saturday night. This is the first night. So if you buy anything tonight, it starts a whole new invoice. You can't buy something tonight and add it to an old invoice. It's $7 per week, even if you buy one record. $7. That's why I highly encourage everybody to watch as much as possible. You have plenty of time to buy records. We do this 6 nights. We was live for 30 hours last week. We were live on Facebook and YouTube for 30 hours last week, live streaming. As much as you want to buy, $7 unlimited shipping. $7. So back up to the top. We had the Hit Paraders at 31. That was a final call. We've already pulled NR. We've already pulled BS. And we had Clay Moore wants Kiss RN, Rock the Nation. So that's sold to Clay Moore. A sticker on the back. Debbie was second. And we have Carol King, Welcome Home, $6.99. Carol King. So everything in here is $6.99. Carol King. Fog Hat, Stone Blue. No condition notes either. Big markdown on that one, $6.99. Original inner sleeve for Fog Hat, Stone Blue, that's $6.99. And another Randy Newman, Little Criminals, $6.99. And the Beach Boys, Love You. Beach Boys is in EX condition, $6.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Old Dan's Record, $6.99. And Rough Mix, Pete Townsend and Ronnie Lane. This is $6.99. Pamela Yeager, first on Fog Hat. That's sold to Pamela. Blade Singletary was second. We have James Lugwood first on FH. FH was for Fog Hat, so he was third actually. My bad. So Pamela, Blade, James, Zachary. Pamela first on BB, which is Beach Boys. That's the next new claim. That is sold to Pamela. Michelle Miller second. Henry's Choice 6 on Fog Hat. Michelle Miller first on Gordon Lightfoot. Jeff McMaster on the Rough Mix. Rough Mix, that's sold to Jeff McMaster. And Henry's Choice on PR. And I believe whatever PR was is already sold. And then Chris B. Jack on PT. I think there was some other stuff in here. Hold on a second. So we had lots of claims for Fog Hat. And first of that was Pamela. Then Blade. Then James. Then Zachary. And then Pamela first on the Beach Boys. Then Michelle. Then Henry again on Fog Hat. Michelle got Gordon Lightfoot. Jeff got RM, and then Henry's Choice put PR. That was probably, I'm not for sure. I got to figure some of these out. PR, PT, RN. PR, PT. PT was probably for Pete Townsend. PR was probably an autocorrect for Pete Townsend. And Rick Haney wants Randy Newman. That's sold to Rick Haney. Okay. Hit Parader, you don't have to worry about emailing us or messaging us until you buy something. When you're a first-time buyer, and as soon as you buy something, I'll tell you what to do after that. But you don't have to contact us until you buy something first. Hit Parader, that's sold to Stacy Metternich for $31. Stacy, you got a deal on that. I thought that would bring more than that. And the Pro Call Harem is a $35 buy it now. The Elusive Pro Call Harem, $35. Once again, that Kiss magazine did not have an address strip on it, so no address strip on that one. Pro Call Harem is a buy it now to Jeff McMaster. He's going to take it for $35. That is sold to Jeff McMaster. Cynthia was second. That's also another new item or another bit of information. If something doesn't get a bid, then you have to wait for I make it a buy it now, but then I make it a buy it now and you can have it for the minimum bid. No more, no less. But if you're sure you want something, then make sure you place a bid. Otherwise, somebody's going to grab it like Jeff McMaster, and Cynthia was second. So that's sold to Jeff. Let's show another Kiss Rockology, $24.99. Volume 1, Classic Kiss, 74 to 77. Kiss Rockology 2 DVD set, $24.99. $24.99 on Kiss Rockology. $24.99 on that. Let me grab another magazine I got over here. Let's change it up a little bit and let's do some Led Zeppelin. This is Circus Magazine. Circus Magazine from June 77. It has a Jimmy Page cover. Also articles about Beck, Rick Wakeman, BTO, Klaatu, Kiki D, Rock Wives, and Muhammad Ali. So this is going to be a $15 start. Let me put down this tape so it doesn't stick to the cover and rip it like I've done with so many things in the past. Circus Magazine, Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin on the cover, $15 start. I don't know if this had a centerfold poster with. Usually if it has a centerfold poster, it advertises it on the front. I don't see one on here. But Jimmy Page cover. Oh, there it is. Yep. Tom Schultz of Boston. That's what the centerfold is. Tom Schultz of Boston. Very cool. $15 start. Circus Magazine. Slightly loose cover, has the Tom Schultz centerfold with it. That's a $15 start. Jeff McMaster wants Kiss. That is sold to Jeff McMaster. Not sure what is the porcupine tree. Let me show that right quick because I'm about to put up another one. Not another one of these, but a different porcupine. First, here's our no sales. It's very early to go through these, but I'm going to anyway. The Beatles is a $75 buy it now. The Beatles Story, Marvel Super Special, issue number 4. That is a $75 buy it now. That's still available. This is the only bootleg that didn't sell. Neil Young and Crazy Horse, live, 1984. It's on colored vinyl. Really surprised no one got that. $55 buy it now. That's Neil Young, Santa Cruz, 84. $55 buy it now. And the Porcupine Tree box set. This is the Porcupine Tree, The Delirium Years, 91 to 93, 9 LP box set, $255 buy it now. $255 buy it now. The Delirium Years, 91 to 93, the Porcupine Tree box set is $255. I keep on wanting to call it the Porcupine Tree. I've got a thing about putting the in front of stuff, as y'all are well aware, but Jeff McMaster wants the Neil Young. I'm really surprised that didn't sell. I was like, colored vinyl, Neil Young, vintage bootleg. It's sold now. Jeff McMaster gets it for $55. So only 2 things are those there, the porcupine, and if you go do the research on that, I think the cheapest one is $370 on Discogs. So, Circus Magazine, Jimmy Page smoking a cigarette there, $15 start. One more Kiss bot now. Kissology. This is sealed, $39.99. This one is sealed. It's unopened. Kissology Volume 1, that is unopened, $39.99. Volume 1, 74 to 77. That's my last Kissology DVD set. Back to the $6.99 bin. We have Ozark Mountain Daredevils, EX Condition, $6.99. Mother Earth, Living with the Animals. That's VG Plus, $6.99. Also, China, the self-titled, I believe, VG Plus, $6.99. And Cyrus Faryar Islands, White Label Promo, $6.99. Let's run another Kiss cassette. You wanted the best. You got the best. $5 start. Let's take a look at it. Kiss, very nice. You wanted the best, you got the best. $5 start, Kiss compilation, $5 start on that. $5 start. Next Kiss cassette up for auction. Okay, we have The Chad. I like that. Circus Magazine, $15.15. Stephen A. Young wants the Kiss. Did you already get that, Tanner? Stephen A. Young, you got the Kiss Rockology. Another $15 bid on Led Zeppelin. $17. Henry's Choice wants China. That's sold to Henry's Choice. And we have more $6.99. Quicksilver, What About Me? That's a 1970 Scranton press. Also, Bubble Girl, the original motion picture soundtracks featuring Sharon Jones, $6.99. And we have Jackson Browne, Hold Out. That is now $6.99. Well, y'all definitely wiped out a bunch of those in that crate. Let's go through it one more time very quickly. We've got 2 auctions going, so I can't run another one. We got a magazine and a cassette up for auction. The Kiss cassettes at $5 with Debbie Hoskins, going once, going twice, and the Circus Magazine's at $18. Michelle Miller wants BG for Bubble Girl, $6.99, and Patty is next at $20, $65 for the Beatles comic. Let me think about that. I've already sold one for $75 tonight. Of course, it was an 8.5. So I don't know if 0.5 is worth $10 less or not. Let me think about it, Jimmy. I figured an 8 and 8.5 both graded would be virtually the same price, but let me think about that. Ask me again later. Or how about this? I'll split it with you right now and sell it to you for $70. I'll sell it to you right now for $70. Cynthia wants QS, and that was for Quicksilver. I'm going to read what's left in this $6.99 bin very quickly. $6.99. Everything in this bin is $6.99. I'm about to sell the Kiss cassette for just $5. Is everybody awake? Making sure. If not, I'm going to start straight pricing them. I expect them to bring a little bit more than that. But we have Circus at $20. $6.99 for everything in here. Let's go through these one more time. Randy Newman, Little Criminals. Jesse Colin Young, American Dreams. Maria Muldaur, Sweet Harmony. Mother Earth. Dawn's New Ragtime Follies. John Kay. Orleans. The Routers. Harry Belafonte. Dan Fogelberg. Seals and Croft. Al Jarreau. Rick Springfield. A group called Smith. Fairport Convention. Freddie and the Dreamers, Straubs, Wet Willie, John Simon, Paul Williams, Carole King, Ozark Mountain Daredevils, Mother Earth, Jackson Browne, and Cyrus Faryar, $6.99. All right, so we had an out on the Kiss, the Circus magazine. I believe it's between Patty and Pamela. Pamela has it for 21. We got new bids on Kiss. You wanted the best, you got the best. That's at 6, 7, 7, 8, and we got a couple claims. But before that, he wants to see that Beatles comic one more time before pulling the trigger. All right, I'll show it to you one more time. It's Marvel Comics Super Special issue number 4 from Marvel Comics, 1978. CGC graded 8.0, white pages. And of course, as you know, $70. If you just ship this off by itself and had it graded, shipping there, shipping back, plus they make you insure it and the grading fee, it costs you $40, $50 to have it graded, just sending off a single comic, paying for priority mail shipping there, priority mail shipping back, and insurance. Great deal for something we had graded, but I sent off a bunch at once, so we got a little bit better deal on that. Got something on my tongue. Jane Fink on Smith, group called Smith. That is sold to Jane Fink. Tanner, these are still $6.99, of course. Stephen A. Young is going to get the John K. of Steppenwolf. That's sold to Stephen A. Young. Pamela Yeager is second on the group called Smith. The Kiss cassettes at 10. Nat Reynolds wants the Ozark. Nat Reynolds on Ozark. We have, could I see the Carole King? Carole King, and that was called Carole King. Where are you, Carole King? Must be up front. Yeah, Carole King. It's called Welcome Home. Jane Fink, Carole King, Welcome Home, $6.99, near mint minus. Okay, did we have an out? Never mind. Patty just bid 22. Patty's at 22 on the Circus magazine with the Jimmy Page Led Zeppelin cover. Patty's at 22, going once, going twice. Now we have a final call on the cassette. That's more like it. Clay Moore's at $10. That's a final call on cassette, Tanner. And that's sold for $70 to Jimmy LaCroix. Beatles comic is sold. Jane Fink said she'll take the Carole King for $6.99. All right, Nat Reynolds is out on Kiss. So that's about to be sold. I'll grab something else. That was our first bin of $6.99. Now let's go through this crate here. There's a Christmas record in here right off the bat that people ask about quite often. And I'm going to show it first. It's in shrink wrap, and it will probably be an instant seller. So if you want something in here, prepare yourself, because some of these are going to go very, very quickly. We have Circus at 22, Circus at 23. First is the Carpenter's Christmas portrait in shrink wrap. That is $19.99. The Carpenters, $19.99. Also, Elvis sings Christmas songs. Elvis Christmas albums, no condition notes. Elvis is $9.99. Elvis Christmas album. Also, Elvis Christmas album, $9.99. So what John's done is he's got kind of similar Christmas albums. You know, if you're just wanting an Elvis Christmas album, they're very similar. They're similar conditions, and some of them we have grouped together for the same price. And it'll be first come, first serve, whoever gets them. Circus is at 22, Circus is at 23. Pamela Yeager first on the Carpenters. And then it looks like Christopher Morris first on Elvis. Michelle Miller second on Carpenters. Jane Fink third on Carpenters. Davey Winstead first on Elvis. Sean Fairweather third. Dan Moran fourth. And we have Tom Moran fifth. Next is Johnny Mathis. Give Me Your Love for Christmas. Johnny Mathis is $4.99. The Christmas Spirit, Johnny Cash. This is in VG condition, $9.99. That's on the original label, VG $9.99. Johnny Mathis, Johnny Cash. John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, also in VG condition, $4.99. John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, VG condition, $4.99. And Holly Days, starring the voices of Mel Blanc. That has Bugs Bunny on it. VG condition, $9.99. Some kind of Bugs Bunny Christmas album. Never seen that before. VG, $9.99. Back up to the top. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss cassette. Kiss cassette is sold to Clay Moore for $10, Tanner. That's sold to Clay for $10. Then the Circus magazine was at 22. Circus magazine 23. Then we had the Carpenters. Then we had the Elvis. And then Christopher Morris is first on JC, and that was for Johnny Cash. Christopher Morris gets Johnny Cash. Sean Fairweather second. Cynthia third. Circus magazine 25. Michelle Miller first to JD, which is John Denver. That's sold to Michelle Miller. GC next. Jane Fink after that. And Chris B. Jack wants Holidays. That's sold to Chris B. Jack. That's the Holidays. Tommy Flower second. Michelle Miller third. Debbie fourth. That just leaves poor, lonely Johnny Mathis's Christmas album. Still available for $4.99. This is Conway Twitty's Christmas album. VG condition, $4.99. Merry Twistmas. Merry Twistmas. VG condition, $4.99. And Christmas with the Everly Brothers. That's in VG condition, $4.99. Christmas with the Everly Brothers. You wanted Warren Zevon? You got it. Let me find it. Warren Zevon. This is Let me find. Well, let me find it. Is this it? Werewolves. Yeah, this is it. Is this it? Is this Excitable Boy? Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Pretty rare Warren Zevon item here. Paul just found this in the back in Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is Warren Zevon, an original test pressing for his classic album, Excitable Boy, that has Werewolves of London and Lawyers, Guns, and Money. Paul has denoted rare, original 1978 SRC test pressing, extremely clean. He test played it. He says it sounds amazing. It's a test pressing of Warren Zevon, Excitable Boy, $95 start, a test pressing from SRC, $95 start. So that's an original test pressing of Warren Zevon's Excitable Boy, $95 start. There's the original jacket that came from the label like that. There's the insert from 78 Asylum Records. That's a $95 start. Okay, are we done on the Circus Magazine? Patty was at 25. Pamela, let me know if you want back in. We pulled John Denver. We pulled the Bugs Bunny. Bob P wants the Teddy. That was the, I bet, Tweety. Yes, that was the Conway Twitty Christmas album. That's sold to Bob P. And then Warren Zevon 95. So no claim on Everly Brothers, no claim on Johnny Mathis. Continuing, Phil Spector's Christmas album, 1999. No condition notes. Phil Spector's Christmas album, 1999. Merry Christmas Baby. Looks like a compilation from Gusto, $9.99. Also, Elvis Christmas album, VG Plus, $7.99. Now this time we've got two different VG Plus copies. We've got two different VG Plus copies, $7.99. $7.99 on that. Pamela Yeager wants the Phil Spector. Stacy Metternich at second. Sean Fairweather first on Elvis Presley. Now there's one more of the VG Plus copies. Rockin' Christmas, the 50s. The Moonglows, the Penguins, Marvin and Johnny, Bobby Helms. That is a 50s Christmas compilation, $14.99. And Lionel Barrymore in A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. This is the definite radio play featuring Orson Welles. And I guess that's reading A Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. That's really cool. In shrink wrap, $14.99. Let's go ahead and sell the Circus Magazine. Circus Magazine is sold to Patty K for $25. One of our many Led Zeppelin collectors getting the Jimmy Page magazine there. And the Warren Zevon test pressing. Hope everybody's paying attention. Paul told me, no joke, he said, it wouldn't surprise me if we have the right bidders on, this wouldn't be an air horn. Warren Zevon test pressing of An Excitable Boy. Near mint. Carol has it for $95, and that's now a final call. Phil Spector went to Pamela. Stacy was second. Sean got the first Elvis Christmas record. Davey Winstead got the second one. I only had two of those. Don't worry, there's more. They're just various ones in different conditions. Sean got that one, Debbie second. Then Michelle, then Tom, then Debbie, and then Jeff McMaster on R, which is maybe the Rockin' Christmas. Is that right, Jeff? The Rockin' Christmas. Wesley down the list on Elvis, and then we have Michelle put LB. That was for Lionel Barrymore. She put QLB, but she meant LB. Cynthia was second, Michelle Miller third, and I think we're caught up. We have Warren Zevon 100 and Warren Zevon 125. There we go. So I think Jeff Master, I had you for the Rockin' Christmas, and then Michelle got the Lionel Barrymore. And the only thing left, no one's claimed Merry Christmas Baby, Everly Brothers, or Johnny Mathis. Continuing, Joy Noel, spelt very oddly. It looks like it's a foreign import. $9.99. Where's this from? I don't know. This Spain, possibly? $9.99. I know what he wants for Christmas, but I don't know how to wrap it. Wow. That's a 1962 green vinyl, $24.99. That's risque for the era. $24.99. I know what he wants for Christmas. Don't know how to wrap it. $24.99 green vinyl. All-time Christmas favorites. $4.99. Glenn Campbell, Diana Shore, Nat King Cole's on there. Also, the Christmas song by Nat King Cole. Nat King Cole's Christmas album. $9.99. $9.99. Let me grab, what do we have up? We have a test pressing. Let me grab another. If you missed out on the Last Kiss magazine, here's another chance. Now, this one is Circus Magazine, just like we had earlier, August 4th, 1977. We're going to do a $25 start on this. We're going to do a $25 start on this. Circus Magazine, August 4th, 1977. This one does have an address label on it. It has the Richie Blackmore pinup. This one's really nice, actually. It's still kind of glossy, very tight spine and cover on it. That one's a $25 start. So there's Circus Magazine. There's another one, Paul Stanley cover, $25 on that one. Back up to the top, Warren Zevon, 96, 100, 125, 130. Jeff McMaster wants Save a Tree. Save a Tree, that was that this one? What was Save a Tree? Is that for this one right here? What was Save a Tree? Maybe it's this one. Is that right? Jeff, is that the one you wanted? I'm going to go ahead and set it to a side. And then Debbie Winstead wants the all-time Christmas songs. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Michelle Miller on Nat King Cole. Michelle Miller got Nat King Cole. Pamela Yeager was second. Darren Davis third. Warren Zevon's at 150. Continuing, Bing Crosby's greatest hits includes White Christmas, $9.99. I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas, the Bing Crosby, $9.99. That's actually his greatest hits that has that song on there. Arthur Fiedler and the Boston Pops, A Christmas Festival, $4.99 for Arthur Fiedler. Boston Pops, $4.99. Elvis Christmas album. Okay, now we're into some VG copies. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 VG copies, and they're only $4.99. Elvis Christmas album, VG copy, $4.99. $4.99. That's the Elvis. That's in VG condition. That one's only $4.99. Michelle Miller, first to the Bing Crosby. That's so to Michelle Miller. We have Debbie Hoskins second. Cynthia Herdgwin third. We have Chris Bijak on AFPB. That was the Arthur Fiedler Boston Pop. So that is sold. That is sold to Chris Bijak. Jeff does not. I thought he was wanting that one record here on the bottom. So the very bottom record, Jeff McMaster did not want that. I was hoping he did, but he didn't. And then Tom Moran, 322 Dan, Christopher Morris, and Debbie Hoskins all gets a Elvis Christmas album. Tom Moran, 322 Dan, Christopher Morris, Debbie Hoskins. That's the first 4. Those are all sold. Debbie said she wants all of them. Well, you were 5th. I can't give you any of them. And then GC, you were 6th. And then Wesley Stover 7th, Stephen A. Young 8th, and Corey Gaston 9th. We're still sold out at the time. We're still sold out of the Christmas albums. They're probably, we got more. John says he's got them throughout. K. Martin. This is sold to Holt Slack, not Jeff McMaster. Holt's going to claim that green vinyl. Update on the Warren Zevon. Update on the Warren Zevon. $150 with Carol Puckett. Jeff McMaster, you're out. Stephen Martinelli, you're out. Neither one of them has said out, so now that's a final call. That's a final call. Michelle, the risque one, has already been claimed by Holt Slack. Once again, final opportunity to bid on the Kiss Circus Magazine with a Paul Stanley cover. $25 starting bid before I make that a buy it now. Back to the Christmas bin. The Gift of Christmas, $4.99. Anita Bryant, Mitch Miller, Patty Page, Jimmy Dean, Doris Day. That's $4.99. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. Only one of these, VG condition, $4.99. The Wonderful World of Christmas, VG condition, $4.99. VG, $4.99. Also, Christmas on Fun Street. Christmas on Fun Street, $6.99. B with the Fun Street Gang as they await Santa's arrival for a ride in his sleigh. The Spirit of Christmas with the Living Strings. Stereo, that is $4.99. $4.99. And Christmas with the Chipmunks. That is $12.99. That's on the original foil cover. No condition notes. Christmas with the Chipmunks, $12.99. And Christmas with the Chipmunks Volume 2, also $12.99. Back-to-back Chipmunks, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Okay, Warren Zevon. We had a new bid of $160 and then also $155. Tom Moran gets that stray Elvis for $4.99. That's so to Tom Moran. Debbie Winstead was second. Pamela Yeager third. Carol's out on the Warren Zevon. That's now at $160. Debbie Winstead gets Fun Street. That's so to Debbie Winstead. Brett is in on the Kiss Circus Magazine for $25. Going twice, going 3 times. Michelle Miller, you're first to the Chipmunks. Let me know if you want Volume 1 or Volume 2. Michelle, Volume 1, Volume 2. If you don't want Volume 2, then Sean does. And then Chris was third and Carlene was fourth on the Chipmunks Christmas. And I'll go through, when we're done with the crate, I'll recap it. New bids on the Kiss Magazine, 25, now 26. Continuing, so these are pending to Michelle Miller. Barbara Streisand, A Christmas Album, $9.99. Kenny Rogers, Christmas, $9.99. and Holiday Sing Along with Mitch Miller, $4.99. The covers are about, there's volume 1 on the left, volume 2 on the right. They're both the original foil covers, and they're a solid VG Plus. This one has an address label stuck to it. Somebody tried to peel it off, and this one looks pretty nice. About overall, we'll call them VG or VG Plus. All right, so Warren Zevon now. Jeff McMaster, let me know if you want out. It's down between you and Stephen Martinelli. Stephen has it for $160, and it's a final call to him. And then Brett Hamilton, you're outbid on the KISS magazine. Debbie Winstead wants B for Barbara Streisand. Pamela first for KR. That's Kenny Rogers. Tom Moran second. And Carlene wants Holiday with Mitch Miller. And Michelle Miller wants Volume 2. So she's only going to get Volume 2. That means Sean Fairweather was second. Chris Bijak was third. That leaves Carlene. Carlene, if you want Christmas with the Chipmunks Volume 1, say sold, and that's sold to you. Oak Ridge Boys, Christmas again. $9.99 for the Oak Ridge Boys Christmas album. And Austin Rhythm and Blues Christmas. This is sealed, $14.99. Austin, I'm assuming Austin, Texas. The Fabulous Thunderbirds is on here. Charles Sexton, Cavs Jazz Quartet, $14.99. Carlene said so Carlene's going to get Volume 1. Brett's back in on the KISS magazine at $30. Wesley Stover, let me know if you want back in. The Kingston Trio, the last month of the year, $6.99 for the Kingston Trio. Merle Haggard and the Strangers, if we make it through December. Merle Haggard's Christmas album, $14.99. Charlie Pride, Christmas in My Hometown, in shrink wrap, $6.99. Christmas in My Hometown. Charlie Pride. The Temptations Christmas Card, that's their first Christmas album, $19.99. The Temptations Christmas Card, an original Gordy Motown. Allen Dye wants the Austin Christmas, and Tom Moran gets the Kingston Trio. Those are all sold. Jeff's out on Warren Zevon. This is sold to Stephen Martinelli for $160. Stephen Martinelli gets the Warren Zevon. And now we're just waiting for Wesley Stover. If you want to bid on the KISS magazine, he's out. Let's sell that to Brett Hamilton for $30. Thank you for letting me know. All right, so we sold the trio to Tom Moran. Next is Pamela Yeager on the Temptations. Pamela gets the Temptations. Zachary P. was second. Darren Davis third. Allen Dye fourth. Quick timeout to introduce some new auctions. Let's see what I've got over here in this auction crate Paul got for us. We have a Doobie Brothers, an Elvis, a Patti Smith, an Emerson, Lake and Palmer, is this ELO? Wow, an ELO bootleg. The Electric Light Orchestra, Freedom City Pandemonium, live in the city by the bay. This is ELO, live at Winterland at the Ballroom in San Francisco, February 12th, 1976, on their El Dorado tour. VG condition, $25 start. So a vintage Electric Light Orchestra bootleg, VG condition, $25 start. And that is ELO, Freedom City Pandemonium, San Francisco, 1976. That is now up for bid, and that's a $25 start. VG condition overall. Let me see what I have over here in my magazine pile. I guess I can bring them a little bit closer to me so I don't have to walk across the room. This is really cool. Rock Scene magazine from September of 77. Rock Scene magazine, September 77. This has Led Zeppelin on the cover, Paul Stanley on cover, KISS tour in Japan, Tom Verlaine on the cover, and David Johansen. David Johansen. This is going to be a $15 star. Rock Scene magazine, February 77. Jimmy Page and Paul Stanley on the cover. Rock Scene magazine, $15 start. Nice condition. Tom Verlaine also on there. Debbie wants BS Christmas. BS Christmas. I don't know if there's anything left that's in BS Christmas. If you could be a little bit more specific, I will double check for you. The Ramsey Lewis Trio, Sound of Christmas. Never seen that one before. $9.99. That's an older record too on the Argo Cadet. Was originally on Argo Cadet. Ramsey Lewis, that is $9.99. Also, A Jolly Christmas from Frank Sinatra, sealed, $24.99. That is sealed, unopened. A Jolly Christmas from Frank Sinatra, $24.99. And Burl Ives' Christmas album, that is $6.99. Burl Ives' Christmas album, $6.99. Let me look at that Ramsey Lewis one more time. I don't know if that's the right record in there. It's Ramsey Lewis Going Latin. I don't think that is the right record. That is not the right record. We have every 1 in 10,000 slipped through by John. That is not the right. Does anybody still want it? It's the wrong record. I looked at that. I was like, it's supposed to be on Argo. I saw that Cadet label, which is, I think at one time a subsidiary, but I don't think that's the right one. So sorry about that. He prices about 10,000 records a month, and every once in a while, the wrong record slips by him. Christopher Morris was first, Colin Butler second, Chris Bijak third. That is canceled because we didn't have it, or it had the wrong record. But first, Frank Sinatra is sold to Christopher Morris. Zachary P. was second, Chris Bijak third, Michelle fourth. Zachary P. on Burl Ives, Michelle Miller second, Jane Fink third, Mel Moss next, and Pamela's at 18 on Rock Scene. So Rock Scene magazine, $18. We had two people bid 25 on ELO. Rob Shindell was first. Michelle, you're out. Rob was the first bidder at 25. And actually, Brett's already bid 25 on the magazine. Brett's already bid 25 on the magazine. So that's where we're at on that. Continuing, we have the Letterman for Christmas this year. The Letterman is $4.99. The Letterman Christmas album. Anne Murray Christmas, $4.99. Kenny Rogers, there's another one. There was two backups earlier. There's another one, $9.99. The New Possibility, John Fahey's guitar solo Christmas album, has a promo sticker on the front. John Fahey, $14.99. Soul Christmas, now that's a good one. VG Plus condition, $14.99. Otis Redding doing White Christmas. VG Plus, $14.99. Soul Christmas, VG Plus, $14.99. So ELO, 28. Rock Magazine, 20, but we was already at 25. ELO's at 30. Jane Fink wants AM. Anne Murray, that's sold to Jane Fink. Tom Moran got Kenny Rogers. Wesley Stover, you were second. ELO's at 29. Brent Ribley on John Fahey. And Darren Davis first on Soul Christmas. Zachary P. was second. Jeff and Master third. Pamela fourth. ELO's at 31. Chris Bijak fourth on Soul Christmas. Tom Moran getting the Merle Haggard that hadn't been claimed. I was waiting for that. I was like, wow, that was surprising, but not anymore. That's sold to Tom Moran. Continuing, we have the Oak Ridge Boys Christmas. That's their first Christmas album. We had a volume 2 back here as well, but that's their first one, $9.99. Christmas with Colonel Sanders. VG Plus condition, $9.99. Christmas in New York. That is $4.99. Christmas in New York. Christmas in New York again. That is $4.99. And Walter Brennan, 'Twas the Night Before Christmas Back Home. That is $4.99. And Noel, Joan Baez, her Christmas album. Noel, Joan Baez, $4.99. So, no one has outbid Brad Hamilton, way up at the top. His opening bid on the Rock magazine was $25. No one has outbid him since then. There's been people bid 17, 18, 21, but he's still in at 25. He's still in at 25. Then we had all the soul comments. ELO was at 31. Then ELO was at 35. And then two people bid 32. Edwin was already at 35. Chris Bijak gets the Colonel Sanders. That's so to Chris Bijak. Michelle Miller was second. Stephen third. Michelle third again. Edwin wants FC. I think he meant KFC. That is already been claimed. ELO 37, Chris Bijak wants Noel. And Pamela wants Rock Out. And that's the Rock. She's out on the Rock magazine. ELO's out on, or Rob Shindell's out on ELO. Who's on the Christmas in New York? Christmas in New York. Ed Ames, Marian Anderson, Vic Damone, Morton Gould and his orchestra, Mario Lanza, Kate Smith. Christmas. One more time on this bin before I go get another vintage bin that's on sale. First with these though. Johnny Mathis, Give Me Your Love for Christmas, $4.99. Christmas with the Everly Brothers, VG $4.99. Merry Christmas Baby. This is $9.99. That has Freddie King on it, Lloyd Green, Johnny Moore's Blazers, Jimmy Witherspoon, Bull Moose Jackson. That's $9.99. This is a French Christmas record. It's a French import. I think it's actually in French too. $9.99, but don't hold me to that. The Gift of Christmas, $4.99. That's a compilation. And The Spirit of Christmas with the Living Strings, that's $4.99. Pamela Yeager wants to Johnny Mathis. Let's end some auctions. ELO is sold to Pamela Yeager for $37. And the Rock Magazine, still way up at the top, the Rock Magazine is sold to the first bidder on it, which was, it's way up here. $25 to Brett Hamilton. Brett got that for $25. Colin Butler wants the French Christmas record. That is sold to Colin Butler. Also, we had Oak Ridge Boys, Christmas Again. Charlie Pride, The Letterman, Oak Ridge Boys, Christmas in New York. Walter Brennan, and Christmas in New York. And I don't think there's any in there that's over, I think, $5. So if you want any of them, just let me know. We now have a little bit of Christmas left to put back in the store. But guess what? I've got 4 more crates just like that, but I'm going to go ahead and grab a different bin of rock, pop, country, soul, jazz, one of our mixed discount bins. Let me go grab that in the back. I'll be right back. Everything in here is $6.99. Discounting a lot of vintage tonight. It's going to be like that all week. We're going to have lots of vintage on sale. Hope y'all ready. We're going to do another Christmas bin as well. Can I have the one with Eddie Gourmet? You can. Do you have new Christmas albums? They'll be here either tomorrow. I ordered a ton of new Christmas stuff. So I made a post about a couple big things like Michael Bublé, Charlie Brown, The Grinch. Some of those I definitely went ahead and let me find the one with Eddie Gourmet on it. Eddie Gourmet. That's the one. Which one had that? Eddie Gourmet. Christmas in New York. This one right here. But yeah, those will be here either tomorrow or Wednesday with some of our new vinyl. But yes, I stocked a ton of new vinyl. I have not got any Amy Winehouse Funkos yet. Haven't received any. This is sold to Darren Davis. Let's go ahead and get a couple more auctions started. I'm going to try this other porcupine box. The volume 1 didn't sell. I'm going to try volume 2. I have it over here. This is Porcupine Tree, The Delirium Years, 94 to 97. This is a 2016 5LP box, $255. The cheapest one active right now is $370. I'll go ahead and let you know that. 5LP's Porcupine Tree box set, $255 start. 2016 5 LPs. Of course, that is something long, got to print. Let's do a Kiss cassette. Ooh, what do we have here? Holland Killers. Holland. Kiss Killers from Holland. $10 start. Kiss Killers. Probably about VG plus on the insert. Probably VG on the acrylic case if that helps you on a grade. And the tape looks okay. Has the pad still. Kiss Killers from Holland cassette. $10 start on that. So Porcupine Tree and Kiss Killers. Everything in this bin is $6.99. Everything in this bin, $6.99. First, Dr. Hook Live, $6.99. Lots of $6.99. First is Dr. Hook Live. If I don't say the condition note, then it's EX plus near mint minus. Rye Cooter or Cooter and Brown, and I actually think that's not Rye Cooter, just Cooter Brown's the name of the group. $6.99. Clay Moore is at $10 on the Kiss cassette. This is Matt Lampkin, Where I'm Matt, yellow vinyl, $6.99 for Matt Lampkin. $6.99. Clay Moore is at $10 on the Kiss cassette. New England, self-titled, $6.99. Also, Judy Collins, Hard Times for Lovers. Judy Collins is $6.99. Country's Greatest in Concert, starring Ronnie Millsap. That's a Ronnie Millsap radio broadcast with a book with it. EX condition, $6.99. Next is Necropolis. Necropolis, maybe. The Hackled Rough and Shouldered Mane, $6.99. Not too sure on that one. And the Section, fork it over. The Section is $6.99. John Haidt, 2-Bit Monsters. John Haidt is $6.99. Michelle Miller on RM. That was the Ronnie Millsap. Blaine Singletary on this one right here that I could barely get out. And Brent Robley on SECT, the Section. That's so to Brent Robley. Davey Winstead on New England. Tanner, these are all $6.99. Got John Haidt there, 2-Bit Monsters, with a gold stamp promo on the front. Janice Ian, For All the Seasons of Your Mind. $6.99 for Janice Ian. And Trillion, Clear Approach. Trillion is $6.99. So is Ian Matthews. That is Valley High, VG Plus condition. $6.99 on Ian Matthews. And Multiplication by Eric Gale. No condition notes on that. $6.99. Dennis Jackson on JH. JH was for the John Haidt. And the Janice Ian is sold to Jane Fink, Janice Ian. So John Haidt and Janice are both sold. We have a final call on the Kiss Killers cassette. Clay Moore has that for $10. Final call. No bid again on the Porcupine Tree box. Looking for a $255 start. Final call on that. I've got Volume 1 and Volume 2. Bruce Coburn, Steel and Fire, $6.99. No condition notes. And the Young Dub Egg, on white vinyl. The Young Dub Egg, $6.99. Chris Bijak on Trillion. That's sold to Chris Bijak for $6.99. Irby Green, The Fox, $6.99. That's a Jazz CTI label. Spirit, Future Games. Spirit is $6.99. And Motels. Motels is an EX condition, $6.99 for Motels. The Pointer Sisters, Steppin'. The Pointer Sisters is $6.99. And Stevie Wonder in Square Circle. Stevie Wonder in Square Circle, $6.99. Colin Butler on Egg. That was the Young Dub Egg. That is sold to Colin Butler. Debbie wants YDE. YDE for Debbie. And YDE was, I'm not for sure. And then we have Mel Moss on the Motels. That's sold to the Motels. Debbie put PS. And PS was for the Pointer Sisters. That's sold to Debbie for $6.99. Pamela first on Stevie Wonder. Michelle second. Darren third. Craig fourth. Now, Debbie, the only thing I didn't get in there was YDE. If you could let me know what YDE is. Whatever that is, it's still available. Let's go ahead and sell the Kiss cassette. Kiss Killers from Holland. That is sold for $10 to Clay Moore. And the Porcupine Trees, a buy it now. This is a 2016 The Delirium Years, 94 to 97, $255 buy it now. 2016 5 LP The Delirium Years, 94 to 97, $255. That's our only no bid tonight, along with Volume 1. I have both volumes, Volume 1 and Volume 2. This is 91 to 93. That's a 9 LP box, $255 as well. So I have both Porcupine Tree boxes. That's the only thing that has not sold tonight. Billy Underwood wants the Eric Gale. That's sold to Billy Underwood. And Little River Band Sleeper Catcher. VG Plus condition, $6.99. The Southern Hillman Foray Band, that's $6.99. And so is Rare Earth Grand Slam. That is now $6.99. All right. I'm going to sell these two Elvis items together. This is Elvis TV Special 77. This is one of those I was talking about. I couldn't really find a comp on it. It says Elvis TV Special 77. And it's just like a commemorative book from the Elvis TV special in 77. So it's really don't have hardly any information on it really. As far as publisher or anything, it's kind of got glossy pictures. Don't know a lot about that. And I really couldn't find a comp on it. So, I mean, there's some information here, but it didn't really help me out. It says Elvis Presley Fan Club. Copyright 77, and that's about the only thing written on it as far as publishing. And then this is an original sheet music, Elvis sheet music to What I'd Say, the Ray Charles, recorded by Elvis. And this is for like sheet music from Love in Las Vegas, original sheet music for What I'd Say, 1962, original sheet music, What I'd Say, Ray Charles, and of course, very cool Elvis cover there. Progressive Music Ltd. So both of those Elvis items, $15 start. The sheet music to What I'd Say, advertising Love in Las Vegas from 1962, and then the Elvis TV special book. Both of those are being sold together for a $15 start. And our next bootleg is going to be Best of Small Faces. Best of Small Faces, recorded live at the Forum, March 10th, 1971. Of course, that's Rod Stewart, and that is live at the LA Forum, March 10th, 1971, EX condition, $35 start. So a Vintage Small Faces bootleg, $35 start on that. Very cool. Now up for bid. Pamela Yeager wants RE, that's for Rare Earth, $6.99, and Elvis is at $15, $15, and $15, looking for a $35 start on Small Faces. Breakfast Club, $6.99. If you're just joining us, we're going to be in a vintage discounted LPs. Everything in here is $6.99. Rhythms of the Grasslands, music of the Upper Volta, Volume 2, $6.99. Carly Simon coming around again. Carly Simon is $6.99. Justin Hayward and John Lodge, members of the Moody Blues. This is one of their duo albums called Blue Jays. It's a great listen if you're a music fan, $6.99. Dan Hill, Frozen in the Night. Dan Hill is $6.99. And Climax Blues Band, Reel to Reel, CBB, $6.99. Stephen Stills 2, No Condition Notes, nice copy, textured cover, gatefold. Stephen Stills 2, his second solo album, $6.99. And Jonathan Livingston Seagull from the book by Richard Bach, photographs by Russell Munson, as told by Richard Harris, $6.99. So Elvis was at $15, $15, $15. The first person to $15 was Debbie. So Tom, you're out. Julian, you're out. Don Harrison bid $35 on the Faces boot. Jane Fink on BC for the Breakfast Club. That's sold to Jane Fink. Craig Rutherford was second. Colin Butler on Grass, and that was the Rhythms of the Grasslands. That's sold to Colin Butler. Troy Robinson next on The Breakfast Club, and Pamela Yeager on Climax Blues Band. Everything here is $6.99. Continuing, David Bromberg, Wanted Dead or Alive, $6.99 from David Bromberg. Have a couple of 12-inch singles. This one's from 2007. Jackie Stoudemire, Invisible Wind, $6.99. Also, this is Chantel Curtis, Hey Taxi Driver. That's now $6.99. And Boomtang Boys Squeeze Toy featuring Kim Etsy, another 12-inch single, $6.99. Final call on Small Faces. This was at $35 of Don Harrison. I'm about to sell it. And Tom Moran is in on the 2 Elvis items for $25. Darren Davis wants the Stephen Stills. That's sold to Darren Davis for $6.99. And Debbie Winstead wants Disco. And I think that was this one, Royal. There's 2 different ones in disco sleeves. Do you want one or both? I'll give you the first one there. Brent Robley's at $37 on Small Faces. We have New Direction, the Tavares. $6.99 on Tavares, New Directions. Peter, Paul, and Mary, See What Tomorrow Brings. This is actually a very nice UK copy, it looks like. It is. That's a very nice UK copy of Peter, Paul, and Mary, $6.99. So, Tom Moran has the 2 Elvis items for $25. Now, Debbie, you're out, and Julian, you're out again, and Don Harrison, you're out on the Faces. Let me know if you want back in. Brent has that for $37. We have Walt Dickerson Quartet, Impressions of a Patch of Blue, $6.99. Major markdown from what we originally had it marked. A Patch of Blue, Walt Dickerson Quartet, $6.99. We have Spirit Clear, that is $6.99. And one more, Neil Young Trans, $6.99 for a near mint Neil Young original inner sleeve. Trans, $6.99. Don's out on Harrison. Well, I'm back. Shakaroni, Papa John's ad is on the TV. I've already had Panera today and Demas's, and I'm going through for the trifecta and getting Whataburger after the sale. Seth, you in? Wow, he's in. I bet you're lying, aren't you? He says yes. I caught Seth red-handed. By the time I'm going through Whataburger, Seth will already be cutting Z's, probably. Okay, I'm going to do some stretching while everybody is getting reset. I got to get some oxygen. Whew. These $6.99 nights are crazy. We usually sell a lot of records. Okay. What do we have? So we pulled Peter, Paul, and Mary for Mel Moss, and we pulled Neil Young for Debbie Winstead. And Debbie Winstead wanted both disco records. Matt Shirley, you were next on Trans. Garrett offered $450 for the Porcupine Tree boxes, and I said, give me 30 seconds to think about it. And then we had Mike, Sound, No Audio, Mike. Colin Butler wants the Tavares. That's sold to Colin Butler for $6.99. No Mic, Sound, Mike is out. Sound, oh no. Sound, no sound, Mike. Here comes the 80 no sound post. Audio, Seth lied. Seth won't be sharing food. And where's Meemaw's Christmas cookies? Let's end some auctions. Small Faces is sold to Brent Robley for $37. Brent Robley gets that for $37. Tom Moran gets both of the Elvis items. Tanner, that's both of those for $25. And my friend Garrett is going to get both Porcupine Tree boxes for $450. Garrett, that's like 14 LPs. That's going to come in a big, heavy box, so I hope you're ready. That's a very fair offer. I'm going to go ahead and let them roll. Garrett, those are sold to you for $450. Eric Gale has already been sold, and Wesley Stover wants Climax, and that's already been claimed as well. I'll go through the bin here in a second, but I think Climax and Eric Gale are both sold. 3 more records, then 2 more auctions. We have the Cantalinas line up. That's from 1990. That's $6.99. And Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Spirit is $6.99. 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. Gary, you almost got air horn territory there with that offer. You got pretty close. Let's put up another auction. This is Hit Parader Annual. This is the annual magazine. This one's really cool because check out the cover. Freddie Mercury, Mick Jagger, Robert Plant, and Gene Simmons. Hit Parader Volume 1. Hit Parader, not Volume 1. Hit Parader Annual from 76-77. $15 start on this one. Let's take a look at it. Looks like a very nice magazine. Really cool cover. Man. We have Mercury, Jagger, Plant, and Gene Simmons on the cover. $15 start. Hit Parader magazine. Now up for bid. Debbie's in at 15. Next is Pamela Yeager on Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. That is $6.99. Put it down for a 10 of Meemaw's cookies. My wife's going to burn me, but it'll be to the sweet tune of Stephen Wilson. That's actually going to be our next auction. So maybe you want to bid on these two, and hopefully you'll be murdered in happiness. I guess if you want to be murdered, happiness is the way to go out, right, Tanner? Sure. He said sure. So that first crate I priced, I had marked a bunch of albums, and I got down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Stephen Wilson albums. There's 5 Stephen Wilson albums in here. The first one is Hand Cannot Erase. Hand Cannot Erase. 2 LP. These are from that collection we picked up in Nashville. There's the first one, Stephen Wilson. All 5 of them are going to be a $50 start. Great deal. Stephen Wilson. This one is called Stephen Wilson 4. Stephen Wilson 4. Stephen Wilson cover version. These are all 5 LPs, a $50 start. Stephen Wilson Transients. And Stephen Wilson Luminol and the Watchmaker picture disc. All 5 of those for a $50 start. Stephen Wilson bundle. 5 Stephen Wilsons, $50 start. Debbie's at 15 on that. Okay, continuing with a $6.99. Glenn Campbell, the outstanding 12-string guitar of Glenn Campbell. I thought I was crazy there for a second. Dave Brubeck Quartet, just $6.99. Dave Brubeck Quartet. Also, Joe Cocker, Unchain My Heart. Joe Cocker is $6.99. The Lovin' Spoonful, $6.99. That one's titled Once Upon a Time, $6.99. Nick Lowe, Labor of Lust. Nick Lowe's only $6.99. Loudon Wainwright, The Final Exam, $6.99 for Loudon. Pleased to See the King, Still I Span. That is $6.99. Also, The Second Brooklyn Bridge. The second Brooklyn Bridge, $6.99. That's actually in shrink wrap, Brooklyn Bridge. Chris Christopherson and Rita Coolidge, that's $6.99. And Todd Rundgren, Initiation, $6.99 on Todd Rundgren. Back up to the top, only one bid on the Hit Parader magazine. Debbie Hoskins has that for $15, going twice, going 3 times. The Stephen Wilson bundle, 50, Debbie, then Rob, Corey Gaston, first on Joe Cocker for $6.99. That's sold to Corey Gaston for $6.99. Darren Davis is second. Rob Scheffler is in on the Stephen Wilson at $60. Debbie Winston on LS, which was Love and Spoonful. Debbie first to that, Love and Spoonful. Heather Feather first on Nick Lowe. And then Colin Butler on Brooke. And that was the second Brooklyn Bridge. And Calvin Ward is at 17 on the Hit Parader. So Calvin's back in on the Hit Parader, or in on the Hit Parader at 17. And that means, Debbie, you're out. Debbie's right back in at 18. Stephen A. Young wants Todd Rundgren. Pamela needs to put back Spirit, 12 Dreams of Dr. Sardonicus. She already has it. Sell that to Stephen Young for $6.99. Todd Rundgren. Harry Chapin. Harry Chapin is $6.99. Chris Christopherson. Jesus was a Capricorn. $6.99 for Christopherson. $6.99. Wynton Marsalis. Wynton Marsalis is $6.99. And the Bellamy Brothers, the 2 and only. That's in shrink wrap of Hop Sticker. Bellamy Brothers, $6.99. You Gotta Have a License. That's by Porter Wagner, also in shrink wrap. And the Righteous Brothers, Rebirth, also in shrink wrap. The Righteous Brothers is $6.99. Todd Rundgren, Hit Paraders at 20. Debbie, let me know if you want back in. Calvin's at 20. The Stephen Wilson bundle, all 5 Stephen Wilson albums are at $60 with Rob Scheffler. And that is Hand Cannot Erase, Stephen Wilson 4, Cover version, Transience, and Luminol the Watchmaker. That's the high bid on those. Okay, then we had Joe Sloop on GGG. GGG. I don't remember saying a GGG. Who was GGG? Joe Sloop. GGG. That is, I'm not for sure. Did he autocorrect that? Joe Sloop, who was GGG? I don't have a GGG. Debbie's back in on the hit parader at 21. Jane Fink on KK. That's for Chris Christopherson. Debbie Winstead on C. Actually, there's two Chris Christopherson. So there's one with Rita Coolidge too. So let me pull this one back for a second, Tanner. Jane, let me know if you want the one with Chris and Rita, Natural Act, or if you want Jesus Was a Capricorn. Then Debbie put C, and that was for Chris, but that's with a K. Chris Christopherson is K. Chris Christopherson. GC on WM. Winton Marcellus. Chris Bijak was second. Jeff, you were third. And then Calvin's at 22 on Hit Parader. Garrett's at 65 on the Stephen Wilson. Pamela's at 23 on Hit Parader. Then we're at 75 on Stephen Wilson, 24 and 25 on Hit Parader. Jane wants the second Chris Christopherson, which was Jesus Was a Capricorn. Okay, so Jane gets the Chris Christopherson, and that means Tom Moran, you were technically next. I'm assuming you wanted that one, but if you didn't, then let me know if you want Natural Act, or you can say pass. Okay, very quickly, I'm going to read what's left in here. I'm just going to read titles. You know the price. I'm only going to say $6.99 once. Everything in here is $6.99. Here's what's left. Well, first, we got a Spirit record about to be put back. I'm going to show the auctions one more time. Give me 1 second. But first, let me at least go through this half of this bin. $6.99. $6.99. Dr. Hook Live. Cooter Brown. This was Matt Lampkin. Cooter Brown, Matt Lampkin, Dr. Hook Live. Judy Collins. Ian Matthews. Bruce Coburn, Steel and Fire. Irby Green, the Fox. That also has Eric Gale on it. Joe Farrell, Jeremy Steig. That's $6.99. Spirit, Future Games. Little River Band, Sleeper Catcher. The Southern Hillman Foray Band. Carly Simon, Coming Around Again. Blue Jays, that's still available. Hayward and Lodge. Dan Hill, Frozen in the Night. Johnston Living Seagull, as told by Richard Harris, $6.99. So, we have Stephen Wilson, 77 on Stephen Wilson, now 80 with Rob Scheffler. The Stephen Wilson albums are Hand Cannot Erase, Stephen Wilson 4, cover version, I almost said self-portrait. It looks like a self-portrait. Cover version, Transience, and Luminol the Watchmaker. That's a single picture disc. Okay, so that was at 77. Garrett Seipert. Pamela bid 26. Pamela Yeager bid 26 on the Hit Parader. Debbie, I think, wants that other Christopherson that's left. Chris Christopherson. He spells his name with a K, actually. Chris Christopherson is spelled with a K. Chris Christopherson. Rob Scheffler is at 80 on Stephen Wilson. Pamela Yeager wants the Dr. Hook, $6.99. Debbie's out on the Hit Parader, so now we're down to two people, Pamela and Calvin. Calvin's also out. Garrett's at 80 on Stephen Wilson. Now he's at 85, and Rob's at 90. So the Hit Parader, we have both of the other bidders out. Pamela Yeager has this for $26, final call, and Rob Scheffler is at 90 on Stephen Wilson. Garrett's out, and now we're a final call. Okay, so 90 on those and 26 on that. If you want in on the Stephen Wilsons, now the time. Finishing up $6.99, David Bromberg, the Boomtown Boys, Walt Dickinson's Quartet, Spirit Clear, 12-inch single, The Catalinas, Glenn Campbell, Dave Brubeck, Loudon Rainwright, Still I Span, Harry Chapin, Bellamy Brothers, Porter Wagner, and the Righteous Brothers. All right, so that's up for bid. Let me step off to the side and grab a new crate. The Stephen Wilson new bidders, 95, 91, and now 100. We got two new bidders all of a sudden. And when I come back, I'm selling the Hit Parader magazine, and we'll find another one. So that collection we bought down in Atlanta. I don't know if y'all remember that or not. I've been talking about it for over a year now, but we're still selling stuff from that collection. That was one of those epic collections. It reminded me a lot of Dale's Pittsburgh collection. He didn't have as nearly many bootlegs, but he had a lot of autographs, and he had a ton of memorabilia. And we're still selling off stuff from his collection. We've got hundreds and hundreds of magazines. I mean, it's incredible. Stephen Wilson, 91, 95, 100, 105. Tom Moran wants the Bellamy Brothers. Let me go pull that. But first, let me sell this to Pamela Yeager. She gets this for $26. So I've pulled out first some of the best ones that I thought, covers I liked, especially of Led Zeppelin on the cover and the Beatles. So here's another one. This is a Hit Parader magazine. This has Paul McCartney, and I like this cover because it says Paul Goes It Alone. And if you look at the date, 1970, that's around when his first solo album came out, right after the Beatles broke up. So really cool Hit Parader here from 1970. This is the oldest one we've had so far. The other ones have been from 76 and 77. Hit Parader from 1970, $15 start. This one's in really nice condition as well. And the really cool thing, what was the Atlanta guy's name? Tanner, do you remember? Steve Cole. Steve Cole, he bought most of these things new off the newsstand in Atlanta. So he bought a lot of these right off the newsstand. He had them for 50 years, and he kept them in really good condition. And at one point, he sleeved them all. So Hit Parader, Paul McCartney cover, $15 start. Has lots of other really cool articles and pictures in it as well. Advertisements. Hey, I've had speakers like that. Those custom. I've had a set like that before. Those custom speakers. They were wrapped in like blue, squishy looking stuff. Sold them on eBay. Somebody locally picked them up. $15 start. Hit Parader 1970. Okay, Stephen Wilson is at 15 and 10. Did you find Warren Zevon? I will look through this next crate of autographs. You may have to give me another hour or two. I'm not joking either, because I have no idea where it is. It's in one of these bins of autographs. I'm working out of about 3 or 4 over here. I also have a White Stripes box set I haven't got to. And let me see what I have here. Uh-oh. We might be close. Graham Nash, Greg Allman, Leo Kottke, Joey Mullen, John Mayo, Joe Cocker. There's the Mike Loves. Here we go. This is Warren Zevon. This is a $155 start. I'll put it up right now. This is Warren Zevon, wanted dead or alive. To Dale, rock and roll, Warren Zevon. It's been JSA authenticated. It's a 100% authenticated signature. To Dale, rock and roll, Warren Zevon, $155 start. That is now up for bid. Okay, Rob Scheffler is the high bidder on the Stephen Wilson lot. That's 5 different Stephen Wilson albums. That's at $155, and now that's a final call. Let's go through this crate here. I think y'all are going to like it. Elvis Christmas album, VG condition, $4.99. That is in mono too. VG condition, $4.99. Stephen Martinelli's at $155 on Warren Zevon. Christmas in the Old World, $3.99. That's a weird price. I think he meant $4.99. I don't think I've ever seen anything marked $3.99. Christmas in the Old World, I'm going to say $4.99. Joy to the World. This is also $4.99. Andrea Kostanalitz, however you say that, $4.99. Joy to the World. And another Elvis Christmas album, that's also in VG condition, $4. Do we have some more? Oh, that one's a little bit different. So there's back-to-back Elvis Christmas albums, VG $4.99. So Stephen Martinelli's in on the Warren Zevon at $155. Debbie's first to Elvis, and Tom Moran second. Tom Moran, I have another copy if you're okay with that one. It's another VG copy in stereo. If so, give that one to Tom Moran. Michelle Miller third, GC fourth, Christopher Morris fifth. Pamela's at 15 on the Hit Parader. Stephen Wilson, 115. So we have a new bid on Stephen Wilson, Patrick Hummer. The Stephen Wilson albums, one more time. This is Hand Cannot Erase, Stephen Wilson 4, cover version, Transients, and then that 12-inch single picture disc, Luminol and the Watchmaker. We have a new bidder, Patrick Hummer at 115. Rob Scheffler out. Debbie wants Joy to the World. That is $6.99. Now, earlier, I walked to the cooler and grabbed a bottle of water. I have not opened this, so let me open it right now. Time out right quick. Tom Moran. Bellamy Brothers. I did not pull that $6.99 Bellamy Brothers for Tom Moran. Thank you, Tanner. Tom Moran, we almost forgot about your Bellamy Brothers. This is sold to Tom Moran for $6.99. All right, so Elvis, Hit Parader, 15, 115. Debbie Got Joy to the World, another Elvis claim, another Elvis claim, another Elvis claim, another Elvis claim. Rob Scheffler's back in on Steven Wilson at 120, Patrick's at 125. Before I go any further, I got some final calls. Stephen Martinelli, you're at 155 on Warren Zevon, final call. And we have one bid on this Hit Parader with Pamela Yeager for 15. That's a final call. 155, 155, 15, and 125 on Steven Wilson. This is Christmas in the Old World. It has music from England, Sweden, Spain, Germany, France, Italy, Holly, Austria, and Denmark. That is $4.99. Elvis Christmas album, VG condition, $4.99. VG condition, $4.99. Elvis sings Christmas songs. There's another one. Get ready for lots of Elvis comments. There's the first one from Tom Moran. He gets it. Harry Belafonte, To Wish You a Merry Christmas. That is $9.99. $9.99. The Christmas album, Bobby V with the Johnny Man Singers. Bobby V's Christmas album, VG condition, in shrink wrap, $6.99. Ooh, Merry Christmas. The Supremes, VG condition. They have a great Christmas album. The Supremes, VG condition, $6.99. And the Beach Boys Christmas album, an original, in mono, VG condition, $9.99. That's the original mono Scranton press, VG, $9.99. So, Tom Moran got Elvis. Steven Wilson bundles at $135. Michelle Miller wants the old Christmas in the Old World. Tanner, that one was $4.99. Christmas in the Old World. That is sold to Michelle Miller. Jane Fink, second on Elvis. Michelle, third. Tommy Flowers on Harry Belafonte. That's sold to Tommy Flowers. Bobby V is sold to BV. That's sold to Christopher Morris. Debbie Winstead on the Supremes. S to Debbie. Pamela was second. Chris Bijak third. Jane next on Bobby V. Darren next on Supremes. And Chris Bijak first on the Beach Boys. That's sold to Chris Bijak. Michelle Miller second. Jane Fink third. Colin fourth. Matt fifth. Rob Scheffler's at 150 on Steven Wilson. Let's end a couple auctions. First is Warren Zevon. That's sold to Stephen Martinelli for 155. Stephen, are you interested in seeing the other Warren Zevons? I can try to find them. I've got 2 or 3 more. And then here's Hit Parader. That's sold to Pamela Yeager for $15. Pamela Yeager gets that for $15. Okay, now here's what I'm going to do with some Kiss cassettes. I'm going to show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Kiss cassettes, and they're all $9.99. You have to comment the name of the album, okay? These are all $9.99. Kiss cassettes, $9.99. Hot in the Shade, $9.99. Ace Frehley, $9.99. Love Gun, $9.99. Revenge, $9.99. And Paul Stanley, $9.99. All the Kiss cassettes, $9.99 each. So we had the Steven Wilson bundle, $150, $160. Stephen Martinelli says he's interested in more. And now the Kiss cassettes for $9.99. Debbie Hoskins wants the Hot in the Shade. Debbie Hoskins also wants the Paul Stanley. And we have Revenge, Love Gun, and Ace Frehley still available. Those are $9.99. Let's put up a new auction. Let's do another magazine. Let's do one from the 60s. We're going back in time. This one, I think... yeah, let's do this one. This is one of those cool 16 magazines. This has the Monkees on the cover, the Beatles on the cover, and I think, who else is that? The Beatles, Paul Revere and the Raiders, maybe. 16 magazine. Davies, Love In, Mickey's Passionate, Peter's Secret, Mike's Craze. One of those teen magazines. 16 magazine. This is going to be a $15 start. Has Monkees and Beatles on the cover. They were kind of popular there in the mid-60s, the Monkees and the Beatles. Actually has a monkey on the cover too. 16 magazine, and that has the centerfold. That is a Paul Revere and the Raiders centerfold. And this should be around 66 probably. Let's see here if we can find a copyright. Maybe it's straight on the cover. It looks definitely like 66 to me. $15 start. 16 magazine. 16's 15. Clay Moore wants Revenge, and there's two cassettes 2 Kiss cassettes left. Love Gun. Well, Ace Frehley is one of my favorites. That's a great album. And then Love Gun, of course, one of their classics. Those are $9.99. Debbie says, "Can I switch Hot in the Shade for Love Gun?" So swap out. She got a Hot in the Shade earlier. Give her Love Gun instead. So now Hot in the Shade and Ace Frehley's left. Back to the bin. Christmas with Chet Atkins, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Rob Scheffler's out on the Steven Wilson bundle. Patrick Hummer has that for $160. Final call. So Ace Frehley and Hot in the Shade left for $9.99. Elvis Christmas album, VG condition, $4.99. Happy Holidays. This is $4.99. Peggy Lee, Nancy Wilson, Korean Orphaned Choir, Sonny James, and Fred Warning and the Pennsylvanias, $4.99. Also, Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney, White Christmas, $9.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, VG Plus, $14.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, VG Plus condition, $14.99. That's on the second label. And Christmas in Sweden, Ike Jelving with chorus and orchestra, $4.99. Back up to the top. Debbie's at 15 on the 16 magazine. Bob P. wants the Chet Atkins. That's sold to Bob P. Clay Moore wants the Hot in the Shade cassette. That's sold for $9.99. Tom Moran on the Elvis Christmas album. That's sold to Tom Moran. Michelle Miller second. Pamela Yeager first on HH, and that was Happy Holidays. Tanner, that was $4.99. Debbie Hoskins on Elvis. That makes you fourth. Christopher Morris on WC. That's White Christmas. Chris Morris, you were first to the Bing Crosby with Rosemary Clooney. Looks like Debbie was second, Michelle third, Sean fourth, Michelle first on BB. Michelle first on BB. Beach Boys, BB, Colin Butler second, Stephen Young third, Matt Shirley fourth. Pamela's at 16 on the 16 magazine. Only thing not claimed is Christmas in Sweden, and the Stephen Wilson bundle is sold to Patrick Hummer for $160. Patrick gets that for $160. We're at 16 on the 16 magazine. And we have a Warren Zevon. I think we got a Warren Zevon collector on, so let me show you another test pressing. This is Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, another test pressing from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is an original 1980 SRC test pressing. Paul says it's extremely clean and rare, which that's true. You don't see a lot of just test pressings laying around. I've had some really good ones, and I've also had some test pressings of people that I've never heard of. And I've had some people try to sell me test pressings of people I've never heard of, and I'm like, well, I don't know who they are. There's probably a test pressing, and it may have never even been made before, but that doesn't make it valuable. But there are some test pressings that are extremely valuable, like Velvet Underground and the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Rolling Stones. This is a test pressing of Warren Zevon, Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, $55 start, test pressing from SRC, final call, or opening bid, not a final call. Final call on the 16 magazine, it's at $16. Back to this bin, Elvis Christmas album, VG Plus, $6.99. Christmas Carol, we had one of these the other night. A Christmas Carol, another Christmas Carol reading, $19.99. Roy Dotrice as Charles Dickens, based on the public readings, A Christmas Carol. Leonette Price, A Christmas Offering with the Vienna Philharmonic. That is $9.99. Leonette Price, maybe. Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas. That, let me not show, well, that's going to get confusing. Let me pull out some of these. Let me wait on that one. Because I hadn't got caught up with the first Elvis Christmas album yet. That's going to get confusing. Okay, so back up to the top. Michelle Miller on Elvis. That's sold to Michelle Miller, Elvis Christmas album. What was that? VG Plus $6.99. There's another one here. This one's also VG Plus $6.99, the same one. I meant to group all these together. It makes it a lot easier. So Michelle got that one, and then Debbie's going to get this one. Michelle got that one, and there's another one just like it for Debbie. GC, you were third on Elvis. Jackie Reynolds first on the Sweden record. Davey Winstead next on Elvis, and so is Pamela. Steven says he can pass on that one. Final call to get a bid in on that, and we're at 17 on the 16 magazine. Pamela Yeager out. The high bid is $17 on the 16 magazine. Christmas with the Chipmunks, VG condition, $6.99. Snoopy's Christmas, Peter Pan Pop Singers and Orchestra. Snoopy's Christmas, VG $6.99. And here's another Elvis Christmas album, VG condition, $4.99. Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, VG condition, $4.99. Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, VG condition, $4.99 on the original black Decca label. Wow, VG condition, $4.99. Okay, Sean Fairweather first to the Chipmunks. That's so to Sean Fairweather, Chipmunks. Michelle Miller, second on the Chipmunks. Pamela's at 18 on the 16 magazine. James Cohorn, third on the Chipmunks. Michelle Miller, first on Snoopy's Christmas. That's so to Michelle Miller. Tom Moran, second on Snoopy's Christmas. Jane Fink, first on Elvis. Jackie Reynolds, first on Bing Crosby. Wesley Stover, second. GC, third. Debbie, you were third on Bing Crosby. Kelly, fourth. Wesley, fifth. Mel, sixth. Match, seventh. And Michelle, eighth. Bing Crosby, the classic original label. Also, I feel like I've sold some of the same people the same Elvis Christmas albums about 5 times already tonight, but I guess people are buying multiple. Debbie earlier, she wanted all 5 of them in a row, so I guess there's people stockpiling Elvis Christmas albums. Speaking of Elvis Christmas albums, here's Elvis Sings the Wonderful World of Christmas, VG Plus $6.99, and there's the Beach Boys Christmas album. That's VG $9.99. The Beach Boys Christmas album, VG $9.99. Okay, let's sell Pamela Yeager, the 16 magazine, for $18. That's sold to Pamela Yeager. If anybody wants the Warren Zevon test pressing, that is a $55 buy now. The test pressing for Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School, Warren Zevon, $55 buy now. $55 buy now for the Warren Zevon test pressing. Bad Luck Streak and Dancing School. All right, if I can keep this sheet with it. All righty, there we have it. Next, okay, so we got 2. I think Pamela was first to this Elvis record. Pamela gets Elvis. Debbie was second. Michelle got Beach Boys. Sean second. Jane third. Christopher fourth. Christopher, she says, never mind on Beach Boys, so give that to Sean Fairweather. Sean, you get the Beach Boys Christmas album. Jane was second. Christopher third. Brent Robley gets the Warren Zevon for a $55 buy it now. Continuing, hope you have your Elvis Presley comments ready because I have a VG Plus copy for $7.99. Elvis Christmas album, that's on the orange label, VG Plus $7.99. And John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, that's VG Plus $9.99. And Christmas Eve with Burl Ives, VG Plus $4.99. Christmas Eve with Burl Ives, VG Plus $4.99. There's 3. Let me show another one. We have another Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, VG condition, $4.99. That's the second Decca label, the color bars. That's VG $4.99, Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby. Okay, let's get another couple auctions. I've got, this one's interesting. This is, let's do this one. Song Hits, I forgot about this one. Song Hits Magazine, February 1984 with a David Bowie cover. Song Hits Magazine, February 84, David Bowie cover, $15 start. $15 start on that. Whew, I've got to figure out where my price is here, where I was, my place. Tom Moran, he was first on Elvis. Christopher Morris, second. Michelle Miller, third. Wesley Stover, fourth. Pamela got John Denver. So Tom on Elvis, Pamela on John Denver, Christopher Morris on B.I., Burl Ives. That's so to Christopher Morris. Kelly second. Bob third. Michelle fourth. Christopher Morris first to Bing Crosby. Matt Shirley second. Debbie third. Wesley fourth. Michelle fifth. Holt sixth. Holly seventh. Cynthia's at 15 on Song Hits Magazine. So is Holly. And we have Elvis Christmas album, VG condition, $4.99. There's another one, VG $4.99. Another Beach Boys Christmas album, that's VG $9.99. And a Chipmunk Christmas, that's VG $6.99. 40 Christmas Carols, $9.99. No condition notes, and 20 Christmas Carols. So back-to-back Christmas Carols. I'll show those. We got 40 and 20. You buy both of those, that's 60 Christmas Carols, Tanner. Wow, that's a lot of Christmas caroling. Seth, do you know any Christmas carols? All right. Yes, please come over here. I will give you the mic, and I'll go run to Whataburger right quick. All right, let's do this ZZ Top. I forgot about this over here. This is from Dale. Oh, man, I forgot about this. This is from Dale's Pittsburgh collection. This is a ZZ Top, a 1979 U.S. in-store promo jacket. It also has regular stock jacket inside, Very clean, near mint minus vinyl with a ZZ Top press photo that came with it. Dusty Hill, Frank Beard, and Billy Gibbons, $55 start. So this is an in-store promo jacket for ZZ Top Diguelo. $55 start, $55 start, a 1979 in-store promo jacket. Vinyl is extremely nice, $55 start. There's the in-store promo jacket that we're referring to, and then there's the regular jacket that you're much more familiar with. So and then it has an original press photo that came with it. An original press photo. Very, very cool. Forgot about that. That was actually in the hot picture, but I just casually forgot about it over here. All right, so way back up to the top, we had another batch of Elvis. Christopher Morris was first. Elvis Presley, Christopher Morris. Michelle Miller second. Jane Fink first on the Beach Boys. Matt Shirley third on Elvis. Cynthia second on the Beach Boys. Matt Shirley third on the Beach Boys. Colin Butler fourth. Michelle Miller on Chipmunks. Cynthia second, and also Christopher next on the Beach Boys. James Cohorn next on the Chipmunks. I feel like I got myself out of order there. Let me do that one again, Tanner. Christopher Morris first on Elvis. Michelle Miller was second. Jane Fink first on the Beach Boys. And then we had Matt Shirley EP. That was for Elvis Presley. Cynthia on BB, Beach Boys. That's already gone. Matt Shirley put Bob. I'm sure that was for BB. So that means you were third on the Beach Boys. Colin Butler fourth. Michelle Miller first on Chipmunks. Cynthia was second. Christopher Morris, you were fifth on the Beach Boys. James Cohorn, third on the Chipmunks. And now the Song Hits magazine. Pamela's at 17. Holly bid 20. Cynthia Herdren wants the 20 Christmas carols. Cynthia is on the 20 Christmas carols. Pamela's at 22 on the Song Hits. ZZ Top 55-55. Holly's at 25 on the Bowie magazine. ZZ Top 60-60. Hit Songs 26. ZZ Top 65-70. Song Hits 35. Song Hits 45. ZZ Top 75. We have two more. Let me do this one next. Elvis Christmas Album. VG Condition, $4.99. RCA Camden. VG Condition, $4.99. I'm going to skip the next Elvis Christmas album and show Christmas with the Chipmunks. VG Plus, $12.99. Christmas with the Chipmunks. VG Plus, $12.99. And Christmas with Colonel Sanders. VG Condition, $6.99 with Christmas with Colonel Sanders. That's VG, $6.99. And what else do I have in here? Christmas with Rosemary Clooney in shrink wrap with a Merry Christmas Pickwick Hop sticker. That is sealed and never been opened for $9.99. Rosemary Clooney. All right, so ZZ Top was at $75 and then $80. The Song Hits magazine, Cynthia has that for $65. Song Hits magazine, very cool David Bowie cover. It's in near mint condition. I'll show it. I'll open it up and show it in just a second. This next batch of Elvis, the first one goes to Tom Moran, or I should say the next Elvis. That goes to Tom Moran. Daniel Booziden's at 80 on ZZ Top. Matt Shirley, you were second to Elvis. Michelle Miller third, but Michelle Miller was first to the Chipmunks. That's so to Michelle Miller. Pamela's out on the Song Hits magazine. Michelle Miller first on Colonel Sanders. ZZ Top's at 85 with Brent Robley. Next is CS. That was Colonel Sanders. That means Stephen Young was second. Julian was third. Nat was fourth. Nick Bargeron was fifth. And Jackie Reynolds was Rosemary Clooney. Ed Nelson's at 90 on ZZ Top. Brent Robley's out. So the Song Hits magazine, the high bid is $65 of Cynthia Herdren. Holly Safe, you're out. You're the next bidder. $65, going once, going twice. And the ZZ Top with the in-store promo jacket and press photo. Overall, near mint minus on the vinyl. Solid EX cover and the press photo. The high bid on that is $90 of Ed Nelson. Brent's out. Daniel's out. Here's another Elvis record. Elvis Christmas Album. VG Condition, $4.99. I have another Chipmunks. Christmas with the Chipmunks. That's VG, $6.99. Merle Haggard, Going Home for Christmas. Near mint. What a nice cover. $14.99 for Merle Haggard. And Charles Dickens, A Christmas Carol. Narrated by Orson Welles. Narrated by the famous Orson Welles. That is sealed and unopened. $9.99. All righty. Well, let me go over here and take a quick break from that. And let me pull 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 Kiss cassettes. Please comment the name of the album. Before I do that, let me at least get caught up here. Charles Dickens was the last record, but the first claim, Wesley Stover on Elvis Presley. That's sold to Wesley Stover. Michelle Miller was second. James Cohorn on Chipmunks. I'm seeing some people that have been like third, and like we've shown so many of these, there's people that were like third and fourth and fifth. Now they're first because everybody else has got one. So everybody's like getting chipped away, and everybody's finally getting one. Hey, Chipmunks, everybody's chipping away. Wesley Stover gets Elvis. Michelle was second. James Cohorn gets the Chipmunks. Jackie Reynolds on the Merle Haggard. Christopher was second. Nick Bargeron third on Elvis. Cynthia wants the Charles Dickens. Debbie was second. Michelle was third. Julian was fourth. Now, this is sold. Cynthia Herdring gets the David Bowie magazine for $65. And Ed Nelson gets the ZZ Top. Ed Nelson gets ZZ Top for $90. Very quickly, 5 Kiss cassettes. They're all $9.99. I'll go ahead and show Ace Frehley again in case you missed it. Nice Ace Frehley. $9.99. There's Ace Frehley. Next is Music from the Elder. Music from the Elder. Rock and Roll Over. Please comment the name of the album. Destroyer, Gene Simmons, and Asylum. In backwards order. Asylum, Gene Simmons, Destroyer, Rock and Roll Over, Elder, and Ace Frehley. Those are all $9.99. Those are all $9.99. Kiss cassettes. There's 3 Christmas albums left in here. Silent Night, that's a compilation, $9.99. Another Christmas Carol, sealed, $9.99, another sealed one. And Elvis Christmas album, VG, $4.99. Wow, y'all almost wiped out that bin. We're going to have to go through another one, Tanner. I'm going to try to sell them all just to blow John's mind. John worked all day today pricing 5 crates of Christmas albums. And I told him, I said, John, there's a good chance they're all going to be gone by midnight tonight. By midnight, there's a good chance. Because what we did last time is whatever was left, I bundled it to somebody and we sold them all. So there's a good chance there's not going to be any Christmas albums left by tonight. Back up to the top. First on the Kiss, Rock and Roll Over. That is sold to Clay Moore. He gets the Rock and Roll Over cassette for $9.99. Nobody else on these. Still got Ace Frehley, Music from the Elder, Destroyer, Gene Simmons, and Asylum. That's kind of surprising, but those are all $9.99. First is Jackie Reynolds on Silent Night. That's sold to Jackie Reynolds. Michelle Miller, you were second. You really went in a Christmas bin. I really can't take the claim Christmas because that will get very confusing. Holt Slack on Orson Welles. Debbie Winstead on Elvis. Michelle second. Tom Moran third. Nick Bargeron fourth. And then Debbie Winstead next on CD. I'm not for sure what that was for. Clay Moore wants Music from the Elder. That's sold to Clay Moore. And we have, I think we're caught up. So we have carols. Michelle Miller, do you want the Christmas carols there, I think? Or is that for a Christmas Carol? Let me know, because here's the only 3 left here. A Christmas Carol, 40 Christmas Carols, and the Leonette, am I saying her name right? Price. And that's $9.99. So, yeah, the Orson Welles is already gone. This one's narrated. Who narrated this one? Maybe, I don't know for sure. And then the 40 Christmas Carols is available, and then that one. And then there's the Kiss cassettes. I'll show some more in just a second. All right, let me put these with the other Christmas albums. We usually put them in green and red crates, but they're in, so far, been blue and black. The Kissologies were DVDs. Kissology DVDs. Those are DVDs. I think they're all DVDs, I'm pretty sure. Is there a Kissology CD set? I think they're all DVDs. Speaking of Kiss, let me see what I've got over here in this display cabinet. I've got a lunchbox. I got a Gene Simmons Halloween costume. I have a copy of Alive, and then a bunch of Kiss magazines, which we may sell a lot. But first, let's go through. Right. Let's go through this right here. And let's put up some new auctions. Let me see what I got in the world of autographs. First, I'll show Johnny Cash, because I accidentally peeked it there. VG condition, $9.99. The Christmas Spirit, Johnny Cash. VG condition, $9.99. Let's try another Neil Young. I like this cover for sure. And let's put up a $10 start here on this original copy of Cream Wheels of Fire. So Johnny Cash, this is Sean Fairweather. He was first to Johnny Cash, James second, Kelly third, Nick Barger fourth. $10 start, Cream Wheels of Fire. And I think this is the first label. No, it's a yellow Atco. Let's see. I think that's a second label, but yeah, it does have an 1841 Broadway and extremely nice vinyl. Crossroads, what a great live cut on there. White Room, very nice. EX Plus condition, gatefold. Check out the gatefold. Cream, not Queen, Cream, White Room, $10 start, 2 LP, very clean copy. And next, one of our vintage bootlegs is from Dale's collection, is Neil Young live at the LA Music Center, the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Very famous bootleg. Here's one of the originals from Trademark of Quality, with that very famous image of Neil Young he used for his greatest hits CD. EX condition, $45 start. This is Neil Young live at the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion EX, $45 start. Live famous bootleg there. Still in shrink wrap, Neil Young. All right, let's go to this bin. Hope everybody's ready. Elvis. Elvis Sings Songs for Christmas. VG condition, $4.99. Country Christmas, Loretta Lynn. VG condition, $4.99. Frank Sinatra, Have Yourself a Merry Little Christmas. VG condition, $9.99. George Strait, Merry Christmas to You. VG condition, $24.99. George Strait. Christmas with Conniff, Ray Conniff. That is $4.99. And Christmas Eve with Colonel Sanders. VG condition, $6.99. The Colonel, VG, $6.99. So we had Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash, Johnny Cash. Cream, 10, 13, 15. Jeff McMaster needs to put back the Kissology Volume 1. That's okay. If anybody else wants it, let me know now, because I think there were backups. Cream, 16. Michelle Miller on Elvis. That's sold to Michelle Miller. She's next on the Elvis Christmas album. Brent Riley's at 45 on Neil Young. Pamela Yeager first on Frank Sinatra. Michelle Miller second. Nick Barger on first on George Strait. Jackie Reynolds on Ray Conniff. And Tanner, that one was $4.99. Tom Moran was second. Michelle Miller first on Colonel Sanders. Cream's at 18. Christopher Morris first on LL. That's Loretta Lynn. Nick Bargeron, you were second on KFC. And Chris Bijak put IT. I wasn't for sure what that is, but everything's gone. Cream's at $20. And now final call on Neil Young. Brent Riley has that for $45. LA, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. Okay. Let's keep going. We got 2 auctions up. The Joy of Christmas. This is a box set. A Columbia Musical Treasury recorded live in dynamic dimension sound. $14.99. And it comes with a free piece of fuzz on the back. $14.99. This is the Joy of Christmas Columbia Musical Treasury box set. Have a Happy Holiday. $4.99. Ray Conniff, Frankie Lane, Mitch Miller. That is one of those compilations. $4.99. A lot of these Christmas albums were like promotional freebies. You know, they were given away at stereo hi-fi shops. They were given away at Sears. If y'all familiar, gas stations. A lot of these are promos. They were giveaways and different things like that. A lot of these compilations with those generic covers. I'm going to mute my mic so I can take a drink of water. Thank you. I needed that very much. We have Debbie Winstead on Joy, The Joy of Christmas, and Happy Holidays. Those are sold to Debbie and Jackie. Those are both sold. Continuing, Kenny Rogers Christmas, the third one of the night, $9.99. Bing Crosby, I Wish You a Merry Christmas. VG condition, $4.99. Also, Merry Christmas. I'll do that one later because that's back-to-back Bings and they're different. My bad. Alabama Christmas album, VG Plus, $14.99. Chipmunks, Christmas with the Chipmunks, VG Plus, $9.99. Elvis Christmas album, that's VG Plus, $7.99. And there's another Alabama. Are they both VG Plus? They're both VG Plus, $14.99. Great. And let's do another Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash, VG condition, $9.99. VG, $9.99. So update on our auctions. The high bid on Cream was Stephen Martinelli at $20. Darren Davis, you were out. So was Wesley Stover, 322 Dan, and Nick Bargeron. If y'all are done bidding, let me know. Stephen Martinelli has that for $20. Final call. Pamela came in on the Neil Young. Pamela's at $47. So Brent, you were outbid on that. And now back to these. First was Kenny Rogers. That sold to Tom Moran. Tom Moran got Kenny Rogers. Michelle Miller got Bing Crosby. Jackie Reynolds was second. Cynthia Herdren got Alabama, and so did Wesley Stover. We had back-to-back Alabamas. Cynthia got one. Wesley got one. Michelle, you were third. GC is first on the Elvis Presley. That's so did GC. Jackie Reynolds got the Johnny Cash. James Cohorn was second. Kelly third. Wesley's out on Cream. Nick's out on Cream. Darren's back in at 22. Neil is back in at 48 with Brent. So the only thing not claimed there is Christmas with the Chipmunks. VG Plus condition, $9.99. And then there's that Bing Crosby I set aside. No condition notes. White Christmas, $9.99. White Christmas, $9.99. That's going to be a quick seller. Chad Atkins. I like to listen to this one. Just instrumental guitars. It's so Christmassy. VG condition, $4.99. Christmas with Chad Atkins. A Christmas songbook, Living Voices. 30 greatest Christmas favorites. Wow. 30 greatest Christmas favorites. That's $4.99. And Snowfall, the Tony Bennett Christmas album. This one's highly regarded. The Tony Bennett Christmas album. VG Plus, $6.99. One more. Ramsey Lewis Trio, More Sounds of Christmas. Let's see if this actually has the right disc in it. This has the right disc in it. $19.99. The Ramsey Lewis Trio, $19.99. Okay, so Brent's back in on Neil Young at 48. We had Wesley Stover on Bing Crosby. Wesley got Bing. Michelle was second. Mel Moss third. Kelly fourth. Nick fifth. Steven's out on Cream. We got a new bid on that. I'll get that update in just a second. Jackie put 30, and I'm assuming that was for this right here, the 30 greatest Christmas favorites. And Tanner, that was $4.99. Then we were at, I lost my spot. Where was 30? That was Jackie Reynolds. Neil Young, 49. Tom Moran on Tony Bennett. Tom Moran on Tony Bennett. Brent Ribley, second. Jeff Master, third. John Smetzer, fourth. Christopher Smith on the Ramsey Lewis. Chet Atkins is still available. VG condition, $4.99. That's the one that had the wrong disc in it earlier. This is the Ramsey Lewis Trio Sound of Christmas. VG condition. That's the right disc. VG condition, $9.99. We had one earlier that had the wrong disc in it. And yeah, that's the right label. I knew it was supposed to be on Cadet, even though it says Argo. It's a Cadet reissue, but yes, that's the right disc. And that cover's in shrink wrap. So Christopher was on first on the last Ramsey Lewis. Neil's back in on Neil Young, or Brent is back in on Neil Young at 55. Christopher Smith gets Chet Atkins. That's so to Christopher Smith. And then Chris Bijak gets this Ramsey Lewis. Tom Moran second on Chet Atkins. Christopher, you were second on that next Ramsey Lewis. Tommy third. And Nick Bargeron. Wow, there's a Chipmunks that has not been claimed. Now, where were we on Cream? Where were we? That was Darren Davis at $22. Final call. Cream, Wheels of Fire. Final call. They're still bidding on Neil. 55, now 56. Continuing. The Little Drummer Boy. The original version. Pa-rum-pa-bum-bum. $9.99. The Doris Day Christmas album. $4.99. Elvis Christmas album. VG Plus, $7.99. We have Rhythm Blues Christmas, $14.99. Charles Brown, B.B. King, Clyde McPhatter, Chuck Berry, Run Rudolph Run. And A Christmas Festival, Leroy Anderson and his orchestra, $4.99. Let me show one more. Well, that's another Elvis album. Never mind. You know what's coming next. Pamela got Neil Young for 56, so she's back in. Jackie Reynolds on The Little Drummer Boy. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. Debbie Winston second. Jane Fink on, that was the Chipmunks record, my bad. Debbie Winston on Little Drummer Boy. Jane Fink on DD, which was Doris Day, and Michelle Miller third. So Jackie Reynolds got The Little Drummer Boy. Debbie Winston was second. Jane Fink got Doris Day. Michelle Miller third. Jackie Reynolds wants Leroy Anderson, and Tanner, that was $4.99. $4.99 for that last claim there on Leroy Anderson. Let's go ahead and sell Darren Davis the Cream album for $22. Pamela and Brent are still bidding on Neil Young. We're at 56 and now 57. So Brent has that for 57. All right, let's do another magazine. I've got teen tunes and pinups. Words to hit songs, top teen tunes. This has, let's see here. I see the Beatles. I see Donovan. I see Herman's Hermits. There's John Sebastian. There's Mick Jagger. There's the Monkees. Sam Sham. I think I've identified everybody. This is Teen Tunes Magazine, $15 start, obviously from the mid-60s, as you can see. Let's take a look at it. There's the Monkees. It's got the lyrics. Yeah, copyright 66. So it's like a lyrics magazine. Very cool. On a carousel, there's the Hollies. I've never seen this before. There's a little bit, there's Miss Bikini Lou. So it's lyrics. This is my song, Charles Chaplin. Hit of the month, a little bit me, a little bit Mew. Written by Neil Diamond, as made famous by the Monkees. Where's the Beatles song? That's what I want to see. There's Sinatra. Penny Lane. Wow, it's Penny Lane. I was curious what Beatles song it was. John Lennon, Paul McCartney. In Penny Lane, there is a barber showing photographs of every head he's had the pleasure to know. $15 start. Neil Young 57, Neil Young 58. Brent's out, Pamela has it for 58. Final call. Teen Tunes is a $15 start. No claim on the Rhythm and Blues Christmas. And there's an Elvis record that went unclaimed. Oh my gosh. VG Plus condition, $7.99. So that's still what's left. I'm going to skip over that next Elvis record then, and I'm going to show these next four right here, which is Alabama Christmas, VG condition, $9.99. Christmas with the Chuck Wagon Gang. That's $4.99 for Chuck Wagon Gang. Merry Christmas, Bing Crosby, VG $4.99. And there's another Chipmunks. That one's VG Plus $9.99. Also, there's another Alabama, VG condition $9.99. So back-to-back Alabamas, VG $9.99. And there's another Soul Christmas. That's a classic. VG condition $9.99. Soul Christmas, VG $9.99. So first to Alabama was Michelle Miller. Michelle, you get Alabama. I got another one if anybody else wants it. Jackie Reynolds wants the Chuck Wagon Gang. And Tanner, that was $4.99. That's so did Jackie Reynolds. Nick Bargeron is first on the Bing Crosby. Michelle second. Mel Moss third. Kelly fourth. Chris Bijak first on Soul Christmas. Matt Shirley second. John Smetzer third. And Pamela says, sell Neil Young to the Brent. Sell Neil Young to Brent, not the Brent. I want to put the in front of everybody. Tom Moran wants Elvis. That's Tom Moran. He gets the Elvis Christmas album. So who is Elvis going to? It's at $58 with Pamela. I'll let y'all decide. Is it Pamela's or Brent's? I think we have a friendly conversation going on who wants it. So it's either Pamela's or Brent's for $58. And if anybody wants to do a buy it now on the Teen Tunes magazine, $15 buy it now for the Teen Tunes magazine. $15 BIN on that if anybody wants it. 1966, and that is a $15 buy it now. Pamela, Brent says it's Pamela. Sell that to Pamela for $58. The price on the R&B is $14.99. R&B is $14.99. All right. Here's another Elvis. This is VG $4.99. Elvis Christmas album, VG $4.99. And Elvis Memories of Elvis 14. Actually, let me check the bin. Paul said we had some duplicate bootlegs, but I don't think it was that one. No, it wasn't. There's another Neil Young in here we have two of, I think. I can't find it right now, though. But first, here's the David Bowie. This caught my attention. Bump and Grind, which has some nudity on the cover. This is David Bowie, tracks A1, 4, and 5, and then B1, 2, 3, 4, and B6 are studio tracks. A2 and 3 and B5 are live David Bowie cuts from the auditorium, the Civic Auditorium broadcast, $75 start. And I think this has a little bit of nudity on the front. David Bowie, Bump and Grind. David Bowie, that's why Paul has covered her up there. $75 start. Very clean vinyl. Vintage David Bowie. That's got to be pretty scarce. I've never seen that before. Bump and Grind. $75 start on that. Let's see. Do you have any Boston, the band items, other than vinyl from the collections you purchased? No, I don't think I have. Nope. I've only ever seen Boston. I've had some Boston bootlegs. We had one that night that was a war for it. But I've never seen any Boston posters. I've never seen any Boston collectibles. Nope. Just records. $15 for the Teen Tune magazine if anybody wants that. Debbie says she wants the Red Elvis album. That's so did Debbie. So that one's still available. Buck Owens, Christmas Shopping, VG Plus $6.99. Amy Grant, a Christmas album. Amy Grant is VG condition, $4.99. The original Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, VG condition, $4.99. VG $4.99. Elvis Christmas album. There's another one. VG $4.99. A Partridge Family Christmas album, and it looks like it has the card with it. VG condition, $14.99. Partridge Family Christmas card, and it still has the card. VG condition, $4.99. Let me try another magazine. Here's another Song Hits. We had the David Bowie one earlier. Here's Song Hits magazine, also from that same era, and this one has Macca on it. Paul McCartney, Song Hits magazine, September 1982. Words to over 80 hit songs. Elton John, A Taste of Honey, Terry Gordon, and that is Song Hits magazine. Very cool. Paul McCartney cover. There's Elton. $15 star. Very well taken care of. $15 start on that. Any signed ACDC? No signed ACDC. We do have a fully signed. We have a fully signed Van Halen, Women and Children First. Van Halen, Roth, and Anthony. David Bowie 75, David Bowie 80. Wesley Stover wants Amy Grant. Tanner, that was $4.99. John Smetzer was second. Tom Moran gets the Buck Owens. Chris Bijak was second. Davey Winston wants Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Pamela Yeager first on Partridge Family. John Smetzer was next. Continuing, Sleigh Ride, Randy Van Horn Singers. Sleigh Ride, $4.99. David Bowie's at 90. Have a Merry Little Al Hurt. That is $4.99. Al Hurt Christmas album. There's another French Noel Christmas album, $9.99. Another French Noel Christmas album, $9.99. John Denver, Rocky Mountain Christmas, $14.99 for John Denver. The Four Seasons Christmas album in shrink wrap, VG condition, $4.99. The Four Seasons Christmas album. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, that is $9.99 on a children's label, $9.99. And The Sounds of Christmas, that is $17.99. The Sounds of Christmas, $17.99. So Partridge Family is Partridge Family. Cynthia is back in on the David Bowie for 90. David Bowie 94. Jackie Reynolds on AL. AL was Al Hurt. That's so to Jackie Reynolds. David Bowie's at 94. How much for Van Halen? Van Halen get auctioned tonight. Tom Moran is first on Four Seasons, and David Bowie's at 115. Final call to get a bid in on Paul McCartney. If anybody, the Paul McCartney magazine, Song Hits, if anybody wants that for 15. Van Halen will not be auctioned tonight. We're waiting for the letter of authenticity to come back from JSA in the mail, and it will be somewhere in a 4-digit price range for a starting bid. So we will not be... Yes, that will not be just randomly shown one night. It will be probably advertised for a good solid week on a Facebook ad, along with the Tom Petty and the Claptons and all the other ones. So it will be a double or triple or quadruple air horn. It's signed, or maybe, I don't know. It may, if we have the right people on, it may get it will get way. It's going to be a very, very expensive record, thousands of dollars. Sleigh Ride Jingle Bells, $9.99. Sleigh Ride Jingle Bells, $9.99. Elvis Christmas album. This one's in shrink wrap. VG on the vinyl, $4.99. Elvis Christmas album, VG $4.99. Another Elvis Christmas album. At this point, you're going to have to let me. At this point, you're probably going to have to let me know which one you want, because we've shown so many. There's another Elvis Christmas album, VG Plus $7.99. And Merry Christmas, The Supremes, VG Plus $9.99. David Bowie 115, David Bowie 20, David Bowie 135. Sorry, Chad, can't see who's bidding on the David Bowie. The David Bowie is being bid on by Holly Safe. If you can't see her bids in the chat, they're showing up on the screen. See where my hand's going up and down? Right there where my phone is right now. There's her bid, 138. So if you can't see it in the chat, they also pop up on the screen. So, but I will try to call them out. Cynthia was at 115. Holly's at 120. Cynthia's at 135. David Bowie 138. Matt Shirley wants Elvis, the first one, in shrink wrap. This is sold to Matt Shirley. I think he finally got one. David Bowie 150. John Smetzer second. Pamela Yeager first on the Supremes. Tom Moran was second. Bowie 152. And we have the Great Songs of Christmas. $4.99. Great Songs of Christmas. A Christmas Festival. That's $9.99. That's a 2LP, A Christmas Festival. And Christmas with Mahalia Jackson, $9.99. Christmas with Mahalia Jackson on the original Columbia 2i, $9.99. Now that crate's definitely worth going through again, because there were some great titles still left in there. Unless everybody's already got the one they're looking for. Some of these we've shown 15, 20 times. And I think everybody's got one. But if you've not been able to secure one, or it was too busy earlier, now's the time, because we're about to go back through this one. Brent Ribley first on Mahalia, Darren Davis second. Let's make this a buy it now. The Song Hits magazine, September 82 with McCartney on the cover. $15 buy it now on that. And we still got the Teen Tunes magazine. It was a $15 buy it now. Also a $15 buy it now. So, yeah, let's go through this one more time. David Bowie's at 185. Let me see what I have over here in my auction bin. We still got vintage bootlegs we haven't got to. Also, tonight has flown by. I can't believe it's already 10:30. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Let's do another Yardbirds. The Yardbirds, The Last Hurrah in the Big Apple. Oh, wow. Yeah. I've listened to this one before. This is a great recording. This is the Yardbirds live at New York's Anderson Theater, March 30th, 1968. This is a $35 start. This is the Yardbirds, The Last Hurrah in the Big Apple. This has Jimmy Page. You know, if you didn't know what this was and you know Led Zeppelin well and you just put it on, you'll know right away it's Jimmy Page. You would either think it's a Led Zeppelin concert or a Jimmy Page or a Yardbirds concert. This is a $35 start. Pretty clean looking vinyl. Looks like EX or EX Plus. And that is the Yardbirds, The Last Hurrah on the Big Apple. And that's a good recording. I've listened to one of those before. That's the second or third I think we've had from Dale's collection. And it may be one of the last. The David Bowie's at 205, 208, 235. And let's go through this Christmas crate one more time. Chipmix. Whoop, Tanner, I can't get it out. Seth, you want to come help me? Yeah. I want you to read this title right here.
Christmas with the Chipmunks.
Christmas with the Chipmunks. Thank you. VG Plus, $9.99. At any time, if you want to come host the show, Seth, I'll start keying in records, so totally up to you. Christmas with the Chipmunks. Another one, Christmas with the Chipmunks. I've got two of them. They're both in VG Plus condition. Alabama Christmas, VG, $9.99. Rhythm and Blues Christmas. That's like one I can't believe hadn't sold. $14.99. Rhythm and Blues Christmas, $14.99. Also, Elvis Christmas album, and this is in mono, VG condition, $4.99. That's in mono. Elvis Christmas album. Elvis Christmas album. That's on the Pickwick label. VG condition. $4.99. Elvis Christmas album. Sleigh Ride. Randy Van Horn. $4.99. David Bowie 235. Additional info on Christmas Festival. Leslie Holt. A Christmas Festival is an RCA record club. I don't know if it's any particular artist or not. I don't really know. $9.99. Let's check out the gatefold. Introduction, the Royal Philharmonic Orchestra, Living Streams. So it's all string music and coracles. And it's got about approximately 18, 26, about 33 Christmas songs on it. And that is $9.99. It's a 2 LP. It's all string and coracle music. $9.99. The Yardbirds was at 40. David Bowie 250. Yardbirds 45. David Bowie 270. David Bowie 275. Yardbirds 46. Nick Bargeron wants the Elvis mono. David Bowie 295. Leslie sold on a Christmas festival. David Bowie 300. There's the French Christmas record. $9.99. We sold one of those earlier. John Denver still available. $14.99, no condition notes. There were several people back up on the other one, so I don't think everybody's got one yet. John Denver's $14.99, no condition notes on that one. Jackie Reynolds wants the Sleigh Ride. Tanner, that was $4.99. David Bowie's now at $3.25. The Yardbirds is at 46. The Yardbirds is at 46, and Brent Robley, you're out. Rudolph, the Red-Nosed Reindeer, $9.99. The Sounds of Christmas, a story with songs and sound effects, plus over 100 Christmas sound effects for your own stories. That's actually a Disney record. The Sounds of Christmas, 100 sound effects? How did they get that on one? They must be like 1 second. 100 sound effects? I want to see what the grooves looks like. Is this the grooves for it? The story, The Sounds of Christmas, We Wish You a Merry Christmas. How in the world? That is $17.99. That's one I don't think I've ever seen before from Disney. Sleigh Ride Jingle Bells, Children's Christmas Favorites, $9.99. Elvis Christmas Album, VG Plus $7.99. And The Great Songs of Christmas. Tony Bennett's on there, so is Barbara. Steve Lawrence, Robert Goulet. That is $4.99. Okay, so David Bowie, we was at 300, then 325. We pulled the sleigh ride, 328. Yardbirds 47. David Bowie 350. Yardbirds 48. David Bowie 352. And then Christopher Morris wants SRJB. Sleigh Ride Jingle Bells. That's so to Christopher Morris. David Bowie 375. Jackie Reynolds wants Great Songs of Christmas. Yardbirds 55. All right. I'm going to condense these with the other Christmas bin. Now, I've got 2 more bins, but we're going to save those for another night, okay? I'm going to go to the back and get a $6.99 crate of just random rock, pop, soul, country, jazz stuff, okay? I've got 2 more full bins of Christmas albums. I think we need to take a break for tonight. We've went through 3 entire crates of Christmas albums, and there's about a third of a crate left. So let's just take a pause on those, and we'll resume those again tomorrow. Or I'll post them in the group as a flip video. So Bowie 378, Bowie 400, and Sean says sigh. He is. Which one are you looking for, Sean? The one with the red cover? Now, John told me he's got 3 of the original Elvis 56 or no, 50. We've got about 3 back there. He's trying to Frankenstein one to a really nice copy because we got a bad disc and a good cover, no inner sleeve, good inner sleeve. And I think he's trying to find the absolute best, and then we'll sell the other ones. But there's probably at least one back there worthy of auctioning if we can match up all the correct inserts and stuff. Okay, so I'm coming back up to the front right now with a full crate of $6.99ers. $6.99ers. We are almost air horn territory. We are. Roger Monk wants the $4.99 Elvis. Roger, you got you a $4.99 Elvis. I think you wanted this one right here, the Elvis Christmas album. I'm dreaming of a blue Christmas. Or is that a white Christmas? No, he's not dreaming of blue Christmas, is he? I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Yeah, blue Christmas is the Elvis. I'm not going to try to sing it, but I can hear it in my head. Seth, you want to come sing it? Holly's at 402 on the Bowie. Joshua wants the Rhythm and Blues Christmas. Still chipping away. We probably need to go through everything that's left here in a second because I can't believe no one bought John Denver or Alabama. That's like a we need to stop the show moment. I'm out of breath. These records are heavy. That's so to Josh. Sean. Dean Martin. I got a new one ordered. I got new Dean Martin on red vinyl on the way, but I hadn't seen an original. I got 2 more full crates here, but there's no telling. David Bowie 428. We didn't make it to air horn territory. It looks like 428 with Holly. Now the Yardbirds is at 55 with Brent Robley. Brian's out, so Brent has the Yardbirds for 55, final call. Holly has Bowie for 428. That's a final call. And let's go through this crate. Everything in here is $6.99. $6.99. We have Bee Gees, Spirits Having Flown, $6.99 for the Bee Gees. America, Hat Trick, America is $6.99. Nina, 99 Luff Balloons, also known as 99 Red Balloons, 12-inch single. Wow, we're off to a great start in this one. Harry Chapin, Legends of the Lost and Found, 2 LPs. Harry Chapin, $6.99. Chris Christopherson, Border Lord. Chris is $6.99. And Melanie, Born to Be, that's in shrink wrap, $6.99. One more, The Many New Sides of Charlie Rich, $6.99, featuring Mohair Sam, $6.99. All right, so David Bowie is sold. Let me make sure. David Bowie is sold to Holly Safe for $428. That's a rare bootleg. That's sold to Holly for $428. The Yardbirds just got a new bid with Jeff at $65. Davey Winstead, first on the $6.99 stuff. Davey Winstead gets America. Cynthia Herdron on Nina. GC was second. Yardbird $65. Michelle Miller third on Nina. Leslie Hope first on the Bee Gees. Nick Bargeron fourth on Nina. Wesley Stover, you were second on America. Brent Robley on HC. That's Harry Chapin. That's sold to Brent Robley for $6.99. Julian on KK for Chris Christopherson. That's sold to Julian. Debbie on Melanie. M for Melanie. And Jackie Reynolds on Charlie Rich. That is also Jeff McMaster's a new bid on the Yardbirds at $65. Jeff is at 65 on the Yardbirds. $65 on that. Well, I've shown and sold all the magazines I had set aside, except for the 2 that didn't get bids. I haven't done all the KISS cassettes yet, but I think I'm going to wait on those and let everybody know that I'm going to auction and sell the rest. I do have a MoFi pressing. It's one of the last ones from that sealed collection we bought that has not sold yet. So I'm going to start it so cheap you have to bid on it. This is a sealed MoFi copy of Hall & Oates, Daryl Hall and John Oates' Voices. A sealed MoFi copy just for a $25 start, numbered 1142. That is sealed MoFi, Voices, Hall & Oates, $25 start. The Yardbirds is at $75. Continuing, we have sold everything in here so far. $6.99. Jay Ferguson, White Noise, $6.99 for Jay Ferguson. The Long Harvest, Edwin McCall and Piggy Seeger. Some traditional ballads in their English, Scots, and North American variants. $6.99. I think I have some more David Bowie bootlegs, so stand by for those. Peter Frampton, I'm In You. Peter Frampton is $6.99. Gene Vincent's Greatest hit, $6.99. Rick James, Lucy's Rap. Rick James, $6.99. And Kenny Rogers in the first edition presents The Ballad of Calico. Kenny Rogers, that's a 2 LP for $6.99. Brent's back in on the Yardbirds at $75. And we have John Leal is at $30 on the Hall & Oates. So, Jeff, let me know if you want back in on that. Going once, going twice on the Hall & Oates. Let's see what I got in this bin. I have Jackson Brown, the Doobie Brothers, Elvis, Patti Smith, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Dave Edmonds. A lot of these are vintage bootlegs or radio shows. Patti Smith, Emerson, Lake and Palmer, Zappa, Joni Mitchell and James Taylor. That's a cool one. Boz Scaggs, Procol Harum, the Ivies, a.k.a. Badfinger, Neil Young, David Bowie, Aerosmith, Jefferson Airplane, and Neil Young. So let me pull out the other David Bowie and let's definitely run an Aerosmith. So there's a couple bootlegs that's on deck. David Bowie and Aerosmith. That will probably want to keep you watching there. Next is Debbie Winston on KR for Kenny Rogers. That's so to Debbie. And Wesley was second. So no claim on Rick James, Gene Vincent, Peter Frampton, Jay Ferguson. Those are all still available. Traffic, Welcome to the Canteen. Steve Winwood, Jim Capaldi, Dave Mason. No VG Plus, $6.99. And Charlie is $6.99. No condition notes on Charlie, $6.99. And Maynard Ferguson is $6.99. Peter, Paul, and Mary, late again. Peter, Paul, and Mary is $6.99. Danny Davis and Willie Nelson with the Nashville Brass, $6.99 for Willie Nelson. And the Isley Brothers, Winner Takes All. The Isley Brothers is $6.99. So Jeff's out on the Yardbirds. Let's go ahead and end that and sell it to Brent Robley for $75. Hall & Oates, $31, So new high bid is $32 on Hall & Oates. We got 3 bidders. Blade Singletary on PF. PF was for Peter Frampton, perhaps. I'm In You. Is that right, Blade? If so, that's so due for $6.99. Our next vintage bootleg is David Bowie, and this feels like a 2 LP. It is. 72. That's the era I like of David Bowie. This is an FM broadcast, Civic Auditorium, Santa Monica, October 20th, 1972. Disc 1 is VG+. Disc 2 is EX+. Paul has a note here, a 4-letter word with an exclamation point. Rare. $65 start. $65 start. This is David Bowie, Santa Monica Civic Auditorium, vintage bootleg, 2 LP, $65 start. $65 start on David Bowie. Hall & Oates, $31. Blade did want Peter Frampton. Hall & Oates, $33. David Bowie, $65. David Bowie, $65. All right, continuing. Everything in here is $6.99. Bachman Turner Overdrive, Head On, $6.99 for BTO. Okay, Western Swing. So this is like an early Western compilation. Okay, this is like some of the first, okay, had some of the first Western recordings. 2 LP, $6.99, Western Swing. Paul Revere and the Raiders, Greatest Hits, $6.99. I think that all happened up around Bristol, Tennessee, some of the first recorded country music. I don't know if this is actually what this is, but I'm pretty sure that was the label. Okay, OKEH, 1918, $6.99. Okay, Western Swing. What's Funk? Grand Funk, that's in shrink wrap for $6.99. And The Best of the Doobies, Volume 2. The Best of the Doobies, Volume 2, $6.99. And Public Execution, Mouse and the Traps. Mouse and the Traps is $6.99. Also, The Image, The image is $6.99. We have David Bowie. So Hall & Oates was at 33. John Lill, you were out. Henry's Choice, you were out. Jeff was at 33, but I hadn't got to the bottom. David Bowie, 65. David Bowie, 65. David Bowie, 65. David Bowie, 75. David Bowie, 80. David Bowie, 75. Jackie Reynolds wants the OK compilation. That's sold for $6.99, Tanner. David Bowie, 105. David Bowie, 110. Michelle Miller, second on OK. Davey Winstead on PR. PR was for Paul Revere. That sold to Debbie Winstead for $6.99. David Bowie 105. David Bowie 102. James Cohorn wants DB. That was the Doobie Brothers for $6.99. Jeff McMaster wants Mouse and the Traps. Mouse and the Traps. That sold to Jeff McMaster. David Bowie 150. Brent's out. Hall & Oates is at 34. So the high bid on David Bowie is $150. The high bid on Hall & Oates is $35. And Hall & Oates is a sealed mobile fidelity sound lab. And if y'all remember, this is like the last one we couldn't sell or didn't sell the other night. And I think the first time I ever put this out, it was a $95 start, Tanner. It was either $75 or $95, and that was a pretty competitive price based on Discogs. $35 is the high bid right now of John Lill. David Bowie's at $155. Continuing. By the way, if you missed it, this Grand Funk is from that Wisconsin collection. If you need this one to complete your Grand Funk discography, What's Funk? It is near mint and shrink wrap. That's from that very fantastic. Anytime you see a hop sticker that looks or a price tag that looks like that, it's from that collection. Also, Kung Fu EX condition, $6.99. I think this is technically self-titled. No, it's music and dialogue from the TV series Kung Fu. EX condition, $6.99. Kung Fu. The Rugbies, VG Plus condition, $6.99. Randy Meisner, one more song. Randy Meisner from the Eagles, EX, $6.99. Ray Stevens, The Feeling's Not Right Again. Ray Stevens is $6.99. And Firefall self-titled, $6.99. Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Steve Martin is $6.99. Life Stories, Earl Clue. Earl Clue is $6.99. Johnny Rivers, Rewind. Johnny Rivers is $6.99. And Melissa Manchester in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $6.99. Melissa Manchester. Now, the other night, I realized there was 2 Led Zeppelin records we didn't sell. New sealed vinyl Led Zeppelin records. 2 records, same title. And I found this behind some Led Zeppelin albums that I forgot about. And I have a feeling it's going to sell. First, this is my last 2 copies. I have more on the way, but this is my last 2 copies of Led Zeppelin 4. One of the biggest selling albums of all time. One of the greatest albums of all time. This is $31.99 for Led Zeppelin 4, When the Levee Breaks, Stairway to Heaven, Black Dog, Rock and Roll. Those are $31.99, new and sealed. And I hadn't shown this in over a year. Robert Plant, Carry Fire, 2 LP. And I know for sure this is back out of stock and out of print. Robert Plant solo album, Carry Fire, $36.99. So there is Zeppelin 4, $31.99. And there's Robert Plant's solo album, Carry Fire, 2 LP, $36. If anybody's interested in those, just wanted to show those since we didn't get to those the other night. Okay, back up to the top, Tanner. Lots to claim all of a sudden. David Bowie was at $175. Hall & Oates was at $38. Jeff is going to get that Grand Funk album. That's sold to Jeff for $6.99. Hall & Oates was at $39. Homeland Conspiracy on Kung Fu. Michelle Miller was second. David Bowie, $200. Eric Gooden on the Rugbies. That's sold to Eric Gooden. Henry's Choice is at $40. Henry's Choice is at $40 on Hall & Oates. Brian C. third on Kung Fu. Jeff second on the Rugbies. Blade Singletary next on the GF. That was the Grand Funk. That was sold first to Jeff. Debbie Winstead on FF. FF was Firefall. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. And then Daniel Bouziden gets the Robert Plant, this new sealed. And that is not $6.99. It's $36.99. But that is sold to Daniel Bouziden. John Lill's back on Hall & Oates at $41. Nick, you were second to Robert Plant. And the high bid on David Bowie is Cynthia Herdron has this for $325. David Bowie, $325. Continuing, we have Captain and Tennille, Dream. Captain and Tennille is $6.99. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass. Doug Kershaw is $6.99. And Weather Report, Sweet Nighter. Weather Report, $6.99. Chi Coltrane. Chi Coltrane is $6.99. And Graham Nash and David Crosby, that's $6.99. Scritti Politti, Cupid and Psyche, $85. That's now just $6.99. And the Moody Blues, The Other Side of Life, in shrink wrap with the hop sticker, $6.99. Near mint, pristine Moody Blues, $6.99. $6.99. So Hall & Oates 41. We pulled Robert Plant. David Bowie 325. Hall & Oates 45. David Bowie 228. We already have a bid of 325. Cynthia Herdren was in first at 325. 325. And I think Holly meant 338 maybe. I'm not for sure. It says 228, but Travis Wade on SP. Scritti Politi, that was $6.99. Debbie Winstead wants MM. MM was Melissa Manchester, maybe? Debbie on MM for Melissa Manchester. Blade Singletary on MB for the Moody Blues. Bert Jordan was second. Cynthia says she's in at 380 on David Bowie. David Bowie is a... David Bowie... Let's see if it actually has a title. I don't think it has a title. But we have it as David Bowie FM broadcast from the Civic Auditorium in Santa Monica, October 20th, 1972. 1972. Disc 1 is VG+. Disc 2 is EX+. Rare. Paul has a note, rare. It's from Trademark of Quality. It is a very high-quality bootleg. It's from the Swine label, TMOQ. It is Santa Monica. High bid is $380 to Cynthia Herdren. And then Hall & Oates is at 45 with Henry's Choice, Sealed MoFi, Voices. Hall & Oates Voices. Final call for $45. David Bowie's at 400. Okay, continuing with $6.99. Grand Funk, All the Girls in the World Beware, and it has the insert with it. I think it's a poster, actually. $6.99. Gordon Lightfoot, Salute. Gordon Lightfoot, $6.99. Pat Metheny, New Chakuta. Promo copy, not for resale, provided with the hope that you will play it for in-store use. Pat Metheny, $6.99. Manfred Mann's Earth Band, Watch, $6.99. Manhattan's Love Talk, the Manhattans is $6.99. And Pretty Things, Silk Torpedo in shrink wrap, $6.99. Pretty Things. Also, Nielsen, Do It on Mondi. I don't know really how to say that, but there's Harry Nielsen. It also has a promo stamp up there in the corner, $6.99. $6.99. David Bowie, 400. David Bowie, 450. Hall & Oates, 46. David Bowie, 455. Stephen A. Young on PM for $6.99. Pat Metheny. And Pamela Yeager wants HM, and she meant HN maybe. Was HM also a claim? Manford, no. Stephen got PM for Pat Metheny. Pamela put HM. I don't think there was an HM, but there is an HN for Harry Nielsen. And then Matt Shirley, she wanted man. Oh, that says MM. Sorry, my eyes are starting to. It's that time of night. Pamela Yeager, MM. So Pamela got that, and she gets this one, Manfred Mann. Matt Shirley, you were second on Pat Metheny. Hall & Oates is at 50. We have hit air horn territory. Holly Safe is at 500 on the David Bowie Santa Monica, $500, and the sealed Hall & Oates is at 50. We officially have war for David Bowie. It's between Cynthia and Holly. $6.99 continues. Time and Charges, the Buckinghams, $6.99. I was for Pretty Things. Thank you for clarifying. Pretty Things, that is sold to Matt Shirley, $6.99. And the Moody Blues, Long Distance Voyager, featuring their hit single, The Voice, or The Golden Rule. Well, it says something about The Golden Rule. The Voice, yeah. The Voice, The Golden Rule. See, that's what I call it. $6.99 for Moody Blues. Very clean copy, gatefold. Curtis Mayfield, 12-inch single, $6.99. Curtis Mayfield. Debbie Winstead gets the Moody Blues. That's sold to Debbie Winstead. Also, Buddy Holly for the first time anywhere. Buddy Holly. Big markdown on this, $6.99. Buddy Holly, $6.99 for Buddy Holly. Walter Egan, Not Shy. Walter Egan is $6.99. John Denver, Windsong. John Denver is $6.99. Neil Young Trans is $6.99. Loudon Wainwright III, that is $6.99. The Everly Brothers, Link Ray, The Cordettes, Eddie Hodges, Johnny Tilliston, that is $6.99. And Gary U.S. Bonds on the line, $6.99. David Bowie, $5.50, $5.55. Debbie got the Moody Blues. Julian gets Buddy Holly. Debbie Winstead on NY. NY was Neil Young. There's another $6.99 Trans if you missed out on the other one. But Debbie got that one. Final call. Henry's Choice was at 50 on Hall & Oates. John Leal, you were the next bidder, unless anybody else wants to get involved. Final call for Sealed MoFi, Hall & Oates, $50. And we have reached the end of this $6.99 bin. Half of it's gone. Let's go through it one more time, and I would love to sell you the other half. $6.99. There's still some great titles left in here for $6.99. It's awfully late. That's why there's a little bit more left than normal. If we would have shown this one at 7 o'clock, it would have been wiped out like that first one. So if you think you're interested in something, now's the time, because I may pull some of these out and show them again. Jeff's out on Hall & Oates. What's the one with Link Ray? This is a compilation. We've had it before. It's I think it's just a compilation. It's called Cadence Classics. And it does have the Rumble by Link Ray. It does have the famous Rumble. Jimmy Page just made a rare public appearance at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame and played that live. That's one of his biggest influences, Link Ray. So, John Lill, just let me know if you're out on the Hall & Oates. And Cynthia, it's between you and Holly on the David Bowie. Holly has the high bid for $555. $555. Brian C. had a question. Does Chi Coltrane have the song Thunder and Lightning on it? Sorry that I missed that. Brian C. on Chi Coltrane. I'm glad somebody said something. Rob and Tanner. Chi Coltrane, Thunder and Lightning, first song, side 1. Yes. In shrink wrap. Very nice copy, $6.99. Cynthia's backing on Bowie at $585. Okay, so here's what's left for $6.99. John Smetzer wants Steve Martin. I will pull that whenever I get to it. Give me 1 second. So Chi Coltrane. There's the Chordettes Classics. That's still available, Julian. And next is Jay Ferguson, White Noise. If I don't say anything about the condition, then it's EX Plus, near mint minus. Jay Ferguson, Long Harvest. Long Harvest is $6.99. Gene Vincent's Greatest, Bebopalua. Gene Vincent's Greatest, $6.99. Rick James, 12-inch singles, Lucy's Rap, $6.99. Traffic, Steve Winwood, Jim Capaldi, Dave Mason, Chris Wood, Rick Gretsch. That's Welcome to the Canteen, VG Plus, $6.99. Charlie, that is $6.99. And Maynard Ferguson is $6.99. John Smetzer, there's your Steve Martin. I was about to say, let me go ahead and find that before we get out of order here. Steve Martin, nice copy. Gatefold near mint. That is sold to John Smetzer for $6.99. David Bowie's at $590. Brian C. gets the Chi Coltrane for $6.99. David Bowie, $615. David Bowie, $625. Can I see the Ray Stevens track listings? That's coming up. That's the one where he's playing the red piano. It's right here. James Cohorn, Ray Stevens, I Need Your Help, Barry Manilow, Get Crazy With Me, Give Me a Smile, Daydream Romance, L'Amour, The Feeling's Not Right Again, Feel the Music Come Back, and Be Your Own Best Friend. That is $6.99. Okay, I got to go ahead and sell Hall & Oates. Never to hear back from John Lill, but I'm going to go ahead and sell that to Henry's Choice for $50. David Bowie's at $625. Let's go ahead and run this. Awfully late. It's awfully late because I can't talk, but that's nothing normal. To be running something like this, this is really cool. Aerosmith, Rock This Way. This is also called Monkey Grip. It's a vintage Aerosmith bootleg, King Biscuit Flower Hour at the Schaefer Musical Festival in Central Park. I think about 2 months ago when we had one of these, when we first got this collection in, we sold it for well over $100. August 29th, 1975, vintage Aerosmith. Vintage Aerosmith bootleg, $45 start, August 29th, 1975. August 25th, 1975, vintage Aerosmith bootleg, Rock This Way, also known as Monkey Grip, $45 start. Very clean, very nice, $699. Everything in this bin is $6.99. It's our fourth one of the night, I think. $6.99. We have, well, I'll go through one more time at the end what's left. David Bowie, the high bid is $655. $655 on that. Peter, Paul, and Mary, late again, $6.99 for PPM. Danny Davis and Willie Nelson, that's $6.99. The Isley Brothers, Winner Takes All. The Isley Brothers is $6.99. Head On, Bachman Turner Overdrive, $6.99 for BTO. The Image is $6.99. Also, Randy Meisner, One More Song, EX Condition, Randy Meisner. Life Stories, Earl Clues and Shrink Wrap, $6.99. Johnny Rivers, Rewind. Johnny Rivers is $6.99. Captain and Tennille, Dream, $6.99 for Captain and Tennille. Doug Kershaw, Swamp Grass, $6.99 for Doug Kershaw. And Weather Report, Sweet Nighter. Boy, it's cold out there. I feel the air coming in. Sweet Nighter, $6.99 on Weather Report. And Graham Nash and David Crosby, that's $6.99. Okay, we have an out on David Bowie. Holly Safe has David Bowie for $655. Cynthia Herdren's out. $655 on the David Bowie Santa Monica. That's a final call for $655. We're definitely going to have to bring out the air horn. And we have Aerosmith, Rock This Way, Monkey Grip. Got a couple interested bidders, 65, 70, 75, and Debbie Winstead wants Graham Nash, and that's Aerosmith. King Biscuit, that is a soundboard recording from New York at in Central Park. In Central Park, 1975. Also, Grand Funk. Can't believe no one bought this. Let me show it in detail. I've been really tongue-twisted tonight, more than normal. It has this really cool cardboard poster insert with it. That's what I was talking about. It's a cardboard poster. Just $6.99. It has the poster, the original inner sleeve, and the vinyl's near mint minus. That is a deal. Grand Funk, $6.99 with all the inserts. Very, very nice. That was stickered for much more than that originally, and I probably can't believe it didn't sell the first time. Gordon Lightfoot, $6.99. We also have the Manhattan's Love Talk. That's $6.99. Burt Jordan's going to get their Grand Funk. That's sold to Burt for $6.99. Also, Time and Charges, the Buckinghams, $6.99. The Buckinghams. I definitely need some Whataburger. I might even get a milkshake at Whataburger. Ann Addison said she made cookies. Oh, boy. All right, show's over. Daniel Booziden's at $80 on Aerosmith. We have to get out the air horn. I don't know if we've had an air horn. It's officially 11 o'clock. Wow. Air horn for Holly Safe. This may be her fourth in the last 2 weeks, I think. This is David Bowie live in Santa Monica, $655. Seth, Tanner, and Addison, you might want to plug your ears. Thank you, Holly, as always. Holly said the other night she was a David Bowie fan. So this is for Bowie. That was a good one. That was a good strike. Now, I have an uncle who was a major David Bowie fan. He still is. When David Bowie passed away, he's worked at the same place for like 30 years, so he has all this vacation time built up. When David Bowie passed away, he took a week off from work. That's how much of a dedicated fan he was. He did nothing but read, listen, and watch David Bowie. True story. Uncle John Williams. His name's John Williams. He's not the composer who did Star Wars and Indiana Jones or Harry Potter. He is my uncle, but he is, major. Okay, so this was sold to Holly for $655. Aerosmith was at $75 with Brent Robley. We pulled Graham Nash. We pulled Grand Funk. Debbie was second. Stephen third. Blade fourth. Chris fifth. Aerosmith 85. And we have, I think we're caught up to, so we have Curtis Mayfield still available. Walter Egan, Not Shy. John Denver, Windsong still available. Gary U.S. Bonds and Loudon Rainwright. Loudon Rainwright. Those are all still available. Good taste, Uncle. That's how I've probably ended up selling records every night. It was probably because of my aunts, uncles, and dad. Let's see here. Empty crate. Is that the six? That's the $6.99. Is this? Have I shown these already? Yeah, I guess I've shown those already. So I'm about to condense all the $6.99 stuff into one crate. Let's see here. Debbie Winstead. I've already pulled Graham Nash. Aerosmith is at $90. So we still got bids on Aerosmith. Let's go through. It's probably the last discount crate of the night because I like going through those a little bit earlier when we can definitely move it. So probably what I'm going to do is go through some new vinyl here on the table. It seems late and early at the same time. It's 11, which we didn't go till at least 11. The earliest we stopped the show last week was 11:45. So I have a feeling we might be here a while. So let's go through some stuff, and I got plenty more auctions to run. The big thing tonight is all the auctions I still have left to run. And Joshua, you read my mind. That's what I'm going to do right now. Is I'm going to show some new vinyl. So show some new vinyl while we continue running some auctions. Daniel Booziden's at $90 on Aerosmith. I didn't have any new vinyl come in, but I will show some new vinyl. Daniel Booziden's at $90 on Aerosmith. Let's put up another vintage bootleg. Let's do that James Taylor, Joni Mitchell in Perfect Harmony. And yes, they actually did play together in 1970. That's another one I wish I could time travel to. Could you imagine front row, like just James Taylor and Joni Mitchell in 1970? Wow. October 29th, 1970, they did a concert for the BBC. It was called In Perfect Harmony, Joni Mitchell and James Taylor. It's a bootleg. There's the cover. They left out Joni, or they left out James. There's Joni, and that's a $35 start. That's a vintage bootleg, October 29th, 1970. Aerosmith's at 105 with Brent Ribley. Here's some new vinyl titles we have in stock. First is Outcast AT Aliens. This is $33.99. $33.99 for Outcast AT Aliens or Atlanteans or however you prefer that. Outcast is $33.99. Forgot what the major hit song on there was. $33.99. James Taylor's at $35 and Aerosmith's at $105. Bell Bottom Country, Lainey Wilson, Entertainer of the Year. That's our last copy. 2LP, Lainey Wilson is $39.99. Captain Fantastic, remastered from the original analog tapes, 180 gram Elton John is $36.99. Remastered Elton John, Captain Fantastic. Social Distortion, this is my last copy. It's a 40th anniversary edition of Mommy's Little Monster. It's an all-analog cut from Chris Bellman at Bernie Grumman, 180 gram, and it's on colored vinyl. That's a 40th anniversary. Clear Smoke, $36.99. Joshua says he'll take Social Distortion. Daniel Boozide's out on Aerosmith. Brent Ribley has this for $105. Final call. Brent Ribley also has the James Taylor, Joni Mitchell for $35. Those are final calls, $105 and $35. I'm going to keep running auctions. So, also, tomorrow's going to be, let's see. We have autographs that we barely did any autographs tonight, and I have a lot. We have a whole couple crates of stuff I've never shown before, not counting the stuff we're waiting for letters. But here's some of the theme nights. We're going to do another Stones night this week. We're going to do another metal night. We're going to do a Beatles night. We have enough stuff for a bunch of Who records, Bruce Springsteen. So like the night we do Springsteen, we may do Springsteen and the Who. When we do Beatles, we may do Beatles and autographs. One night will be probably nothing but autographs or nothing but metal. And then we have enough Japanese stuff probably for 5 nights. So pretty much all kinds of different auctions this week. I don't know exactly how or when or what night, but that's some of the nights that we will be doing. Metal night will be Thursday. We're going to do some Beatles stuff, some more Stones boots, Japanese, that I already say metal, Who, autographs. And then kind of like tonight, we still got lots of just random boots, different. Like tonight, we've had everything from Bowie to Aerosmith, James Taylor, Procol Harum. We still got a lot like that. Okay, continuing. Brother Kane, 30th anniversary, first time on vinyl, remastered orange vinyl. That is the indie exclusive, which I cannot get anymore. $39.99 for Brother Kane. I've got about 5 of those left. Also, David Byrne, live from Austin, Texas, Austin City Limits. That's on colored vinyl. David Byrne from the Talking Heads, live, $33.99. And Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, The Traveler. Kenny Wayne Shepherd Band, $34.99. Let's sell these to Brent. He gets both of them. Aerosmith for $105 and JT and JM for $35. So $105 and $35 on those, Tanner. Let me grab another one over here. Let's do another Neil Young. Los Angeles. Is that another Dorothy Chandler? Oh, wow. And it's on colored vinyl. And let's do this Jefferson Airplane. So this looks pretty cool. Wow. At one point, it was being sold for 50 cents. This is trademark of quality. Neil Young at the Los Angeles Music Center. This is L.A. Dorothy Chandler Pavilion. February 1st, 1971. Rare gold vinyl from trademark of quality. $75 start. Neil Young, it's on gold vinyl. This is trademark of quality, TMOQ, and it's on gold vinyl, $75 start. Overall, VG Plus condition. And once again, that is the famous Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, $75 start on that. Neil Young, Los Angeles Music Center. Jefferson Airplane. Jefferson Airplane is live at Winterland in San Francisco. That was a KSAN FM broadcast from October 4th, 1970. Also a trademark of quality. And also a $75 start. Jefferson Airplane, trademark of quality, October 4th, 1970. $75 start. Very, very nice. Also, one more announcement. Tonight, I'm officially going to start canceling. Well, I'm going to send out some reminders first. But we have some overdue invoices that are substantial. Not only as like how far they're overdue, but far as amounts. We're going to send out some final warnings, but between now and December 31st, we've got to get all of our unpaid invoices either canceled and resold and people blocked, or we need to get them paid so we can get them shipped out to you. So I'll start sending some reminders, so make sure you're checking your email, your messages, and you'll probably be sending messages actually from me that will say, please let me know if you can pay this by Friday. If not, we're going to have to resell it. That's nothing within the last 2 or 3 weeks. That's probably some stuff from like a month ago, month and a half ago that we've already sent reminders for, but it's like, final call. You may be in jeopardy of not being able to buy again if you can't pay for these. Here is the Kiss cassettes that's left that I've shown. Ace Frehley, these are all $9.99. Ace Frehley, Destroyer, Gene Simmons, and Asylum. Ace Frehley, Destroyer, Gene Simmons, and Asylum. That is $9.99, any one of those. So, Brian, you were second to Neil Young. Brent Robley bid first. And let me know if you want back in. And Jefferson Airplane, 75. Richard Wright from Pink Floyd, Wet Dream. Wet Dream is remastered and remixed by Steven Wilson on limited edition blue marbled vinyl. Also, Jason Isbell, Sirens of the Ditch. Jason Isbell's 2LP, green vinyl from New West Records, $36.99 on that. And Ween the Pod. Ween the Pod, that is $46.99. That's the Fuscus edition. That's a 2LP brown and white swirl vinyl, $46.99. The Best of Peter Tosh, a new release and first time on vinyl from Music on Vinyl, $56.99 for The Best of Peter Tosh, $56.99. Also, The Very Best of Erasure, 2LP, 2023 edition, always The Best of Erasure, $44.99. The start on Jefferson Airplane is $75, and Cynthia was in first. And also Neil Young, Brian's out, so this is the final call. Neil Young, Dorothy Chandler Pavilion, gold vinyl, final call to Neil Young, or final call to Brent Robley on the Neil Young for $75. And Holly Safe is in on the Jefferson Airplane at $76. The Posies, Every Kind of Lie, also on vinyl for the first time. Limited edition of 1500 on purple marble vinyl, $56.99. Holly Safe's at $76 on Jefferson Airplane. Cynthia's out. Van Morrison Moondance, $64.99. Van Morrison Moondance, this is the new Steven Wilson remix. It also has bonus tracks on it, $64.99. Lacquer's Cut by Kevin Gray at Optimal. Seth, you leaving? Show's not over. Good. That's good. $64.99. Van Morrison Moondance, $64.99. Dr. Dre is $39.99. Dr. Dre, 2001. That has some of those songs on it, like Still Dre featuring Snoop Dogg. And where's the other one? The Next Episode featuring Snoop Dogg. And Forgot About Dre by Eminem. Those are big. Those are biggies. That's So Did Joshua. And we have Eminem Relapse. That is $39.99 for Eminem Relapse. And The Killer, Sam's Town, that is $36.99. I think it's time to sell some auctions. Neil Young is sold to Brent Robley for $75. And Tanner says there's a bid on Neil. Wow, there is. I thought that was in there with the Jefferson Airplanes, but it's different. That says NY, not JA. Neil Young, $76, Debbie Winstead. Jefferson Airplane is sold, though, to Holly Safe for $76. Brent, that was almost sold. We have Erykah Baduism, $44.99. I got to say that fast or it doesn't come out the way it's supposed to. Kiss Unplugged, that's a 2LP for $44.99. And Shania Twain's Greatest Hits, $44.99. That's 23 of Shania Twain's biggest hits. First time ever on vinyl, $44.99. And Slipknot, $28.99. That's on limited edition lemon yellow vinyl. Brent says he's out on Neil Young. Debbie came in. I was reaching for it. I didn't even realize a bid had came in. $76. Debbie Winstead. That's now a final call. If anybody wants in, that is a final call. Let me see what I can do for Buy It Now. Let me show some stuff. Here's this other. Let me see where this Neil Young's from. Paul says this is the same concert. It's just got literally a different colored Xerox sheet. I'll make these $55. Buy It Now. Neil Young, $55. And then you can pick who is first, can pick yellow or blue. But this is EX condition. This is Neil Young live at the BBC. I was going to start them at $45. I'll go ahead and sell them for $55. And then whoever's first can let me know if you want blue or red. Neil Young, Brian Arrigo, you're first. They're the same concert, pretty much identical condition. Let's go ahead and sell Neil Young to Debbie Winstead for $76. And Brian, let me know if you want blue or yellow. And if anybody else wants one, $55 on that. Any putbacks or best offers. We will be doing putbacks tomorrows. We will be tomorrows. We'll be doing putbacks tomorrow. Tomorrow. Just like on, I've got one Tom Petty album I will discount. And if we sell both of them, I'll discount another one. From 38 to 24. $24.99 for Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers Southern Accents. This is Tom Petty, $24.99. On sale. Has that great first track, Rebels. $24.99. Chatty, any Scorpions new vinyl looking for Love Drive? No, but I can probably order some. If Tanner doesn't mind, we'll make a note to order some Scorpions. I hadn't had any Scorpions in stock in a long time. Brian gets the blue one and Brent gets the yellow. Blue for $55 to Brian, yellow to Brent for $55. Tom Petty on sale. Southern Accents, $24.99. That might be the last deal of the night. Well, I would keep going. Normally, we was going for at least another half hour last week, but I think everybody's got the Monday blues and probably already sleeping on me. We still got 89 viewers, but I think I'm going to go ahead and call it a night. I'll get started on tomorrow night's sales. I got to clean up the store. It hadn't been cleaned up in 2 days. I got some really incredible stuff. Greg Beddinger said he may be interested in a Love Drive on Scorpions as well. I will check on that. There's 2 Tom Petty's. I'll do more Kiss cassettes tomorrow, more bootlegs, more Christmas, new vintage arrivals. We'll have new vinyl in for the first time, more autographs, more bootlegs, more radio shows, more $6.99, more flip crates, more Christmas, more Elvis, more Neil Young, more Beatles, more Badfinger, more David Bowie, more everything. I need to order. We have no new David Bowie albums in this store either. I need to at least keep Ziggy Stardust in stock. So, Tom Petty Mojo. We've already put those on sale. Those have already been put on sale. Richard Group says he'll take a Tom Petty for $24.99. That's on sale. One copy left. That one sold to Richard Group. Do you have Rush Streaming Out Loud? That's the bootleg. I don't think I do. We had that volume 2. We had volume 1 or volume 2 the other night, and I checked, and they were out of stock, and I can't get the other ones. The only Rush bootleg I have is the first American broadcast at the Agora Ballroom. This is new and sealed, $44.99. This is Rush, the first American broadcast, $44.99. That's on colored vinyl. It's a first American broadcast from Rush. It's a sealed, unofficial bootleg. I'll have some more. I think I have more Rycooters. I got a lot more Rycooters that aren't authenticated. We had Rycooter was kind of like Taj Mahal with Dale. He had signed a bunch, and we only had a few authenticated. That way we could show y'all, like, hey, these are definitely real. They all came from the same spot, but we have more that's not authenticated that are obviously real. So, yeah, I think I'm going to go get some. Food. Do you ever get any Latin? Well, Julian, we do get stuff like that, but we hardly ever put it out because we don't have as many buyers for it. So it usually just ends up kind of stockpiled in the back. But I will let John. Paul usually prices some. He'll put some Latin stuff out every once in a while. I will ask him that we've had another request, but usually when we put it out, it sells. But it's just something we don't expect to sell. But evidently, we have some people looking for it. So we'll do that. All right, I'm going to end the feed, turn off my mic, go get some food, start cleaning up, and start pricing more records. And eat some of Addison's cookies. And eat Whataburger. And probably go home and take a nap, then come back here. So I take naps at like 1 a.m. It's very odd, but that's what I do. Okay, thanks everybody. Good night, and see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock. We'll be here, Central Time. See you then.